Hey, what's going on, everybody? How are you doing, chat? Happy Monday, everybody, or depending on where you are, happy Tuesday. It's going to be a little bit later start than usual, and we're going even later, potentially because of what we see on the screen here. Polaris Dawn, chat, is currently, fingers crossed, slated to launch here in just 4 hours, chat. Yeah, the long-awaited Polaris Dawn mission, sending up 4 crew members onto a pretty highly elliptic orbit. It's going to be the highest altitude crew mission since Gemini, if I recall correctly. They're going to be doing an EVA, the first commercial, fully privatized EVA as well. It's going to be pretty crazy. Definitely the long-awaited mission. That is set to launch here at 1:38 a.m. Mountain Time. So like I said, just around 4 hours from now. What's up, Flask? How are you? So figured we have, I think, the actual launch coverage, or the launch stream, SpaceX's stream coverage, starting up here. Actually, do I have it? Aha, there we go. 10:05 p.m. That's my local time. So we should have just a few minutes to go until that happens, another 30 minutes or so on that coverage. Apollo had a pretty high altitude. Yep, well, that's true. Low Earth orbit. You're right, Stealthy. The highest altitude, but still in Earth orbit. Yeah, you're right. That's fair. That's fair. Good call. But yeah, it's going very, very high over the course of several days. Should be pretty good, and we'll talk about the mission and all of that jazz. It will be the farthest a woman has ever been from Earth. That is true. That is actually very true, Flask. So yeah, definitely the long-awaited mission happening here in just 4 hours. So I figured until then we can talk space news, because the launch coverage should be starting here in about 30 minutes. And space news will probably take us at least an hour and a half, fingers crossed. Hopefully no more than that, but we definitely got a lot to talk about here on this episode, Kappa, of the Go No Go poll. Bablam, enter, super fancy stinger. Yeah. So on this episode of our Go No Go news, basically our little corner of the internet for space news, we got a lot to talk about. Definitely a lot of tiny updates, if you will. When's what's up, Clayton? How are you? When's the Polar Crew flight happening? Next year? Polar Crew, that's, yeah, when is that happening? I was thinking it was early next year, but that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. But yes, you're absolutely right. This whole Polaris Dawn is the first mission of the Polaris program, which is going to be doing some firsts for the fully privatized mission sector. Essentially, they're going to be doing the first polar orbit mission with crew. They're going to be doing this EVA at the highest altitude, first woman at the highest altitude, you know, first fully privatized highest altitude mission, all that jazz should be happening with this Polaris Dawn mission. And then I don't remember, is the polar orbit mission the second mission, or is that the third mission, the third and final mission? The third and final mission is not, it's going to the moon, isn't it? So the second mission is going polar, and then it's supposed to go to the moon. But yeah, definitely a lot of Fram 2. Yeah, it is called Fram 2. I'm doing very good. Thank you very much for asking. But yeah, so like I said, in terms of our go news and our no-go news, that's essentially our framing for what is good news and what is bad news. So if you notice, I have Polaris Dawn here in both the go as well as the no-go news, because between now and 4 hours from now, when the vehicle is actually set to launch, we could learn that it scrubs, because it's only 40% chance of favorable conditions for launch. So it has a 60% chance of probability of violation, I think. Or do I have that backwards? And it's actually 60% chance of go and 40% chance of probability of violation. But anyways, definitely it's not a 90% chance. It's not like they are definitely going. They've been suffering all of these weather conditions, unfortunately, in the Atlantic with tropical storms and bad weather. So no specific date yet. Yep, fair enough. Looks like late 2024 in the current ETA. Yeah, I mean, Fram 2 is supposed to get going here fairly soon. I know they've already started like the development for it, but yeah, Who knows with SpaceX? It could be tomorrow for all we know. Not paycheck betting odds either way. That is true. That is true. But yeah, so let's go ahead and kick things off here. As we all know why we're here in this waiting room, it is for Polaris Dawn. So Polaris Dawn here, this is a fantastic image coming from just earlier this evening from SpaceX. It is weather is 40% favorable. There we go. So 40% favorable. So it's a 60% chance POV or probability of violation. Boo! Terrible job, Atlantic. I agree. What's the over/under on igniting the atmosphere? Igniting the atmosphere is 0.0001, but it's not 0. Launching from Boca Chica? No, this will be launching from Kennedy Space Center. It will actually be launching from Kennedy Space Center. Should have a pretty, there it is, pretty slick shot here of the vehicle. Don't forget that this vehicle has already performed its static fire, all of that jazz. Let's see, we can actually, yeah, so it's slick, or not slick, LC-39A Kennedy Space Center is where it is actually launching from. But yeah, this was from just earlier this evening at 6:46 p.m. That is Mountain Time. So you can see it's, you know, there's some clouds. It's not looking great. You could look better. It's not looking horrible, you know. It's definitely sitting in that point of, you know, well, like they said, 40% chance of go. So we'll see. Hopefully that clears up later. But that is where we're sitting right now. Are we supposed to be seeing imagery? Only seeing an overlay. Aha. Well, thank you very much. Bablam. There we go. This is what we're supposed to be showing. Man, pro streamer right here, Matt. Cheers to that. Drink some coffee. Yes, here is the picture that I was showing. That y'all were blind from the overlay. Close your eyes and use your imagination. Yes, let me just describe to you the picture that I'm viewing. So imagine this, okay? Imagine a tall Falcon 9 rocket with a beautiful white refurbed Dragon capsule sitting on top of it. Right next to it is silhouetted amongst the clouds. Okay, am I doing a good job? There we go. Is Polaris Dawn the commercial spacewalk launch? Yes. The Polaris Dawn mission, key points for this mission come here from the earnings nugget. So let's see, we have a backup date on September 11th. SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket will launch from 39A, up to 5 days in orbit. The mission is a high altitude mission aiming for the highest Earth orbit ever flown, especially since Gemini will conduct research on spaceflight and radiation effects on the human health. First commercial spacewalk. They are going actually up to, I believe it's up to 1,200 kilometers. And then they will be on day 2 or 3 doing a burn to lower that to 700 kilometers. And that 700 kilometers is when they'll be doing the EVA spacewalk. They do have basically updated or more robust SpaceX designed suits. So not only are they going to have their flight suits that they'll actually launch in, but they also have EVA suits. I believe there are 2 of them. They have 2 EVA suits. Essentially, the EVA suits are just a little bit more structurally robust in order for, definitely in the future, for them to actually go outside of even the Dragon capsule. Let's see. First, crew to test Starlink laser-based communications. That is true. So the actual vehicle will be pointing towards Earth, basically pointing nadir, so that way when they open the hatch and are able to go outside, they'll actually be looking straight, basically straight up at Earth, essentially. And on the other side, inside of the unpressurized cargo volume of Dragon, or somewhere on the vehicle, they will also have these laser comm links to actually communicate with Starlink, which is pretty cool. No longer having to go through TDRS, or at least that is, you know, the tech that's being demonstrated here. Is it scrubbed yet? It is not scrubbed yet. You know, we can check one more time. Yes, it is. Let's actually refresh. Nope. It's not scrubbed yet. Didn't realize Crew 9 is launching from LC-40. Was curious when the crew access arm was going to be finished, and the answer is soon. Yeah. Crew 9 launching later this month. Should when is actually Crew 9? Is it like September 20 something? Crew 9 24th. Yeah, September 24th. Is when LC-40 should start taking crew. Should be a crew capable launch pad, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so if you're wondering exactly what this mission is supposed to do, take a gander at this, chat. Optimism,
Dragon,
that's right.
SpaceX. Successful link checks. Dragon has initiated cabin venting. Venting complete. Stand by for GNC config and hatch open.
This is nuts, indeed.
Dragon, SpaceX. SpaceX is go for EVA operations.
There they are. So this mission, this capsule flew the Inspiration 4 crew, and since then it went through some heavy modifications to allow them to actually egress and do this spacewalk. Yep, let's take a walk indeed. Pretty awesome nonetheless. So yeah, I'll have this on in the background as we talk to it. So this is what I was talking about. They're going to be basically facing nadir, meaning that the nose of the capsule, if you will, the forward direction of the capsule will be pointing down straight towards Earth. On the other side of the capsule, either in the Dragon cargo space or somewhere else oriented on the vehicle, they will have a laser comm system to communicate with Starlink. Like I said, this is a demonstration for them to be able to start using Starlink as a reliable means of communication, both with the capsule, like basically point to point, all the way down to a ground station for SpaceX, without them having to go through TDRS and NASA assets, which is actually really, really cool. Because can you imagine, we no longer have to worry about TDRS handovers and whatnot. We can actually, especially as SpaceX starts getting more prevalent in these sorts of missions, you don't want to hog and buy all the time on TDRS just to communicate with your vehicles. So being able to communicate with Starlink is pretty disruptive, chat. Actually, really, really important. But yeah, like I said, this was the Inspiration 4 capsule that actually flew Jared Isaacman. That actually flew Jared Isaacman. When was Inspiration 4? That seems so long ago, but it actually wasn't all that long ago. But Inspiration 4 was kind of like the first privatized, fully funded mission for SpaceX. And so this capsule was basically taken off of that, refurbed, as SpaceX has been doing with Dragon 2s, is, you know, full reusability for it. Well, I should say reusing the actual pressure vessel, the actual crew capsule. And they're going to be, or they already have, completely modified it as they needed to for them to not only depressurize the entire pressure vessel of the spacecraft, because remember, this hatch, it's not like they have an airlock. So the entire hatch off the nose is going to come off, or, you know, open, and is going to be completely void of any sort of atmosphere inside the capsule during these this EVA process. So that's actually pretty interesting. And then I believe 2 crew members are going to be able to actually go outside of the Dragon capsule here, as you can see. So pretty cool, very, very awesome mission, very excited. And like I said, if that sticks, chat, we have 3 hours and 52 minutes until launch. We have timelines for the actual EVA. They are going to be broadcasting it. I don't know if there's any like specific set right now. I believe it's supposed to happen on day 3 or no, day 4. Is it Wednesday? Do we have like a set time though? Because that I'm not certain of. Because if I recall, they're going into a very high elliptic orbit, something like, I don't know, 200 kilometers by like 1400 kilometers, you know, highly elliptical. And then after, on day 3, which would I guess be Wednesday, they are supposed to change their apoapsis, the highest point in their orbit, down to 700 kilometers. And then it's at 700 kilometers they'll get ready and do the EVA. But I'm not sure if that happens on day 4 or sometime on day 3. Not sure what it is now. Yeah, fair enough. But regardless, very, very cool mission. Really excited to see this. And they are supposed to be live streaming the EVA process, which is going to be incredible. Is it actually going to be a spacewalk or just a space peekaboo? Just a space peekaboo. But it is technically a extravehicular activity and basically, you know, a spacewalk. They won't, as far as I'm aware, won't actually be, you know, going outside of the capsule. They'll just be doing this right here, right? basically sitting up on the very nose of the capsule. They're definitely going to be outside the capsule, right? Because here's the forward nose section with like where the typical docking system would be, and then these are the forward thrusters, right? So they're definitely outside of the capsule by a good amount, right? Like their entire, like from what looks to be like their knees to their helmet are completely outside of the capsule. So definitely really cool, and it looks like they can probably walk around here and kind of rotate and stuff. So yeah, we'll see exactly what maneuvers they're going to be able to do and whatnot. It's wild how minimal that suit is compared to what we use now. Yeah, that's true. Because, right, compare that to the ISS EVA suit, right? Like compare what we see on screen to this. Yeah, compare that to this. Now, of course, these are designed to do completely different things, right? Like this goes for very long duration, sometimes upwards of like 8 hours outside of the ISS, even more. Like these EVA suits are very long duration. Also, they have their full environmental systems on their back. At least with the Dragon mission here, their spacesuit can actually still be plugged into the Environmental Control and Life Support System, or ECLS. So the spacesuit's completely different in what they're designed to do and whatnot. So it's definitely, you know, no surprise that SpaceX can streamline it. But yeah, it is kind of incredible just to see, like, you know, highly maneuverable, very streamlined with a bulky, you know, very much not maneuver friendly spacesuit, right? Also, the depress and other procedures is the bread and butter of the TRL validation. Yep, that's true. It's a big technology demonstrator mission. 100%. Like I said, Starlink communications is a big one. This new EVA suit is another one. Yeah, they're trying to do a lot. Not only that, but they're also testing. The reason why they're going so high is they're going to be just skirting the Van Allen belt, the Van Allen belt, and basically doing some research on what radiation does on organics. And things like that. So overall, definitely a big demonstrator. Very cool R&D mission as well. It's not just Jared Isaacman paying for, you know, 4 people to go up and have a good trip time, right? It's actually they're doing science and stuff, which is really cool. The strength of that tube and its attachments would scare me in a spacewalk situation. Yep. No doubt. Is it the first crew capsule to depressurize in space, or did Starliner beat them to the punch? Ouch. That's a good question. No, Gemini did it. Gemini didn't have an airlock either, right? EVA. Images. Yep, see. They just open the tiny little cockpit that they're in, and they just walk outside. Well, I say walk, but more like just hold on to for dear life to their cabling. Wouldn't the best comparison be the Gemini suit? Yeah, probably. And here's a good picture of it. But even still, like comparing the Gemini suit to this, maybe it's just, you know, the modern 21st century, but yeah, it's definitely like the Gemini suits were fairly streamlined for what they were as well, but still looking pretty bulky, right? Like still definitely looking pretty bulky in comparison, of course. But yeah, definitely Gemini would probably be a more apt comparison. What is that? That's not EK. There we go, Roscosmos. But anyways, yeah, pretty awesome to there we go. You can kind of see it off of a person. So yeah, Gemini, SpaceX definitely brought into the 21st century. I guess you could say. Gemini EVAs were wild. Yeah, they were absolutely insane. Quite literally, like, just, you know, hey, you're tethered, just go out there and do some maneuvers and, you know, do this and do that with this wrench and repair this and bolt this together and, you know, see how it goes. Yeah, pretty Gemini was absolutely crazy. Like, by today's standards, Gemini was like just asking to float away in space, or to have something horribly go wrong. But anyways, chat, so like I said, this is Polaris Dawn. This is what we're currently waiting for 3 hours and 46 minutes from now, roughly speaking. We should also have the actual Polaris Dawn mission coverage from SpaceX starting here soon enough as well. But anyways, chat, let's go ahead and get into some more space news. Next thing we have on our list is, of course, as we just mentioned, Starliner. I put this in our Go news for today, chat, because even though we covered it live, the actual reentry, the Boeing Starliner mission, after detaching from the International Space Station, was a success. The astronauts, had they been on board, seem to have been able to come out of it all safe and sound, as we said here on stream, was the likely outcome. So that's awesome. They did, of course, experience more issues with the thrusters after separation. Basically, after and during the departure burns, they were experiencing some thruster failures. But in the end, it came back safe and sound, and all other systems worked really well. I can't really understate this enough, is that this was a fantastic test for Boeing, and really happy to see Boeing pull it through with Starliner going through entry and landing, because this was supposed to be an 8-day mission for a crew to check out the vehicle, right? It ended up being a 3-month mission, like 93 days or something like that. And all other systems minus the thrusters and some other like funnies that can be, you know, minor improvements to the vehicle. All major systems worked fantastically over those 93 days. Supposed to be 8-day mission checkout. It was a 93-day mission checkout. So definitely really glad to see Boeing come out of this A-OK. I will say what sucks though is Boeing was not at the press conference after the landing. I guess they think that no PR right now is best PR, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Boeing really is giving the public no reason to trust them right now, and like they should just be totally upfront right now. But I mean, I guess that's me, being a small startup company sort of like person. Like, I would want I would love full transparency, because I know that that's what you guys would want, which probably most of the public would want, even if that, you know, you would get hounded with questions. But yeah, unfortunate that they weren't at the press conference, but I also understand why they weren't. But just kind of a bummer that they weren't. Would have been nice to be able to ask some questions. But hey, look at that, guiding in for the actual pickup. You can see the cover on the hatch and the docking port up here. You can see basically where the forward aeroshell deployed. We actually saw that deploy in massive sparks with the mortars firing for the drogue chutes, but all of that came off very, very nicely. So all systems are go. There's the parachutes. Look at them picking up the lines on those massive, massive 3 parachutes there. But really, really good stuff coming out of NASA. I'm really happy to see NASA working through the problems of Starliner with Boeing, and then making the ultimate decision to, you know, bring it back without crew on board, which was good. Sure, they would have been safe, but hey, out of an abundance of caution, right? No need to take unnecessary risks with your personnel, with the crew. Yeah, I assumed they would show up for a successful landing, but no. Yeah, exactly. I just floors me, honestly. I can't believe that they didn't do that. But anyways, Calypso, the actual name of this capsule here, is back safe and sound, and is I guess going to be thrown through scrutiny by Boeing and NASA to make sure all of these problems are fixed. Because remember, chat, as we covered here on stream last week, they've seen this problem before with the thrusters. What's up, Snackless? How are you? They've seen the problem with the thrusters on OFT2. However, OFT2, I believe they had one thruster just fail to even start, which, okay, out of 30 something thrusters that the vehicle I think has, you had one that just failed to start, which could have been, you know, to anything. And then you had another thruster actually fail late into the mission, like right before service module separation. I'm going off of memory here on what the press conference from like 3 weeks ago basically divulged But anyways, they saw this problem before, and they actually investigated the thruster problems, and they somehow attributed it to a cause that actually wasn't the cause, and the vehicle flew, and now we saw all of these other thruster issues that were just failing, like, you know, failing off pretty consistently, which is not great, right? You don't want to see that. So hopefully they can fix this problem, because they have had numerous problems with the thrusters. You guys remember from OFT1 and then right before OFT2, they had thrusters ceasing to even open or respond while on the ground due to moisture and NTO reactions. Like, just absolutely crazy problems that Boeing's had with these thrusters, and hopefully they can fix it now before anything else. All right. So, moving right along, chat, with Starliner continuing here. Check this out if you haven't seen it. This is coming from Sin, who has placed some fantastic, brand new 4K cameras on board the International Space Station. And they got the undocking separation. Gotta say, I cannot wait. They actually even say in this tweet that they're going to be doing basically live streaming in 4K. It's going to be fantastic. So definitely going to be seeing more of the 4K images coming from all future docking and undocking missions, I think. Look how flat the Earth is. I know. Wild, right? Wild. What's up, Gremlin? How are you? That doesn't even look real. I know. It's amazing what 4K can do to, like, your visual perceptions, especially with how the camera's slightly overexposed, and it just is like, yeah, that doesn't look real. It is, but it doesn't look it. But it is, but it also, it's so real it doesn't look real, right? Isn't that what Elon said, like, during the first Dragon capsule docking? But yeah, I love seeing the thruster firings. Remember that during the first few departure burns, they actually had all 27 thrusters working, which was fantastic. But then they did start having thruster issues after that. So yeah, you know, moral of the story, fantastic. That Starliner's major systems all operated successfully. They had thruster issues that cannot be understated. But the crew, had they come back, would have at least been safe. Like, can you imagine? I do not want to imagine a world where the Starliner capsule failed to come home on this mission. Like, even without crew, like, that's fine. If Starliner burned up in the atmosphere or had something else go wrong where they lost the capsule during entry, can you imagine? I don't want to imagine that world. That alternate universe would just be absolutely horrible. I think that'd be the end of I don't know. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine Boeing coming away from that, you know. Been a minute since I popped in here. Yes, welcome. Stick a fork in Boeing. Yeah, no way. But yeah, fantastic shots. Like I said, this is coming from Sin here. Definitely should be able to, so democratizing space using video to inform, educate, inspire, and benefit all. See Earth in 4K. So they're looking to start live streaming in September of 2024, and this was a sneak peek, if you will, of their 4K cameras and what they're capable of, which is pretty awesome. I'd laugh. I would not. No, me, you go ahead. I would be crying for Boeing, especially Starliner. I think it's such a good design. It's just had unfortunate QA, QC, programmatic, systematic issues, whatever it might be. It's just, yeah. Live streaming what? I think they're going to be doing basically like 24/7 live Earth views. And then, of course, they'll be up there on the ISS, so they can be live streaming all of the docking and undocking of all the crew coming up and all of the, you know, commercial resupply missions coming up and whatnot. I think they're going to basically be doing what NASA TV does, but in 4K imagery, which is pretty cool. It's proved it can land twice without crew. That is true. That is true. So yeah, I guess the last thing to talk about here with Starliner, which is potentially a no-go in terms of the news segment, right, is we don't know what is in store for Boeing. Drink! All right, cheers. We don't actually know what's in store for Boeing, right? Because, as we learned in the press conference, actually stated in the commercial crew contract that NASA has with Boeing, it stipulates that to be certified for operational missions and for further milestones for payments for Boeing, right, they have to take crew up and bring crew home. That was a key, I guess, clause or whatever that was mentioned in one of the press conferences. So Boeing has yet to make good on that second part of that clause where they're supposed to bring astronauts back home. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that NASA can't give them a waiver if everything else checks out and give them their first operational mission, but it's very much in the air. And since Boeing has already fitted the bill out of their own pocket to fly OFT-2 after their big catastrophic failure of OFT-1, their orbital flight test 1, I don't know. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, regardless of the outcome here, as we learned from the CEO of Boeing who tweeted out or posted on X that they are committed to Starliner. And I think it makes sense because I think where Boeing stands right now, it's a $4.3 or $4.6 billion contract with NASA, and I think they've gotten $1.6 billion from NASA contract so far. And so now for the 6 missions that they're supposed to have operationally, they can actually still profit off of Starliner. And then not only that, Starliner could then be commercially sold, as we see with Boeing and as we see with Dragon and SpaceX doing, because there's all of these other commercial LEO destination programs, commercial LEO destination, CLDP concepts coming out. All of these free flyer stations, right? Like Lockheed and Nanoracks, Axiom, the Orbital Reef from Boeing, all these other commercial companies are looking to, Sierra Nevada are looking to do space stations in low Earth orbit, and they could use Boeing as their crew carrying vehicle. So they could still come out of this ahead and actually sell their Starliner product, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens, right? I don't see why NASA won't give them a pass. They keep giving them free passes. Yeah, I know, right? We'll have to see, really. Orbital Reef is Boeing. Did I say Boeing? Orbital Reef is Blue Origin. Sorry, the other B. Sorry. My mouth went faster than my brain. Yep, all replacements for the ISS and stuff. So, like I said, Starliner could potentially still be a thing. So, let's go over here real quick and check on, do we have live coverage? We do not. It's 10:05. Oh, it's 10:04. Okay, my bad. My bad. Jumped the gun. But anyways, that's all I had here for Starliner. A potential good news, because Starliner did at least have a successful return to Earth, but definitely some question marks remaining. All right, chat. Switch gears a little bit here now that we've been talking about NASA. NSF has coverage. Yes, we might peek into their stream here and there as well. But if you haven't heard this, Europa Clipper passes pre-launch review. Now, Europa Clipper is very, very close to launching, and it has now passed its key decision point E, which is basically the second to last, I think, review or key decision point before it basically gets integrated into the vehicle and is like, yep, it's good to go. But let's go ahead and read this article here from Jeff Faust. Fantastic article, or fantastic journalist for Space News here. Look at that monster though, chat. Like this, let's actually see. Europa Clipper solar array is absolutely huge. If you guys haven't seen how big the solar array is on Europa Clipper, check out this video. Look at that monster, chat. I hope they show it with people next to it, yeah? Yep, there you go. Look at that. Look at the itty bitty people next to this. You could fit like 3 humans up the side of that. Yeah, and it has 2 of them. 100-foot wingspan. Thing is an absolute monster. Boeing aircraft V-22 and 737 both grounded due to being unsafe. Yeah, Boeing is in a lot of trouble, honestly. It just, I don't know. Sierra Space created the actuators for the arrays. I did not know that. Awesome. But yeah, so one of the big things that they were talking about for Europa Clipper, check that out. Look at that thing. So many solar cells, chat. Was that they were worried, NASA was worried about the survivability of the transistors in one of the systems here of Europa Clipper, but seems to have checked out. They did further testing and whatnot, and it all seems to have checked out, which is good. Now you asked RJ, how does that relay dish work? Well, it's a high gain antenna. essentially just a high gain antenna. You have your focal point. It's all just covered in mylar to help reduce heating and to protect from FOD and things like that. But yeah, it's just a very large, powerful dish, if you will. But let's go ahead and see what actually is happening here as part of this article. One quick one on here. Still nothing okay. So, a multi-billion-dollar NASA mission to potentially habitable moon of Jupiter has been cleared to begin final prep for an October launch, chat. October. After resolving concerns about the electronics on the spacecraft, the transistors, they were worried about the radiation, basically the ionizing dose that they were capable of handling, and it seems to now have checked out. NASA announced September 9th, that's today, that the Europa Clipper mission has passed a review called KDPE. So Key Decision Point E, that allows the mission to move ahead into final prep for launch in a 3-week window that opens October 10th on a Falcon Heavy from KSC. Habitable, is that not what I said? Posture check? I'm pretty good on my posture, I think. On the NASA site, they have a decent 3D model you can check out in the browser. Awesome. So the mission passed the review after months of intense study to determine if transistors used on various parts of the spacecraft could handle the radiation environment around Jupiter. The agency learned in May that tests of the transistors known as metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistors, or MOSFETs, for a non-NASA customer should they could fail at radiation doses lower than qualified for. Within days, NASA set up, you really don't want to hear that, chat, when you're 2 months away from launch. Within days, well, I guess they knew about this sooner than that, but yeah, so several months before launch, you don't want to hear that one of your critical assets is could fail in orbit or while on mission. You said habitable? Yes, okay, got it, good. Within days, NASA set up a Tiger team to study the potential problem. Europa Clipper project manager at JPL, initial tests confirmed that the transistors did fail at lower radiation levels. Ugh, that is gross. That led to 4 months of around-the-clock testing at multiple locations around the country to understand how susceptible various systems on the spacecraft were to radiation damage. This was a huge lift, and I think huge lift is a huge understatement. Those tests found that none of the systems on Europa Clipper were impaired by potential damage to those transistors. Every one of the circuits is different, with different consequences for failures among the 200 circuits studied. We determined that we have sufficient margin in every one of those circuits to accomplish this mission. Interesting. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. I personally have high confidence we can complete the original mission for exploring Europa as planned. That means, he said, no changes to the mission, including the series of dozens of flybys of the icy moon Europa. The spacecraft will make over 4 years once it arrives at Jupiter in 2030. There are no other operational changes planned for spacecraft other than tweaks to heaters for some instruments to warm them up slightly when not near Europa. A change is intended to improve the process called self-annealing that allows the transistors to repair radiation damage encountered during the Europa flybys. By increasing their higher temperatures, they allow the process to go faster. That radiation damage takes place during 1 day of a 21-day orbit of Jupiter, and the rest of the orbit provides more than enough time for self-annealing to repair the damage. Really awesome. That's actually really cool to hear. That, you know, transistors can be self-annealing. Basically, they repair themselves. I am not that low-level embedded systems or materials engineer to understand that process, but I have come across that before. That's actually really cool. The potential, though, that the damage could affect the spacecraft's ability to carry out its mission caused a scare for the project team just as they were moving into launch prep. I was worried we were asking the impossible of this team, and that was just too much. But nope, it all seems good. Passing this review allows Europa Clipper to move into a final phase of pre-launch preparations, including loading the spacecraft with nearly 3 metric tons of propellant. Once that is complete, the mission will go into joint operations with the Falcon Heavy launch vehicle. Officials said they are on track with scheduled margin to launch when the window opens October 10th. Yeah, they have a launch window to hit here, so they gotta be on there with margin. Europa Clipper, with an estimated total life cycle cost of $5.2 billion, will closely study Europa and its subsurface ocean of liquid water. The spacecraft will attempt to determine if that ocean is potentially habitable although it will not be able to detect any life itself. But yeah, so that's fantastic news for Europa Clipper. Like I said, they're only a month away from launch. Quite literally, the window opens in a month and a day from today. So that's fantastic. So it passed KDPE, or Key Decision Point E, which is basically its last go, no go, for then sending it on its way to be integrated with its launch vehicle and do final checkouts and things like that. So very, very cool to see and hear. Any updates? Come on, SpaceX, where are you? You're late. Is the broadcast started? Anybody know? Uh-oh, it's loading. Hello? Are you doing things? Is it crashed? Coming soon. TM, yes, trademark. Anybody have it? Like, it's not just me, right? Nope. Okay. I guess we'll just chill out for a second, see what's what. Last I heard it was 40%. Yep, that was it. That was the last I heard as well. Was 40% favorable. Not able to confirm. Oh, talking about the weather or talking about the broadcast? But yeah, the weather last update we had from SpaceX was 40% favorable. I don't think they've updated since then. Could be wrong. Hey, let's see, anything here? Let's see here. Anything on the tweeters? Any updates from SpaceX? Don't see any updates from SpaceX. Still, last was 3 hours ago. Weather is 40% favorable for liftoff. Launch for missions. Watch Polaris Dawn. Come on. Where's the live stream? It should have already started. SpaceX so is interesting. Oh, that's interesting, chat. Check this out. So their website no longer has the watch. Has it been scrubbed? No, still Tuesday. They're missing the watch link. Oh, okay, it's back. Oh no. Okay. Interesting. I don't know, chat. Polaris Dawn is hosting. Oh, it's live. It's live, chat. Heck yeah. Let's get into it, yeah? Perfect timing.
You're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft set to launch Polaris Dawn, space's 5th Dragon mission flying civilians to orbit, and overall our 14th human spaceflight mission since 2020. Our 4-person Polaris Dawn crew is getting ready to head to space in just under 3.5 hours from now. This mission marks one more step toward our ultimate goal of making humans multiplanetary.
Nice.
Good evening. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality System Engineering Manager here at SpaceX.
Hey,
in
and Jess.
California.
And I'm Jessie Anderson, a Senior Manufacturing Engineering Manager. Welcome to the webcast for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that
How many
will serve
flights are
as
this
building
booster?
blocks
That
to
is a
further
great
human
question.
space exploration.
Polaris Dawn is
Let's
the
see.
first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human space.
This is going to be flight number
missions that will
4
demonstrate
for
new
booster
technologies,
1083.
conduct extensive research, and ultimately
It's a 125-day turnaround.
SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
The Polaris Dawn crew will orbit
Hey,
Earth for
look
up
at
to
that good-looking
5
crew.
days before splashing down off the coast of Florida, and they will be performing some incredible firsts in space, including the first ever commercial spacewalk in our newly designed EVA spacesuits. The spacecraft will also attempt to soar higher than any Dragon mission to date, and if successful, break the altitude record set
5-day
by
mission,
Gemini
chat.
11 a half a century ago.
See, they're going up to
Polaris Dawn
1,400
crew will also
kilometers.
be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space.
In addition to those incredible firsts, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance
what's up,
both
Dalek? How are you?
human health on Earth and our understanding of the impacts on health during future
Nice.
long-duration space flights. We'll be going into more detail about all of that later on in the show. All of the Polaris missions will be commanded by Jared Isaacman, an
There he is,
accomplished
Rook.
pilot and astronaut who led
That's his-
Inspiration 4, the world's first
His
all-civilian
nickname.
mission to orbit.
It's his call sign,
that
Rook.
helped raise more than $240 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Awesome.
Building on Inspiration 4, Polaris
5-day
Dawn will
mission like
continue
Starliner,
to
not
raise
like
funds and
Starliner.
awareness
They're
for
coming
St.
home
Jude
regardless.
while partnering with the organization to provide healthcare in underserved communities around the world.
Oh, you can
As the
see Pad
Polaris
Ninjas chat.
program expands our understanding of what's possible in
Pad
human
Ninjas are
spaceflight,
the
St.
support
Jude will
crew
continue to strive here on
to help
Earth
the,
to improve
astronauts
global
ingress and
survival rates
egress.
for childhood cancer.
It is a
Oh, there we go.
really exciting day for us here at SpaceX, and it's already
Crew
been
walkout.
a very busy day for the team. Now, we are currently awaiting walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew from the suit-up room. So while we wait, let's take a moment to meet our crew.
As I mentioned, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. He holds several world records,
Yep, see, that's his
including
call
2
sign, Rook.
speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish
The new suits in
Foundation.
action, no kidding.
He has flown
Yeah.
in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift
Uh-oh. Shift 4. He's the CEO of Shift 4, or was. What? Is that me, or is that, that Twitch? Or not Twitch, SpaceX? Hello?
the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished
Oh, dear. Really? Really? No way. Don't you do this to me, tweeters. There we go.
Jared is an accomplished
Are you kidding me? Is this Twitter or is this me?
CEO of Shift 4. Jared is an accomplished
Oh no, it's definitely them. It keeps cutting out at the same point. Okay. Just making sure. Maybe their servers are overrun. They do have 31,000 views right now. And they've only been live for like 6 minutes. So maybe. Maybe. I guess we'll stand by.
to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished
Maybe it would work if they still used YouTube. I know, right? I still can't believe they did that. Elon, why? At least multi-stream. Like, what? Yeah, definitely not me. Yeah. I kind of figured it wasn't me once we kept refreshing and it stops at this exact same point. So I get... Oh, maybe? Are we back? I heard... No. Okay, so that's just the new dead zone.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet
Are we live now?
to spend time
Oh,
with
there
the
we go.
crew.
We're back.
You'll see them walking around, getting lunch.
please. Please, no.
U.S.
Stop it.
Moment to meet our Polaris Dawn crew in their own words.
It's every time I hit maximize.
Hi, I'm Jared Isaacman.
I'm Scott Kidd Poteet.
I'm Sarah Gillis.
And I'm Anna Menon.
And we're the Polaris Dawn crew.
Okay, there we
I
go.
love this crew. I mean, all of them are just
Nobody
so
breathe, chat.
hardworking, so smart. Kid Poteet over here is our mission pilot. Talk about a career in the Air Force, doing every job as a pilot that anyone would aspire to achieve. And having somebody who has
F-16?
been there before and can bring that perspective to our training, but also when we're on the mission, is just so important.
We are what we are as a crew because of you. You hold us together and you are always there.
Glue.
Glue. You are
So that's
always
Sarah,
there predicting what every person
Sarah
needs.
Gillis. She's basically the biomedical officer for this mission.
What?
Or I should say the medical officer for
Our
this
Commander
mission.
Jared, I think
Doing some
he
science
is
up there as well.
incredibly Sharp.
That's right.
And
Something
Anna
I have
Menon
just
is actually
witnessed over and over
the
is he's always
is actually part of the
outstepping
astronaut
everybody else.
training. She's like the astronaut training director over at SpaceX, and so she's doing this mission to learn how to better train the astronauts for SpaceX.
Organizations here on Earth, as well as continue to push the envelope for space exploration.
So Sarah Gillis, the technical competence we don't get out of any engineering update or brief or go through a procedure or debrief without getting into the weeds and making sure every T is crossed, every I is dotted.
She holds my feet to the fire when we need to understand the systems and the operations. It's her intellect.
Every time she speaks, every word is so thoughtfully prepared that served her in her role as core. It served her in her role as a trainer.
Anna,
High words
you
of
have
praise.
This incredible joy
That's awesome.
that you bring to everyday life. It is infectious. It makes us all smile.
Feels like she always has this big
St.
picture.
Jude's.
Doesn't necessarily always speak up on it, but when she does, like time for everybody to stop and listen. And then as a biomedical engineer and a background like that inspires like a ton of confidence that when you go up there, if people aren't feeling
Wait,
right,
is
that she's
Anna
going to be there to take care of her.
I cherish
Medical
all the
officer?
moments that we've had in these experiences, and we're just so excited to go to space.
They may have had their roles
Hey everyone,
switched.
I'm Atticus Federa, a propulsion engineer here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. You just heard from the crew while sitting inside their Dragon trainer, which is an exact mock-up of the Dragon that they will be living in for the next 5 days. Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station, and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first
I did
private
have their
spacecraft to take an
roles reversed.
all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021. Over the last
Yeah,
4
Anna Menon
years,
is
the
the
spacecraft
biomedical.
has supported 13 human
Yeah,
spaceflight
yeah.
missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet, and with the upcoming mission like
Oh,
FROM
gosh,
2,
chat.
we aim to do
Oh,
exactly
Frem
that.
2.
Named in honor of
Going
the ship
polar.
that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of FROM 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. FROM 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In
Look
free
at
flyer
that,
mode,
chat.
the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit.
Modular.
And that's going to be the case with the
That's
upcoming
awesome.
FROM 2 mission. Finally, we have the newest option, the Skywalker hardware, to support a spacewalk. And that'll make its debut on Polaris Dawn.
Nice. No, X, don't you do this. Yeah, Skywalker, of course. It's aptly named. I mean, come on, they have Falcon, right? Falcon 9. But yeah, so I guess while we're frozen on the screen, so this is the typical, I guess, configuration that Dragon 2 is in, right? When they go up to the International Space Station, they want to dock to the ISS. There's the IDSS, or International Docking System Standard. Then for Inspiration, the Inspiration mission, the actual vehicle that is going to be flying tonight on Polaris Dawn actually flew with the cupola module previously, which is this big dome on the very front. And now they have their quote-unquote Skywalker, which is these handrails and whatnot for the EVA mission. So yeah, all of these forward structures are apparently replaceable, swappable, which is pretty awesome. Oh, no one loses a hand. Yeah, me too. You come back? Oh, maybe.
And then from there, the crew
Okay.
will head to the launch pad, and once they arrive, they will ascend the crew tower in an elevator up to the
This is
255.
Countdown. Advanced team is complete with their steps and ready for crew arrival on schedule.
Sweet, we're on track. Did we miss the walkout?
Great news there. Sounds like the crew is tracking right on time with our planned countdown.
Yeah.
Now, after they take that elevator, they'll actually take the stairs up the last 10 feet to the 265-foot level, and that's where the crew access arm is located. That's where they will stop and make one final phone call before walking down the crew arm to the white room.
Did they already?
And
One
the
second,
white
chat. Oh my god. Oh.
actions are all functioning. After all actions are all functioning properly.
Nope. Okay.
After
No rewind,
closeout
chat.
team will
I have
close
no idea.
Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad.
It says
At
they
T-minus
already.
40 minutes, the crew
Okay, they're just
access
walking through
arm
it. I was
will
just making sure we
retract
didn't
away,
miss their
followed
walkout
by
and stuff.
The arming of the launch escape system.
And once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon will be configured for terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. And then finally, at T0, Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off. While we wait for the crew to finish getting suited and make their walkout, let's get a quick status check on the countdown. How's it going, John?
Well, Jesse, the good news is it's
Hey,
going
John
well
Innsbrucker,
right now.
the man, the
I'm
myth,
John
the
Innsbrucker,
legend.
Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently just under T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes.
This guy's the man.
And everything, as I mentioned, is going well. Just over an hour ago, the crew received their weather briefing. Currently, it's a 60% probability of violation. While the local winds are good, we're looking at scattered showers, thick clouds, possibility of flying through
All
rain.
in the landing
and that's what's
zone.
got the constraints as high as 60% violation. The good news is for the ascent corridor and around
it's
the
actually
world,
good.
conditions are looking better.
Oh, awesome.
It's
Well,
actually
better.
the best
Okay.
weather forecast overall we've had since we started scheduling the launch. The challenge we have is a forecast has to predict good weather in the splashdown locations throughout the 5-day mission.
Yeah.
And that's what's caused delays since late August up until this evening. Now, currently at Space Launch Complex 39A, you can...
Yeah, that's really important to talk about. So what he's actually talking about here, chat, is you want to talk about the splash zone. Splash zone, it can also be landing zone, right? The Dragon capsule is designed to land in the water, so it's a splash zone. So if you look at basically the United States, right? You look at like the side of it, they from KSC, right? They actually take a path that looks something more or less like this, going up, and then you have, you know, like your Iceland up here, and then you also have way over here, you have Europe and whatnot. So what they actually have to be able to account for is that if anything goes wrong with the first or second stage, the Dragon capsule is going to abort. And by abort, that means the Dragon capsule is going to fire its main propulsion systems that are actually on the Dragon capsule, separating from the second stage, and will then basically be on a ballistic arc to then be able to re-enter. And while it's over the ocean, they have to have clear weather, or at least good weather. They don't want to have massive waves and thunderstorms and whatnot that the capsule has to then land in, because it could take a while, depending on where boats are staged, for them to actually go and pick up the crew. So that means that all the way through the ascent profile, all the way up this way until they actually reach Europe, they have to have good weather conditions to make sure that if they have to abort for whatever reason, they can splash down and the crew will be safe. So this is what he was talking about for the splash zone and being able to look at weather, not only at KSC, right? KSC, you have to have good weather here to actually have favorable conditions for your launch vehicle to survive, but you also have to have good conditions for the abort contingencies. So a lot of stuff that we have to keep in mind and work with, unfortunately.
We want to keep them nice and cool.
It's
All right,
a
should
little
be
bit of a walk,
seeing walkout
as
here
you say.
pretty
It's
soon.
not that far, but it's a 3% grade or a 5% grade going uphill. So that's a little bit to do in your suits, even if they're flexible EVA suits.
They are made for walking, but walking in space.
Yeah,
Not on the ground.
Good point.
Yeah, they're not
That's
very
an excellent
flexible.
point. I was actually at Cape Canaveral.
And
a
those
couple weeks
suits,
ago
right,
for
are
some work,
designed for the harsh
and,
conditions
I
of
actually
space,
did that
and so
walkathon that you just
they're like
mentioned.
7 layers of different materials, all insulation to protect your body from depressing and to protect it from heat in the sun and cold in the shade. So you can imagine that when you're not hooked up to an ECLIS system, which basically circulates cool air and possibly water, depending on what sort of systems they have in the suit, you're dying in the Florida heat in the end of summer Florida. So yeah, not great.
So it's gotten a bit of
Their
a
launch
facelift
and EVA
since
suits,
then,
I believe
it might
so.
look a little
2 of them
different, but it's
are
the same,
supposed to be
Falcon support
EVA,
building,
and I
same suit
think they're the same suit that they're going to be
use
launching
to,
in. I haven't been
allow
able to confirm
time
that,
and
Snackless.
checkouts for the suits to be put on and make sure that
But only
everything-
2 crew members are going to be actually EVA. The other 2 crew members will not actually go outside the capsule.
The mobility of the suits and some of the upgrades we've made for these EVA suits. I'm hoping we get to see some of that mobility just with the walkout here and with.
But it
with the
sounds
crew
so.
just getting
It sounds
ready to
like
get
the
in their
EVA
Teslas.
suits are
You know,
also
these
going to be
suits
their
are
flight
really an
suits.
amazing feat of engineering. The engineering that went into the joints and just the mobility of the hands and the wrists. We're really going to get to see just an excellent view of all of that. It's pretty exciting. I can't wait to see that.
Awesome.
Yeah, just like the IVA suits are an extension of the spacecraft, this is going to be even more
Yeah.
so. This is essentially, EVA suits are basically a spacecraft in itself. So I really
They're
can't
more
wait to see them,
structurally
with
rigid
these
to help
suits.
with the
We're very excited for you all
pressurization.
to see them as well.
They're a little
This
bit
will
more
be our
beefy, so to
first
speak.
Look at the crew today. While they have done many
Hey,
rehearsals
there
and
they are,
practices,
chat.
in fact, there they are now.
Look at that.
Our Polaris Dawn crew, SpaceX's 5th all-civilian crew to fly
Oh, there
on
it goes.
Dragon.
Nice.
Wow, they just look so cool. don't
Commander
they?
Jared
They
Isaacman.
really do.
That's
They came out with their
the
visors
pilot.
down, which I thought was really
Kid
awesome. And now they got
Petrol.
their visors up.
And Manon,
Raise
the
the roof,
biomedical
nice dance
officer, or the
moves.
medical officer,
Countdown.
and Sarah
Crew
Gillis.
on schedule.
Yeah, and you can see even just with how they're
Yeah,
waving
which is
and moving
Jared,
their
the
arms around,
tallest
you know,
guy.
really the
Jared's
IVA
pretty
suits
tall.
are not capable of doing that type of motion. So you can really see that even though the suits do look similar, as we've said, there's quite a few upgrades that have gone into these suits.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing if
So
the
Jared definitely is in the
astronaut
EVA
lean-back
suit.
move will look any different
He's a
than
little
what
bit more
we've seen with
rigid,
the
if you can
IVA
tell.
suits. So yeah, at first glance, they might
I think
not
Kid
look
as well.
super different from the intravehicular suit or IVA suit that we've seen before. And oh, look at this great
Nice.
view of mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon there on the far right-hand
So
side of your
the
screen. To the left of her
EVA
is Sarah
suits,
Gillis,
Sarah
also a mission
and
specialist. To the left of her,
Jared
but in a
have the
different
cameras
vehicle, is our pilot,
in the,
Kid
I think these are
Poteet,
cameras.
And on the very left-hand side of your screen,
They
of
have
course,
the
is
first-person view
Commander
cameras
Jared Isaacman.
for the E
This
EVA.
is like one of my favorite views, getting to almost be inside of the cars with them. But
Truly
getting to see the
21st century
crew
tech.
in their
Yeah,
suits.
yeah, I know, right? It's crazy.
Again, they use these vehicles to help keep cool air flowing through their suits as well, so they can connect their umbilicals into these vehicles as they make their way to the launch pad. But they also get to listen to, hopefully, at least a song on the way to the launch pad. It's only going to be
Yeah,
about
it's like
5
one
minutes.
song.
Yeah, pretty short playlist.
F1 helmet cameras?
But
No
they do
idea.
get to pick, even though it's a short ride.
It wouldn't surprise
their
me
one
if it's some sort of
song,
commercial off the
that they get to
shelf
listen to,
ruggedized system like that.
Is chosen by each of the crew members. So
So it looks like the SpaceX Suit Up team has assisted the crew into
But you can see Kid here
into the
doesn't
Teslas.
really
The doors
can't
closing now.
can't really tell,
and the
but
crew will
they
be
don't look like they
departing
have the
up
cameras
to
like
pad
Sarah
39A
and Jared
momentarily.
have.
I love this view. They all look so excited.
Great
I'm
color
waiting
palette
to-
here too, with the white of the suits and the white of the Teslas. Looks great.
yeah.
What I'm curious, we haven't seen a shot of license plates. Because a lot of time the Teslas have some kind of a slogan
Sarah
or
and Anna,
saying
super
spelled
excited.
out on the plates.
I mean, how can you not be?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've got anything for this one.
Yeah, I guess we'll see, because they are now
Yep,
making
ninja
moves.
protection. That's right.
You can
They
see
got the pad ninjas
support
there.
vehicle leading the way with the 2 Tesla vehicles, bringing the Polaris Dawn crew on their way to the launch pad.
This is Core on countdown.
Oh,
Crew
clear-
transport to the pad is in progress.
We can see music is clearly going on as we got some conducting there momentarily.
Very excited crew heading to the pad here.
Awesome.
Yeah, just like Jesse mentioned.
So they got a little ways to go.
There is still
it's quite the
cool
drive.
nitrox or nitrogen oxygen
Not that bad,
air
though.
mixture flowing into their suits. That's what we saw the suit up team
The
assisting
women,
with
the
plug
men
them
are
in,
serious. The women are
so
giggling.
helping
I
make
mean,
sure that everyone stays comfortable.
so
in
Jared
this
has already
short
done
ride
this.
up to
He's a fighter
pad
pilot,
39A.
like, you know, just
Some big
all
smiles
all
there.
business.
They're cruising.
Women are engineers, right?
And you
Like,
can already see.
I'm pretty sure
the
I'd
launch
be in
pad
the women's position,
right
just
there.
being
You
like,
can
"Oh
see
my
how
god, I
close
can't
it
believe
was.
this."
Very short.
I don't have
drive.
that fighter pilot adrenaline
just enough for one
satisfaction.
Yeah. Now, like we said, the team has performed rehearsals. In fact, a full dress rehearsal.
They almost look like excited Kerbals. That's
where
true.
We simulated everything with
Look
the
at that launch vehicle,
countdown
though.
up
That is
to
looking
T0.
most excellent.
So while the Polaris Dawn crew has put these suits on and has ridden up to the pad in the dark, they've never done it on launch day before. And the feeling of standing next to your spaceship as it, is getting ready to have propellants loaded on board, it just must much be such a different experience. And Jared's feeling it for the second time, so I'm very excited to see his reaction in particular.
I like how he told them, take less stuff. But yeah, I wonder what he's told them about this, because when they walked out of the FSB, when we saw them, and oh, by the way, they were right on time. So schedule's looking good.
Uh-oh. She forgot to unplug. Do you see that?
First one out the
She
door.
forgot to unplug her suit from the ventilation system. She just jumped out of the car.
Yeah, when they came out the FSB, they're on the south side, so they can't see the rocket until they actually start to go up the grade, up the pad. So I wonder what their thoughts are as they finally see it all illuminated, going, this is it, it's not a rehearsal.
Well, technically speaking, the
while
last
we
time it wasn't a
don't have
rehearsal either.
A close-up shot back there, we were just barely able to see the license plates. They say for St. Jude, and they have original artwork from St. Jude patients, which is so cool.
I love that. I love that St. Jude has the patients do a lot of art and they utilize the art.
Yeah. Here's a great view.
There you
we
go. For St. Jude. Look at that. That's awesome. Yeah, didn't they say they raised over like $200 million for St. Jude? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, some thumbs up.
Our commander and pilot have stepped out of their vehicle with some waves and thumbs up.
So you can see the machine.
He's
there,
lowering
which
his visor
provides
a
the
little bit
cool
so he can
air,
look up through the
in
glass
transport
at
vehicle.
the launch vehicle.
The next step will be for them to take a look at their.
Because the launch vehicle, right, is very, very, very tall, and they're very close to it. So the only way with their rigid suits to be able to actually look at their crew capsule is they literally have to like bend and arch their back and like bend their knees and just completely arch themselves because their suits are too rigid. They can't just do this. So we should see that momentarily too.
Team with them, helping assist them with anything that the crew needs, even though these suits are very mobile.
Excuse me, is this a bad time to say I have to go to the bathroom?
Able to easily function, and you can see that they're helping with the umbilicals.
Batman has the
on
same
each
issue,
suit
true.
As they're going to make their way into the elevator and up the crew tower. And some excited waves and smiles there. The crew is going to
cameraman, you gotta
walking
focus a
over
little
to
bit.
be able to check out their
There you
vehicle,
go.
as Kate was saying.
There they are doing the classic lean.
And
I
a little
love
bit
this
of a
shot.
lean back.
There's a lean back, yeah.
What'd I say, chat?
Not quite as much as the IVA suits, but
It is a bit
is
of a
great.
challenge where they are, because they're on the side of the
Do you
vehicle
see,
with the
like,
strong
they can
back.
completely
That'll
arch,
incline a little bit.
but Jared,
Arrived at the back.
Jared and Sarah
And the
can't
caller
really
keeping
quite do
track
that.
for us on
Not
the
as
countdown
much.
net, telling us his major events have happened. Again, we're still right on time. But yeah, when they lean back, kind of got an obstructed view of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top, because the strong back kind of is in the way. But that's just the price of coming up on the elevator side.
oh yeah, they've got a long way to look up. It's over 200 feet to the top of that rocket, so.
The Twitter
Nice moment
clothes guy
here
would
to
approve, not
get
too
some
tight. Yeah.
photographs with the entire crew in front of their Falcon 9 rocket. Now, the Falcon 9 that's flying today is making its 4th trip to space. It previously supported the Crew 8 mission as well as 2 Starlink missions. And the Dragon spacecraft that they'll be flying in is Dragon Resilience, which first flew with the NASA Crew 1 mission and was followed about a year later with the Inspiration 4 mission.
And as we mentioned, this will be Jared's second time not only flying with SpaceX, but also this capsule itself.
Yeah. And we can see there that the first pair, I believe was Anna and Sarah, have entered the elevator. Right about now, they're hitting the button labeled space on that elevator panel. Once again, that goes up to the 255-foot level.
Once they get to that 255-foot level, they will walk up some stairs, and that'll take them to a very traditional telephone.
Yeah, so I just confirmed. It is Sarah Gillis and Jared Isaacman who are going to be doing the EVA.
And they'll be able to,
So they're the ones that have the camera on the right side of their helmet.
They've exited the
just
elevator.
chat. They have their
We'll
entourage.
see the stairs here momentarily.
A lot of people coming out of that elevator.
Yeah.
And we can see these arrows on the ground marking the direction for emergency
egress.
So you
guys haven't seen that, it's really cool. They literally have these big baskets that you sit in, and they basically are on a zip line that go all the way down away from the tower. So in the event of any sort of anomaly or any sort of emergency, whether that's a fire of some sort or who knows what, right? If they just got to get away from the vehicle, they can walk this way over to the side where there are baskets, and then I think each one fits like 2 or 3 people. So they can all get away from the tower.
The Inspiration 4 crew walked the very same steps that you see the Polaris Dawn crew making now. And they also had an opportunity to make this phone call that we're going to see take place here.
Why did they go in pairs of 2? I guess the elevator's only so big.
Here's who they decided to talk to for their last phone call before flying to space.
LC-40 has extendable slides.
When we got to the top of the launch tower, Jared and I came out of the elevator and went around and up the stairs and had a chance to make that final call with that really old push-button phone.
Yeah, these are all the Inspiration 4 crew members, minus Jared.
It's great. I chose not to call my wife because we had decided together that we had said our goodbyes after breakfast, and there was no need to kind of repeat that. So what am I going to do to make the most of this moment? Well, I decided to pay it back towards my friend Kyle, who gave me the seat to begin with, and I was so glad that he kept his phone on. So when I called his number and they dialed it for me, and I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?" And he just started cracking up. He was really excited that I gave him a call and said, "What are you calling me for?"
Hey, Andy, how's it going?
I said, "Well, I figured I'd give you a call before I get launched off this rock." And he I really appreciated that moment. It's another way to include those people that, that support you along the way.
Gave him the seat. That's pretty incredible.
I called my friend Kyle and
oh, absolutely, Andy.
I think it was the right choice. I hope he appreciated it.
For me, that last phone call before leaving the Earth was something that I knew would be significant.
So you can see Anna on the phone in the back. That's why they're talking over this.
Away. I'm divorced. I have no kids, and my first, idea was to talk to somebody who had influenced me, somebody that I looked up to, and so I asked to talk to Michelle Obama. And I was really fortunate that we had connections to be able to make that happen. But, that phone call is a personal moment. So nobody else gets to share it. So instead of me having that phone call with Michelle Obama at that moment before leaving the Earth, where it would have been just between me and her, we moved it to the day before so that my entire crew could have this experience of talking with her, which was the right decision.
Nice.
She was amazing. And then that left me with the opening of okay, well, who am I going to talk to? And I talked to my brother Langley, which was really great because I didn't know it at the time, but he has early onset dementia.
Oh, so he's about to call the next person.
It was very special to have that moment with him.
He's giving it to
Well,
Sarah.
all of my kids fell in love with Langley and
Yes.
started calling him Papa Langley. And,
Yes.
Oh, absolutely,
spent
Andy.
a lot of time with him. He was absolutely fantastic with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I chose to call my mom, my brother, and
That's
my sister-in-law.
Haley.
And my brother and sister-in-law are actually aerospace engineers.
Hey.
And so they had been such a big part of
Represent.
my journey because after a long day of training, I would be studying and I would call and say, like, what does this mean? And it also really bonded us even more. It was just been such a special journey, all of us together. And then getting to talk to them from the launch pad. I remember my mom just telling me that she was proud of me. And then I just remember hanging up because it's kind of in that moment you shift from the day of launch. There's just so many
All right,
exciting
next
moments
person.
where you're surrounded by people cheering you on. But then after you hang up and you turn towards the rocket, you're just very mission focused. Like, okay, we're doing this now.
Looks like it's going to Kid.
What a great way to summarize that. We're
Calling
doing this
Uber
now.
Eats. Yeah, because they still have 3 hours
And
to
here they
sit
come down
inside
the
of the
crew
crew capsule,
access arm.
dial up some
This
dominoes and see if they
is,
deliver.
Basically, their final approach to the Dragon spacecraft. This access arm will lead them into the White Room, which is an environmentally controlled room. Helps keep
Look at
it
that.
environmentally stable for the crew and the
Awesome.
spacecraft. Oh, love the heart symbol there.
This is so exciting to see our 2 SpaceX employees making their way down the crew access arm, getting ready to
You can
ingress
definitely tell
Dragon.
Sarah's a little
But
bit
first, before they do
stiffer
that,
in walking.
they are going to be handed a
Anna.
Sharpie. In fact, it's right there. And they're now going to
Hey,
add
they gotta
their
find a
name
spot.
to quite an esteemed wall of signatures. They're going to sign it next to the X logo, of course, which is for our astronauts that fly with our private missions, next to the NASA meatball
So
for
many
the
pad in this
NASA
chat.
astronauts.
Score on countdown. Crew have arrived at the White Room and expecting ingress imminently.
Expecting
Quite incredible just to
ingress
see the number of
imminently.
signatures around that X. You know, we talked about Inspiration 4, which was only a few years ago, and now here we are with Polaris Dawn, which is our 5th all-civilian mission to space. You know,
Yeah.
so we're just really getting the numbers up in terms of private civilians going to space.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
so
this.
all
I
of the
love this
NASA
tradition
astronauts
that
here
you get to sign the wall
that have flown on the crew
when you
missions
get
for
to
Dragon.
fly and basically be able to leave a mark at least somewhere right before.
It's
you lift
crazy to
off
think
to
that
outer
Crew
space.
9
And what's
is happening,
also super
chat.
cool is this
Crew
process
9.
of ingress that we're seeing. You'll notice crew members in the basically their
Jared Isaacman making
black
his call.
onesies, the ninja suits. And these are all part of the closeout crew. You can see a tablet there in action. They're following along.
So they're following
with
an
our
entire
electronic
rule
procedures
set.
or EPROCs.
Procedures step by
And what I
step.
think is so cool about this mission in particular is that the 2 women that you see on your screen now are part of the larger space operations team that helped to develop these procedures that the closeout crew are using now. So I think that's such a very cool
Yeah,
full circle
they
moment.
both work for SpaceX, to my understanding. So Sarah
Also
is part of
note
the
in the
mission
White Room,
operations, and
you know, it's
then so
a
is
fog,
Anna.
foreign object debris. Make sure there's not anything that you're tracking in. You don't want to bring it in the capsule. And the tablets are an example of that. You know, when I came up in the business, everything in the clean room was still paper. And you'd watch somebody actually using a pencil and eraser and trying to erase something, and then all of the little rubber shavings are going down.
So
on
they're
the
checking
ground.
the suit,
You're going,
making
"Oh,
sure
wait a
everything
minute,
is
that kind
good.
of violates the concept.
That
of,
during
no
their
fog."
sitting and walking
Yeah,
and
that's a
all
good
that sort of
point,
stuff,
John.
nothing
The
is
White Room is
come loose.
actually
Also taking a
clean room
picture as
environment.
proof
So
for
the
the
crew arm
actual
is actually
configuration
pressed up
of
against
their
the Dragon
right
spacecraft
there
to
on their
create
leg
a
is where
seal,
they actually have
to
part
make sure
of
that
the
you know it's environmentally
Eclipse system connection.
controlled inside of the crew access arm as well
So
as the
there's
White
Scott
Room before they
Poteet
ingress to
and
prevent,
Jared
you know,
Isaacman,
FOD and any,
commander or pilot and
exterior
commander
weather
respectively.
entering inside
There
the
they
White
are.
Room.
What a
This
great
is a great
shot.
view of the crew access arm in its entirety.
Oh yeah.
We can see that they are now entering.
That's
the
a tough
capsule
one in these
very
suits,
carefully.
chat.
There are some protective
That's
pieces
a
around the
low
hatch.
hatch.
That
That's
help
like
protect the hatch
lower than
itself,
like a
as well
submarine
as
hatch.
The suits and helmet.
Like, you know, the doors
we can
inside of a
see now
submarine?
that Jared and
You always see
Kid
that in,
have
like, the
entered
movies and
White
stuff, or
Room
if you
and are
visited
about
a
to
sub
add their
museum.
signature. I have a feeling that Kid may have just pointed to Jared's original signature from his
Yep.
Inspiration 4, and I think Jared's probably trying to figure out what to do now.
Yeah, where does he put his second signature?
Like a
He's
dot
our
next to my
second
name or
frequent
something.
flyer
Yeah.
after MLA. Michael Lopez Alegria, who
Like, I don't think I would
flew
just sign my
twice,
name again.
on Dragon, and now
I'd find my
Jared
original
gets to
signature
be,
and
frequent
do something to
flyer
it.
on the same spacecraft that he flew on
Plus
before
2,
with
yeah.
Inspiration 4.
Well, so,
Very cool.
but what happens if he's going to do a
have an air
third mission,
miles
right? He's going to be
program
doing
set up yet.
Fram 2 and
work on
Polaris
that,
3.
So inside
I'd put
the capsule,
dots, I think,
Sarah
or something like
and
that.
Anna are getting situated in their seats.
Like the
There
second
is a
derivative,
closeout
yeah, it could
team
be
member
something like
inside
that.
the
Or
capsule,
prime, like a
helping
little
them
little
get
prime
buckled
mark.
in, with their safety harness. Oh, actually, we can see there now our first live view inside Dragon Resilience. Sarah and
You
Anna
want to say that too, yeah.
occupying the
Will Haley
window
go back to
seats, as
space?
it
I
were,
don't think so,
which
Andy.
is absolutely the seat I would
Not
also
to my
want,
knowledge. Maybe
if I
in
were
the
flying
future.
Dragon.
But
And this,
more
Jared will
importantly,
do Fram 2.
mission specialist
Oh,
seats
Jared
go
isn't
in,
Fram
'cause
2?
that'll
I thought
still
Jared
leave
was
the
on
center
all
line
of the Polaris Dawn
open
missions. Okay,
for when
my mistake.
Jared and Kid go
My
on
mistake.
in.
So
it's-
then, yeah, so
there's
somebody in
kind of an
Twitch
order
chat,
to how you
Stealthy
get into the
Sumo,
Dragon spacecraft.
confirmed Jared isn't
Absolutely.
on
And as we
Fram
mentioned
2. So my
before,
bad.
our-
I thought he was
our
on all of
procedures
the
document all of this down to
Polaris
a
Dawn
T,
missions.
even down to the fact
Fram 2
that
isn't Polaris Dawn?
the pad preparation
But there are
crew
3
that
Polaris
arrives
Dawn
in
missions, and I thought
advance
one of the
the,
Polaris,
astronauts,
Polaris
they
missions, the
actually
Polaris
have it in
program.
their
It's not part of the Polaris
procedures to
program?
Make sure there is a Sharpie
Interesting.
ready to go
I thought it
in the
was.
White Room. So we can see now Scott, or
What are the
he
missions for
actually goes by
Polaris?
his, call
I want to make sure I
sign,
get that
Kid
right.
Poteet, now making his way momentarily, getting a final check for zipper fitment.
Because I know Polaris is going to
and
end
the
up
finer
on
adjustments
Starship at
of
some
the
point, right?
spacesuit
Like, I think
before
that's
ingressing
Polaris
into
3.
the capsule.
The Polaris program, to my knowledge, is 3 missions.
Jared waiting so patiently.
Yeah, and the crew is there again to help them. They're also helping check for FOD, but you'll also see them.
Oh, it doesn't actually
as
say
they
on their
ingress
website.
to
It just says
protect
it's
their
going to build
helmets,
upon Polaris Dawn.
from hitting
Okay,
the
fair enough.
hatch,
I stand corrected.
hatchway
Very
as
good.
they enter, making sure they don't damage the suits, making sure they don't.
But
hurt
regardless, he's
themselves
supposed to
while
be
they're
on the.
entering.
I could only imagine he's going to be on the other 2 Polaris
To
missions.
help them with every and anything in preparation.
Oh,
to get
look at
into
that,
their
chat.
seats and get
No
ready
way.
For liftoff.
We can see
That-
the suit up. Excuse me, the
That
closeout
is,
team there
pretty tough.
assisting Kid,
And that's with an
make sure he doesn't
IVA
bump his
suit. That's the
helmet
more
as he
flexible
enters.
suit.
If
Let's
you're
see how
wondering what
Jared
that
Isaacman,
green
the
flashing light
tallest
is,
crew
that's
member,
actually a
who's in an
hazardous operation
EVA suit.
indicator
The EVA
used
suit
at
being
all
more
of our
structurally
facilities,
rigid because it's supposed to be
around
capable of
Cape
going
Canaveral and
outside.
Kennedy Space Center. Green means go, as you can see.
Green means go.
We will, of course, right about, whenever we have a pad clear period, that
Oh, that's true, Andy.
status
Possibly,
indicator will change to yellow and red, of course.
Jump head first. Yeah, just get a running start.
Yeah, Jesse talked about the clean
Or
room,
have the pad
white
ninjas,
room,
like, pick
and
you
the
up
seals
by your
around the
stomach and
spacecraft.
just-
You get a little bit of a look as Jared gets ready to ingress. But the seals are in place. Later on, we ought to see they'll
oh dear.
retract the seals, and then
Oh
you can
dear.
see daylight, or in this case, night, around the
There you
spacecraft
go.
as we get ready later on to retract the arm.
There you go.
And there goes Jared into Dragon.
All right, time to
Last
strap them all
Polaris Dawn
in.
crew member to ingress the Dragon spacecraft.
Add any seat parts that they
Can't
might
wait
have.
to see an up close
decoupled right now.
photo of what Jared
Strap
decided
them all
to do
in.
with signature number 2. We can see all
Why does
4
he
crew
look like
members
me?
now
Well,
in
thank
their
you.
seats. Sarah
Yeah,
and
he's my
Anna.
doppelganger, I guess.
So just a quick rundown
good-looking
on the
guy.
far
I
left
appreciate
side of
that
your
compliment.
screen in seat number 4.
Load him up
is,
like a torpedo.
Anna
Yeah,
Menon.
exactly.
Then to the right, we have Kid Poteet, our pilot, followed by Jared Isaacman, our commander. And then on the far right side,
Sarah Gillis.
Sarah Gillis.
So Anna,
Now getting
Scott,
strapped into her 5-point safety
Jared,
harness as
and
well.
Sarah. Turns out I'm going to space. Who
Nice
knew?
view of the vehicle.
Yeah, I have a green screen. You
from
can't
the
see behind me. I
exterior
could
as
be in
well as
the
interior.
cargo space, right?
For those of you that have just recently joined us, this is pad 39A. This is personally my favorite launch pad in the world.
Yep, it's a historic
where,
launch pad. Space shuttle
many
chat.
shuttle missions took off, as well as many Apollo missions, including Apollo 11.
Yep.
This is where
First to the
humans
moon.
first
Landing.
left for the moon from.
And Kate, as we look at this view, we talked about they went up to the 255-foot level and then 10 feet up and across the arm you see on the right, and now in the capsule.
Yeah, you see?
You go back to the shuttle
that,
days,
chat?
just give you an idea of the size of Falcon 9 with
Yeah,
Dragon.
just I'm floating in
Shuttle,
space, right?
they
There's a
got
shuttle
off at
behind
the
me.
195
What can I
foot
say?
level and then entered the shuttle. So the actual 255 and higher, That pretty much was to give everybody an overview.
I've never
looking
seen
down on
I2 and
the
Jared in the
shuttle
same
stack.
room. Exactly. What can I
If you
say,
wonder how
chat?
big the Falcon 9
Yeah,
is, it's taller than a space shuttle.
I'm a billionaire who created Shift 4. Yeah, that's me, you know. That's me. Surprise! Hey, Space Jupiter, how are you doing? So they're strapping him in right now in their 4-point harness. Got 1 over, 1 over, 1 over, 1 over, chat.
Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's just take a moment to get familiar with the
exactly,
spacecraft
Stealthy. Yeah,
that they
there
will
you
call
go.
home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to...
So you know why that's actually extra ironic, chat? Is because technically speaking, Dragon Capsule has a worse safety rating than Starliner. Technically speaking. NASA required all crew capsules, so Dragon and Starliner, to have a minimum safety rating of 275. So that's 1 failure in 275 missions. SpaceX met that minimum at 275, and technically speaking, Boeing. Oh, what a great shot, though.
Orient the spacecraft during the mission.
The thrusters
Each
firing.
Draco thruster is capable
that's
of
so
generating
nice.
90 pounds
Nav
of force
lights
in the
for
vacuum
port
of
and
space.
starboard.
These engines
Look
are
at
as
that,
important to
chat.
Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9.
So good.
In addition to the 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos that power space.
Dragon did explode more, that's true. But so technically speaking, Starliner was designed to have a safety rating of like 295, meaning 1 failure in 295 missions. So he said it's designed to be the safest capsule ever created. Technically speaking, Boeing Starliner is, but it's also, the proof is in the pudding, right, Chad? The proof is in the pudding, as Bill Nelson would say, and definitely Dragon is proving far better than Starliner, unfortunately.
Observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you see there on your screen, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and
Are they doing
re-entering
anything
the
special
spacecraft
with the
during
first stage?
spacewalk.
So they are going to be
This
doing
Dragon is
a
also carrying
recovery attempt.
Starlink,
Yep.
making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit.
This should be drone
Inside of
ship
Dragon is
landing
a router
on
connected to a user terminal in
JRTI.
Dragon's trunk.
Just read the instructions.
This terminal will be linked to a new device.
Looks like
known as
F1
the
drivers, but
plug-in
for space.
placer,
Yeah,
which
truly.
will enable the spacecraft to
Truly.
communicate with Starlink satellites that will be
Look
in
at
orbit
that.
below Dragon.
So one of the awesome things here from this mission is they are doing a technical demonstration, a technology demonstration of actually having the crew capsule up here communicate through Starlink, which would actually be a game changer for all future crew missions, because no longer would they have to rely on NASA and TDRS. TDRS is the communication satellite constellation that NASA uses for communications with basically the ISS. Used to use it for the shuttle, basically all crew missions. But and even Dragon and Starliner capsule missions. But now they can actually prove that Starlink can work with this. That's pretty phenomenal. That's actually disruptive to that sort of like status quo.
He supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in
Yep,
March
this was a
earlier
Crew
this
8.
year.
This was a
It's
Crew 8
also
mission,
supported
Inspiration 4.
Two SpaceX Starlink missions. After stage separation,
I'm sorry, they
when
were
the first
talking about
stage has done the bulk of its job for the day.
first stage.
It will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way
This is
back
the
down
4th
towards
flight for
Earth.
this mission.
First burn is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. And finally, on the first stage, we have the landing burn.
At
which
least
will further
Starliner's
decelerate the
bathroom
rocket
works, that's
just
true.
enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. Placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, they're stowed during ascent, and they will deploy just before landing. Moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second stage. This engine ignites just a few seconds after stage separation and can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine is capable of more than 220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space. At full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American hydrocarbon rocket engine. And let's not forget the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stage to separate during flight. That's also where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, which are at the base of the inner stage, and these help orient the rocket during the entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages be made just across the aisle. All right, well, we continue to count down here. How are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things continue to go well.
For a hydrocarbon rocket, yeah, exactly.
We're just over T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes. We saw the crew ingress into Dragon less than 15 minutes.
Methalox is like, theoretical impulse is like 380 or something like that. 380 is like the theoretical maximum. And then at sea level, you're typically getting around like 320. It's pretty good.
Spacecraft. Now, with the umbilicals connected and everyone complete with their initial setups, the SpaceX core, we ought to initiate a communication check with the crew. That'll happen somewhere in the next several minutes. We should hear that over the countdown net. Now, once those comm checks are complete and everybody has checked through Dragon, made sure everything underneath the seats of the crew is clear out of the way, and then the ground team backs away, the crew seats will rotate into a launch position, and then the SpaceX ground team will begin the work to close the hatch. That'll include suit leak checks, closing the hatch, doing hatch leak check, working our way through until what eventually becomes about T-minus 1 hour when everything's buttoned up and the ground support team heads out of the pad area.
Starship never achieved orbit, so Merlin remains better.
Speaking of launch, right now the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, is in a fairly quiet state. You can see on your screen, Falcon 9 Dragon, crew axis arm in position.
It's only filled with RP-1 right now, right? Or is it not even filled with RP-1?
Not a lot has been happening with Falcon 9 lately. The SpaceX
might not even be filled
countdown
with RP-1.
engineers, they'll be conducting some checks as we hit the 2-hour mark. They'll be going over mostly data that's been collected during checkouts over the past 6 hours as we started the master countdown sequence for the launch vehicle.
So remember, we still have a 60% chance of a no-go tonight, chat. 60% chance. So we will see. Hopefully this sticks. Main thing that they were saying tonight as the problem was actually around Kennedy Space Center. For the actual launch vehicle, there's some high-level cloud cover and some winds and stuff like that, so it's not ideal for KSC, but this is the best weather that we've had for all of the splashdown zones in case of an abort scenario and things like that. So that's something that kept us from launching last week or the last couple of weeks, is all of that that weather that was happening in the Atlantic, but that's clearing up. So you can see Scott Poteet here. He is actually the pilot for this mission. He's going through the basically the tablet here. So is Jared Isaacman. Actually, they kind of all are, except for Sarah Gillis, who's talking to the Pad Ninja. But all of them are looking at the checklist there, basically saying, whatever information they need to see, whether that is, waiting for confirmation from mission control on what the next step is for preparing the vehicle for propellant transfer and things like that. So definitely got some downtime right now.
See, they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from
35 minutes out for RP1. Yeah, so T minus 35 minutes for RP1. Got it.
Now the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, takes a couple of minutes. Then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft.
And then they wait.
Enables the Super Draco thrusters.
Hurry up and wait, chat.
Both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Making sure they're tied into the Dragon capsule comms.
Dragon looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS1, and MS2.
Copy that, SpaceX Commander, comm check.
Pad Ninjas are out. That was the final go fist bump. Yep, no console. Well, the console's up here, but they'll rotate up to the console.
Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
Yep, see, he's talking about the seat rotation. Because right now, right inside of the Dragon capsule, the console's like this, but they're kind of like this right now. and then they're going to rotate into basically this position, right? If this is the console here, they're going to actually rotate upward to be able to actually not only get the loads on their back, but also be able to get up into the console area.
Checks. There you see a view looking through the hatch into Dragon. You can see some of the
ninjas
crew
brutally
inside
punch
their white,
astronauts. Yeah, exactly.
Suits. And then the black garbed SpaceX ground support team getting out of the way right now as we get ready for seat rotations. Now we heard the comm checks. That's umbilical. The spacecraft is hooked up through electrical lines, and that's how they're getting communications up to the crew and back down to the core, the mission director, the launch director. And that comes through umbilicals in their suits.
Yep.
So they've got.
So they're tied
those
into the
hooked
capsule
up, they're
comms
checked
right now.
out, and so that's the landlines. That's one of the ways that the SpaceX mission and launch teams and crew can talk to each other. Now, once in space, we obviously
They're all saying
don't
goodbye
have a
right
long
before
electrical
the hatch
umbilical
close
or
here.
any physical connection
We
to
can't see
Dragon.
it from this direction, but the hatch is over here, and so they're all doing the last pictures from the pad ninjas there and all that jazz.
In the countdown, and we'll bring that to you when that happens.
Jared.
Right now, the crew waving.
Jared seems to be one of those guys who doesn't quite know how to smile for the
And here
camera.
comes seat rotation.
Like every time we see Jared for like camera pictures and whatnot, he's always like doesn't quite do it. Doesn't quite do the full smile.
Ground team out of the way. You can see the seats rotating.
There they
into
go.
the launch
See,
position.
so they wrote not only
This
back
allows
but
them
also
to
up
take
a little
the
bit.
roughly 3.5 to 4 G's acceleration, lying back.
Yeah, so now they're in the perfect position to have all the G loads basically push them into their seat instead of compressing like their spine. Like if they were sitting in a chair like I am, all the loads would be from their head down their spine, right? But now all of the loads are basically coming straight down towards their spine instead of compressing their spine.
Dragon, seats are in the launch position.
Now time to take a nap. If you guys remember Butch and Sunny's launch on Starliner back in June, at this point, Butch was basically in his suit and was conking out, taking some Z's, taking a nap before launch.
Is what you're right in front
You
of
got
them,
2.5
access
hours and you're just going to be
panels.
reclining
And of course,
back,
as we
so
just
why
talked
not?
About, tolerate the
It
acceleration.
does keep the blood in their head, absolutely. Yep.
Now they're about to begin. Next up is initiating suit leak checks. Make sure the spacesuits
So yeah, it's
are
a good
in
point
proper working
as well.
conditions before
Yeah, also
liftoff.
being in that laid back position, it
wanna do
also
that.
keeps blood from
Then
just
we get
draining
into,
out of their head.
Side hatch closure. We've got to make sure the seats are good first, because once we do
Yeah,
the
turn
hatch
down the
closure,
lights, exactly.
Then we do a leak check of the entire spacecraft through that hatch. With that successful, as I mentioned, we've got some simple launch escape system checks, mostly just cycling through some conditions. The closeout team will then depart from the pad between T-minus 1.5 hours and 1 hour.
Yeah, can we get an in-flight movie?
before,
They have massive,
get
this,
through
like,
that-
so unlike Starliner, right? Starliner has a more conventional cockpit setup, if you will. A lot of manual switches, a lot of knobs and everything to basically control all of the systems. Basically smaller screens, almost like you would find in a aircraft cockpit. For Dragon Capsule, it's like almost all digital. You have massive, like two or three monitors, almost like the size of a large, like 30-inch monitor or something like that. And there's 2 of them side by side in that control panel. So yeah, you could definitely get like, hey, can you throw on a movie? You know, that'd be great.
Looking good. Upper altitude winds are looking good. The big thing
Can
we're
it run
looking at
Doom?
is just
Yeah,
whether or not
indeed.
You are go for 4.100 section 2 suit leak check preparation.
400-02 leak check prep.
Getting really good comms.
So on their tablet that we saw, that's actually velcroed or strapped to their thigh, that iPad has all of those checklists that they have to run through. So they can literally follow along with all the call outs from mission control, basically saying, hey, go to step 4000.20 or whatever it actually ends up being, and they can actually read that and say, okay, this is where we are, this is the step-by-step process.
You bring up a good point, John, and that has been such a tricky element of this mission so far is the weather. And it's not just the weather at Florida that we're looking at. It's also
all the way down,
weather for
all the way down the Space Coast, or all the way down the
Dragon will splash down
northeast
in 5 days'
coast.
time.
Yep.
We have to be sure that we can bring Polaris Dawn back safely within the weather bounds, and so this time of year is a little challenging
hurricane season
in that part of the world, and we're really hoping that we can stick it out. In terms
Hurricanes,
of
typhoons, and cyclones, chat. They're all in season. Still have big notepads. Hey, you know, there's something about physical, you know, pages, right?
Copy. You are go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Section 3.
Copy that, SpaceX. Go for Section 3.
I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks like Anna's taking a nap. I don't think she is. I think she's looking at what Scott is doing on the monitor.
Visors down into the
But it does,
position.
it does look like she's
at this point in
you know,
time, we're going to inflate
all that
the
excitement,
suits
right?
to
All that
a certain
adrenaline and
pressure,
whatnot just
at
leaves your
that
body during this
pressure
time.
for a couple of minutes and measure the amount of decay or pressure loss over that period of time. Based on our simulations, and our
Hey, there you go,
rehearsals,
Snaggles.
the folks on console know the acceptable amount of
Is Vandy
pressure
not
for these
human rated?
suits.
No.
So they're going to basically
at least
take
not
this reading
currently,
and
right?
make sure that everything
There's
looks
no,
good for all 4
there's no
crew
crews
members.
going out
If
of
we
Vandy
see
anytime soon.
some sort of pressure decay, it might mean that the helmet isn't fully closed or the zippers are not fully zipped shut. So we do this leak check before closing the hatch, just in case if one of those things occur.
And you can see that the suits are starting to inflate. We saw them very mobile without the inflated suits. You'll see them kind of get a little bit more rigidity in those new EVA suits with the pressure inside of them. But
Lots of summer heat to turn around. Yep. As summer comes to a close. What's the last day of summer? The end of September, right?
So we can see the closeout crew standing by.
So here's the
as we
pad
execute
ninjas
this
doing
suit leak
their
check. Like I mentioned,
last prep for the suit leak check, and then they got to do. So after this, they then have to close the hatch. Then they have to do the hatch leak check. Make sure the hatch is all bolted and locked into place. All that jazz. So they still got a ways to go here. They're just going to be chilling basically in this configuration until the hatch close out.
Hand side of the screen. In anticipation of a successful leak check, I think they're starting to do the close-up inspections of the seal around the hatch.
Yep, that's what you see these guys doing.
Sometimes you
looking
get
at the
even
gasket around
something as
the
small as a
hatch.
human hair trapped in there, and you can detect that. So they're starting to get a quick look just to make sure that you know, the cleaning steps where they may want to pay special attention.
Notice the carbon fiber
that's a great
foot
point.
pedestal
The hatch that they
on all of
are
them. Carbon
now
fiber,
inspecting
super
is
strong,
the
very
side
lightweight.
Hatch. This hatch is only going
Same
to
with
be
the
used right now
armchairs,
and when the
the-
crew returns in about
the
5
chair
days.
arms.
The hatch that
September
will be
22nd,
utilized
nice.
for the spacewalk or the extravehicular activity will be the forward hatch, which is the circular hatch located at.
So we talked about this before, Chad. I think we talked about this last week on Go No Go. One of the things to consider here, which is kind of interesting, right, is the reliability and risk assessment for doing this mission regarding the EVA. The reason being is because in order to actually perform the EVA right, you have to decompress, like actually evacuate all air, essentially all pressure from inside of this pressure vessel, right? They don't have an airlock, so the entire crew module has to be evacuated of atmosphere. And so when you're talking about like your risk assessment, you have to take into account the reliability of each one of these suits. And then, based on the reliability of these suits, you raise those to the exponent. So essentially, if each one of these suits has a reliability as safe as, or as reliable as the Falcon 9, Falcon 9 currently has like a reliability of like 0.997. Very, very reliable, right? Like 3 out of 1,000 missions are going to go awry in terms of like their landing or whatnot. But even then, if each one of these suits has 0.997, right? You raise that to the 4th power because there are 4 of them. And so that gives you your overall probability of success, let's call it, It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to have a catastrophic failure, but it means something could go wrong where you don't meet your objectives. So if that's the case, and you raise 997 to the 4th power, let's actually see what that is. Raised to the 4th power, that gives you a 98% chance of achieving your objective, right? So these suits probably have even higher, success rating than that, but it's just interesting to think, right? Like, in order for this mission to be carried out, all 4 suits have to actually be rated for complete depress of the crew module. And so that adds into the risk assessment that you have to perform. So it's just really interesting because it's actually a pretty risky mission, all things considering, right? Your stats class is coming in handy here, exactly. Oh, ready for side hatch closure.
Ready for side hatch closure.
Do the ninjas get to choose their numbers, or are they assigned? That's a good question. I have no idea.
Almost, 10 years.
There's a sad ninja somewhere, maybe.
Excited and giddy stepping into a Dragon capsule. It's just so.
I don't know. Being a part of the pad ninjas seems like a pretty awesome job.
Think about it. If you've been to the Smithsonian or some of the other museums.
That too, Captain Failure. Yeah, just talking about the suits though. Yeah, but you also have to make sure you can repress your system. Yeah.
There's about 450 switches in there, so 3 people had to know where everything was. But it also meant that if you were on the left side and your switches were yours, it wasn't like the person in the middle or the right could do the same function. Whereas with the touch panel display,
she's at Hawthorne now. Cool.
Worst case, your screen goes bad. Just use the person's next to you, or have, in this case, Jared can take Kid, or Kid.
So this should be launching out of LC-39A. It's the old shuttle pad that's been bought and used now, leased and used by SpaceX for crew missions. Don't forget that Crew 9 mission that'll be launching a Dragon capsule here in the next couple of weeks. We'll actually be launching out of LC-40, and that will be the first, as far as I'm aware, the first crew mission out of that pad.
It's almost like those switches are.
So SpaceX is about to have a couple of crew-capable pads here.
Make whatever updates you need to.
We got 32, we got 8. I saw 19 earlier. In terms of the pad ninjas, there's 19.
So we saw some waves happening.
20, 36,
with the
7.
Polaris crew. It looks like the closeout team is preparing. Yep, they're removing the protective paneling that they put around the side hatch to protect the hatch itself during ingress.
So these Velcro cushions here.
Of side hatch closure.
Taking
now,
those out.
Once we close the side hatch, we will do something very similar as we just saw with the suit leak checks. We will perform a hatch leak check where we inflate the seal around the hatch itself, hold it at a certain pressure for a couple of minutes, and do the same thing. Measure
all the remove before flight tags, chat. You see that? All the remove before flight tags. Make sure you remove
as John
them.
Mentioned before, the smallest piece of FOD.
And they take out the hatch cover. And now you're ready to close it.
We can see many panels being removed, and this helps to protect that side hatch, and we're going to see them do another inspection before enclosure.
What's exciting about this mission is typically we usually say when that side hatch closes, it's the last
if you don't remove them,
the
that's how you end up sideways on the moon. Yeah, something like that.
Until they return back to Earth. But in this case,
look at that massive window, though.
We will be.
That's a large window, chat.
A different hatch during this mission for them to do a.
You love the numbered suits; they are pretty nice.
And it looks like they are taking some closeout pictures.
And if you think about it, kind of ingenious, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's like completely out of this world, like, oh, that's so smart, but it's honestly smart, right? Because the pad ninjas, because they are completely covered in order to help mitigate any sort of FOD, as well as any sort of germs and things going into the crew module here during basically once the hatch closes, you're not able to recognize the person in front of you, especially if their back is turned. So that's why they, of course, have numbers, being able to recognize who's who and whose job is what. So definitely pretty cool to see.
Dragon has you loud and clear, DC. How many?
Remove before flight tags? Yeah, exactly.
Dragon MD on
so this is mission control. I believe this is out of Hawthorne. Should be out of Hawthorne, California.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD loud and clear, standby for comm checks with LD.
Mission director. And then launch director, MD-LD. There's the LD talking. No, I was just thinking in my mind, I didn't say it, chat, but I was like, yes, the launch coverage has been really smooth and steady so far. I thought it, chat. I thought that. That was my fault. I'm sorry. Was it me that got hung up? No. No, it's actually the live stream. Gosh dang it, chat. Who said it? Who spoke it out loud? I know it was one of y'all. Having all pad ninjas the same color seems suboptimal. Yeah, true. Are we back? Nope, still caught. Yeah, okay. This better not happen during launch. But the coolness factor, it's all about the coolness factor. No one wants to be the red shirts, yeah. 172,000 people viewing this right now, by the way, chat. That's pretty awesome. Come on. Come on back, X. X clearly does not mark the spot, chat. Gotta say. Not bad for being so late. Yeah, that's true. And 2 hours, right? It's still 2 hours until launch. So I wonder what this number is going to be when it's, you know, T-5. Yeah, it's still nothing. Still the same problem that we were having before, so. Well, what a bummer, chat. What an absolute bummer. I want to make sure I have these out. There we go. Those are fine. Don't need this one. Don't need this one. Don't need this one. Don't need that one. Hey, look at that. Artemis 2 hardware, chat. Yeah, that was part of our Go No Go poll news segment. So we got some of that to get through as well once we hit a downtime in the stream, apparently. Andy. Kind of reminds me of 1960s cartoons where the villains had numbers. Ah, yes, of course. Of course. Yeah, the stream is down, chat. Stream is down. Is it worth putting nuclear engines on an SSTO? Probably not. Just because you're not going to be able to use those nuclear engines in the atmosphere because their performance is not as good, right? And they're also really, really heavy. So I would say probably not. Probably better off not doing that. Man, the stream is really struggling, chat. Like, just to confirm, it's not me, right? Oh, it's an SSTO for Duna? Well, if it's an SSTO for Duna, then maybe. That makes it more viable. Twitter stream is a no-go? You're not wrong. Twitter stream is definitely a no-go. Or the moon? I mean, yeah, if it's an SSTO, single stage to orbit, and you need the Delta V to then get to the moon or Duna, then yeah, put a nuke on it. But my question would be, is that really the best? Is having an SSTO? Because then you're carrying, like with an SSTO typically, you're carrying a lot of structural mass to your end destination that you don't necessarily need. And you would actually be more payload mass efficient by having a multi-stage design. But teach their own. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to play KSP or how to design your vehicles. Just saying. Things to think about. Yeah, use the SSTO to build stuff in orbit to then go to other places. There you go. Now you're talking. Now you've unlocked Venture Star and all that sort of stuff. Not just you checked mine as well. Cool. Yeah, just making sure. I mean, I figured it wasn't just me, but it's kind of crazy that when will they learn, chat, that their actions have consequences? If they just stayed with multi-streaming to YouTube and X, that'd be so nice, chat. That'd be so nice. Well, I mean, like I said, we're not necessarily missing much. They're doing all their closeout procedures and whatnot right now, so, you know. We could do an Ask Me Anything. Oh, you know what I wanted to do, chat? I will do that later. But yeah. Just chilling until it comes back. The owner thought differently. I know, but like, why not why not multi-stream? You know, use X so you get all of your X followers here, and then also use YouTube where it's consistent and reliable. Either that, or you know, by now he's had Twitter for what, like a year or whatever. Like, let's get X video platform better. Yeah, it's definitely still not going. Just turned your CSET proposal into a space station. I like it. I like it. I like where your head's going. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm actually working, by the way, for anyone interested in doing the CSEP proposals, CSEP being my community engagement program, if you will, for a Kerbal Space program. I am starting up basically currently drafting a contract for a Mooner crew resupply contract that will be similar to this one, but will be landing on the moon. So it's not out yet, of course, but if you're interested, chat, that will be going live probably later this upcoming week. Probably like maybe Wednesday, because the other contract closes on Wednesday, but we'll see. Man, this is a long outage, chat. This is crazy. Seriously, this is actually crazy that their stream is out this long. Just why though? KSP while we wait. Well, if we do anything, I'll probably go back to our space news. Just so we don't get wrapped into KSP missions, right? Like, I would hate to like do a launch with you guys and be like, oh my god, I have to pause and we have to get back to this. So like, we'll do like some space news in between. You need to take lessons on how to even play Kerbal. To each their own. You play Kerbal how you want and think you should be playing Kerbal. That's how you play Kerbal. I wonder if it's a regional outage. Why are you back? Or are you okay.
Doing a different checkout.
There we go. I got skamazed, chat. I got actually skamazed. That's so cruel. That is so cruel. Wow. Skamazed. The scam, chat. All right, well, you know what? I guess until this comes back, we will get back to our space news. So if you didn't see this, chat, so getting back into our our go no go poll news segment. Don't worry, we're gonna do this just until SpaceX comes back. If you guys are new to the stream, I play KSP as my main game, but we also do some space industry, aerospace engineering news segments as well. And so we just finished up a few of our go news, as we call it, basically the good news for the space industry. You'll notice that I have Polaris Dawn here as a go, but also Polaris Dawn here as a no-go. Tentative, because we don't know yet if Polaris Dawn's actually going to launch tonight. It's a 60% chance of a no-go. So we'll see. But anyways, chat, we covered everything up to Artemis 2 hardware. Blam. There it is, chat. Look at that. So this is the interstage adapter down after delivery at Kennedy Space Center. And look at that. Look at that beautiful placement of the logo. Boeing right there in Kennedy Space Center right next to the VAB. But this is Artemis 2 flight system hardware. This is actually going to be the flight system that goes integrated on the very top of the rocket. Let me see if I can actually find said rocket picture. Would be most excellent. Actually, do I have it here? Not there. No, I do not. I Don't. Do I have it here? No, I don't. I don't. So let me see. SLS rocket. So it's this interstage part, right? Actually, is there an exploded view? Exploded view would be great. Anyways, so this fantastic picture from Artemis 1 that we can look at. That part right there, basically connecting the core stage with Orion, and then inside of it, of course, is the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS. That is the second stage of the SLS Block 1. So it's that flight system. Oh, can't see it, chat. It's this flight system right here. We can't look. I know you're blind. Use your imagination, chat. Okay, I told you to use your imagination earlier. That's right, Stealthy. Use it. Come on, chat. But it's this flight system right here, and bablam, there it is. Beautiful Boeing placement for advertisement, of course. Missing the pick again. You know, I was showing it the whole time. You're supposed to use your imagination. All right, Captain Failure. But yeah, so it's this part right here that will be flying on Artemis 2. So that is the Artemis 2 flight hardware. Remember, Artemis 2 is supposed to be the first fully crew flight system taking astronauts on a free return trajectory around the moon. So it's supposed to be an all-up test of the Orion capsule, of the full Artemis system as a whole, with crew on board going out to the moon. It's a pretty ambitious mission. Looks like hatch is not fully sealed yet. Is it back? Hey, there we go. Okay, it's back.
A little bit more work.
Yeah, we'll get back. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me right now? With horrible quality? Why?
And a lot of activity
There we go.
throughout this morning.
All right, we're back. We're back at this chat.
And
going back to it, yeah.
Now they get to, monitor how the vehicle is doing and read through any procedures.
Yeah,
that they
just
want
the
to on their
absolute
tablets
fail
and
on the
prepare for that T0 in
quick
just about a
turnover
couple
to
hours
space
from now.
news.
Great shot of the pad there.
The SpaceX
tall
cast
at
here
Launch Complex
has me
39A.
running circles.
Just about T-minus 2 hours away from liftoff. Of course, we do have our 4 members of Polaris Dawn in the Dragon at the top of the vehicle right now.
Don't you do this to me.
No.
Okay. Stop it.
So
Stop.
So far today, everything has
Please.
gone according to plan. We are on time with all of our procedures.
We are looking good, chat. I'm glad I'm not streaming this. Yeah, tell me about it.
Taking their last breath of fresh air until they splash down in 5 days. The side hatch is now closed, one of the last major milestones for the crew before liftoff.
As we mentioned before, this is actually Jared's second time flying on Dragon, but
Jared
for Scott,
Isaacman
Sarah,
fit the
and
bill
Anna-
for Inspiration 4 crew, which actually was this capsule. This capsule launched Inspiration 4. Jared Isaacman, the commander of this mission, was the commander of that mission as well. So this is his second flight. Speaking of flights here, chat, for Twitch side, if you guys are new to the stream, I do run manual ads to get rid of all of the Twitch injected ads, whether they're pre-roll or mid-roll ads. So I'm going to do a quick ad break just to get rid of those for the next, I think it's like an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. So that way we don't get any disruptions. So stand by, chat. I should have done this during our comms blackout with the X feed. But hang in there, chat. Nothing should be happening. It's all downtime right now. They're waiting for the basically the capsule to have its hatch closed. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes. And bada bing. There we go.
Dragon Resilience. Now that side hatch of Dragon Resilience is closed, and I'm sure they're all very excited to.
So they've
as we
already
said
closed the
before,
hatch then.
Wait, they've got 2 more hours before they get to lift off, and we can't really ask them what they're feeling right now, but we were able to ask Jared's Inspiration 4 crew, what they had to say about their experiences flying in this same capsule.
Hey, there you go,
I
Andy.
remember when they closed the hatch because the engineer, Maddie, she's actually now one of my best friends, but one of the last things she said was, bye, have fun in space. And I found out 2 years later that the reason that she said,
Oh, please. X,
fun
why?
in space
Okay.
was because my little brother had asked her to say
I wonder, like, is it the quality that they're struggling with?
he wanted to pass on that message. And so I loved it in the moment. And
then now, a message from our sponsor, indeed. No, it's definitely the X feed. Like, it's definitely not quality then.
years later when I found out, I was just so excited.
Why is X so bad at video streaming?
It was just such a special moment because
Gotta wait for those TDRS windows, that's true. Like, is anybody else buffering this much? This is crazy.
We really took.
How can they do this?
Years later when I found out, I was just
Just make sure it's the quality.
It was just such a special moment because we'd worked so hard and we really took our time. And I just
Next event should be crew armor track, crew access armor track.
I will go on this journey. For me, being the mission pilot.
No, this is definitely the X feed. Man, what a bummer. And now we lost audio.
In my head, I'm like, don't mess this up.
The same premium experience, yeah. There was also massive issues on the Musk Trump interview. That's true.
New barriers to let more people go to space.
I just wanted to make sure it's not me, because then that would really suck for me. But it's at least, if it's actually X, then I can at least say, hey, it's not me. I'm sorry.
At the same time, it's exciting.
Like, their entire thing is frozen. This is really bad. This is actually really bad, chat.
You know that's important, but
wow,
it's fun. We've trained so long and so hard with some really great people, and now we're here in that moment.
That's crazy. Nope. The Jira ticket won't fix, not a bug, working as intended. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, apparently, right? Definitely working as intended. Yeah, this is bad.
Now we're here in that moment.
And Falcon.
Oh,
Now,
there
while
it
we
goes.
wait
It came
for
back.
those let's take a look. Excuse me. Let's take.
I think like a lot.
Oh my gosh. X, Elon, please.
Should we watch astronauts
Fix
someday?
this.
It's thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be
Frozen?
a doctor. You know,
Just frozen video, intermittent buffering, no audio
one
at
piece
points.
of the mission and have some extra excitement.
Did it just skip forward? Oh yeah, it skipped big.
It has to go right.
That's Inspiration 4 right there. There's the Inspiration 4 crew.
The mission itself and coming home.
It has, Andy. It really has. Do the blue checks get priority? I have a blue check, and I don't think so. Yeah, Talk. Indeed, it's bad.
If anything, it's even more so because there's
like, this is so bad. I'm on the lowest
so much we're trying
video
to
quality too, so it's not.
very
It has
eager-
nothing to do with me. It's actually X just completely dropping.
excited
Really
to see that
dropping the
moment
ball,
when we
chat.
arrive on orbit.
Ugh.
And kind of the reaction on the
Yeah,
face
Panda?
of my
Okay, well, that's
roommates
good to
who
know.
will
I'm
be
glad to at
going
least know
space
it's
for
not
the
me.
first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on
A
orbit.
real
and,
player has
we've worked
entered
really
the
hard and very
chat.
deserving for this opportunity, and I'm
Yeah, no
eager to
kidding.
see it, you know, kind of.
Next up is mission pilot
Oh, okay,
Scott
just skip
Kidd
again.
Cote, who previously served as mission director for the Inspiration 4 mission.
But he was the mission director of Inspiration
So
4.
my love for aviation and
This is Scott
space,
Poteet.
it started
He's the
in
pilot
80s.
of this
That's,
mission.
when I grew up, the movies The Right Stuff and the original Top
What a
Gun had
great
come
shot,
out.
or great
I was
movie
certainly
that is.
inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back
The right
of the
stuff is great.
KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired. Puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter.
Oh no. F's in chat for SpaceX PR, yeah.
I served in the Air Force.
I think that's an F-16, right?
For 20 years flying F-16s.
Yeah.
And I retired.
What'd I say, chat? I know that wing anywhere.
In 2016. I thought that was the end.
All right, I'm sorry, chat. Not doing this. Not doing this. Hopefully it'll come back. We'll get back to our space news for the moment. So yeah, as we covered, this is Artemis 2 flight hardware. Back to our Go No Go poll news. We'll come back to that. There's still 2 hours from launch, chat, so don't worry about. Also, why is that still showing down there and frozen? That should not be there. Stop it. But yeah, so Artemis 2 flight hardware has been spotted at KSC. We also got a little snippet from Bill Nelson. Bill Nelson give us an update for SLS. What's he got to say?
Big vehicle. We are standing here in this big
Neat transition. Thank you.
assembly building.
That's the VAB, chat.
That behind me is the core stage of
The core
space
stage.
launch system,
Space launch
SLS,
system.
that is going to go to the moon. Now it's 212 feet high on a total stack of about 320 feet. This is a golden era of space exploration.
All the pudding,
because
chat.
We're going back to the moon after
Mechanical
a half
lift
century
only.
in order
Remove
to
before
learn
flight.
so that we can take humans
Here's the Sophie.
all the way to Mars. And this
The
is the
basically the
workhorse.
insulation layer to try and keep it cold for the hydrogen.
We are standing here in this big
So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, chat. So
vehicle assembly building.
that should be, I believe, Artemis 2 actual flight hardware. Like I said, we saw the stage adapter. You can already see the space shuttle main engines attached to the bottom there in the engine compartment at the aft end of the rocket. It's going to be big. They're setting up for stacking, which is actually pretty great. All the pudding and all the flavors. Yeah, that is a huge building. Yeah, the VAB is absolutely huge. You know how huge the VAB is, chat? It's big enough to have its own biome or ecosystem. Yeah, it's so tall that it actually will have a cloud layer inside of the VAB building. See if I can actually find a picture of that here. It's actually pretty crazy. Can you see it here? No, you can't see it there. It's actually tall enough to where on some days it will actually have clouds inside the building, chat. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. But anyways, that's how tall, that's how big the VAB is. It's absolutely ginormica. I've been there and actually have seen firsthand the fog that happens at the very top, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so Artemis 2 hardware, all good. So soon our Artemis 2 astronauts will embark on their journey around the moon, opening the door for a new chapter of awe and discovery. Artemis 2 chat, cannot wait. Like I said earlier, that is a highly ambitious mission, if you ask me, because that is taking crew for the first time to the moon on a flyby, much like Apollo 10 did. Basically taking a few astronauts on a flyby with the full Orion system, full Eclipse, basically all systems. It's an all-up test right before they do the actual landing. So yeah, that's what Artemis 2 is supposed to be, and it's supposed to be flying here next year, so not bad. The VAB is taller than Florida. True. All right, chat, now we have to get a little bit into some no-go news. Although it's arguably not the worst. It's actually kind of bittersweet. It's actually kind of good to hear. So if you guys have been following NASA Viper, the Viper mission, this is coming from Leonard David. This was off of X, basically reposted by Dr. Phillip. This was from September 7th. So lawmakers are responding to the cancellation. So this could be good. If you guys have been following the NASA Viper mission, the NASA Viper has basically incurred like $500 million in costs. and NASA expects at least $100 million more of cost to actually get it through qualification testing and basically verified for flight. And NASA canceled the program on, I think, like sometime in July. It's basically fully built. It just has to go through verification and validation testing. So like thermal vacuum chamber testing and all of this other qualification stuff. And NASA canceled it. But Intuitive Machines is looking to purchase it from NASA and commercialize it. I don't know how, but they are looking to take it off of NASA's hands if possible and actually fly it, because it actually was designed originally to fly, I believe, as part of the Griffin mission, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was an astrobotics mission or payload, but Intuitive Machines is possibly looking to pick it up. But anyways, beside that, this is new news coming with lawmakers apparently are trying to figure out what can be done. So in a wait a minute moment, US lawmakers are probing NASA leadership regarding the space agency's cancellation of the volatiles investigating Polar Exploration Rover, or Viper project. On July 17, 2024, NASA announced its decision to cancel the Viper lunar craft, and then in September 6, letter to NASA Chief Bill Nelson, science committee leaders, that's talking about Congress, science committee leaders have requested the space agency to provide detailed cost and schedule information regarding Viper. Also requested is information regarding alternative options for the rover going forward, including the option of proceeding with the launch and landing of Viper on the moon. Investments made in Viper. We understand that the fiscal environment for NASA is challenging and that NASA must make difficult decisions when programs are significantly over budget and behind schedule. Giving the investments made on Viper to date the status of the assembled and integrated rover, so it's assembled and fully put together, and the national importance of our civil and commercial lunar exploration activities, it is imperative that Congress fully evaluate NASA's proposed decision to terminate Viper. The full letter can be found here. All right, let's see what they say. Dear Administrator Nelson, the Honorable Bill Nelson, NASA. All right. So who is this? Who does this come from? Just the Space Committee? Okay, so it comes from Frank, Zoe, Brian, and Eric. Eric Sorensen. Okay. Very good. So on July 17th, announced its decision to cancel Viper. As leaders of the authorizing committee of NASA, we requested you to provide further information regarding the cancellation of Viper. NASA seeks to search for and characterize water, ice, and other volatiles on the moon, including water, ice located permanently in shadows near the southern pole. NASA initially planned to achieve this goal using the Resource Prospector mission, a rover with a target life cycle of 250 million in late 22, but canceled the mission concept in its early stages, and its scope was deemed too limited. Following this cancellation, Viper was proposed that expanded the size of the rover so it could operate for longer times and permanently in the permanently shadowed regions of the moon. The Viper project was confirmed in 21 with a development cost of 336 million and a life cycle cost, so that's operational costs included, of 433 million. Later revised in 2023 at a cost of 405, so from 336 to 405 to a life cycle cost of $505 million. So an extra basically $100 million on both sides. And NASA and the American taxpayers have obligated 453 million of the total 505. A June 2024 Government Accountability Office report found it likely that the final Viper cost would exceed 505 and end up being $609 million, an increase of over $176 million since that 2021 life cycle cost estimate. NASA estimates that the cancellation of Viper would save at minimum $84 million. Wow. But you saved 84 million, chat. But you saved 84 million. You spent 453 million, but you saved $84 million. Wow. Save 48 million, save 84 million to do nothing. Yep, that's right. I feel like this is incorrect thinking. You don't really save 84 million, right? Because technically speaking, you actually spent and wasted at this point $433 million. Like, right? Like, I feel like this is incorrect thinking. You didn't save 84 million. you wasted 433 million. So just yeah, so the reason why I really hate this is not even just because of the cost and whatnot, is that it was a really cool mission, having a autonomous rover be able to actually go into places never before done. But it was also supposed to be a precursor mission for the future Artemis missions. Why? Because one of the things that Artemis is looking to do is land humans at the southern pole to eventually set up an outpost, a base there. And one of the things that you need at a base is some sort of water extraction. You need water as a resource, right? That's one of the most precious resources in the space environment, especially the moon and Mars and things like that for humans. So you're just going to say, nope, we're not going to try to find ice water or anything like that on the moon. So this was like an important precursor science mission for the entire Artemis program, and it just isn't done. I mean, it's not like critical, right? They can still do Artemis and everything without it. But it was one of those things that was like, yeah, if we can do this and find this result, it would be huge. But yeah. To assist our evaluation, please provide the following information. For the Viper project, an updated estimate of the cost and schedule to complete the spacecraft. So I think NASA said it would take about $100 million more at the very least, just to get it through testing and qualification. So at least 100 million. The cost and schedule of integration and testing, cost to operate the spacecraft, NASA's level of confidence. So remember, that's $100 million just to get it through qualification. So then you have all of the operational costs as well through its life cycle. So it's not cheap. I bet you somebody like Intuitive Machines, a commercial company, could pick it up and like do all of it for 100 million, do all of the qualification testing and all of the operational cycle as well, right? Just because that's the way commercial companies operate. They're able to do things NASA cannot. If the Viper spacecraft was launched as a payload on the Griffin lander, a description of additional modifications to the task order or agreement that would be necessary to complete the mission, if any, an updated cost estimate and schedule for services under this task order. So they're talking about the CLPS, or the Commercial Lunar Payload Services contract, where they actually contracted out the Griffin lander from Astrobotics. What would have to happen in that contracting in order to make this whole, right? The Planetary Society and a dozen other space nerd groups have been on a mail-in letter and petition campaign to restore Viper for the last 2 months. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it all works. Saving 84 million and spending how much to send up a mass simulator in its place? Yeah, pretty much. If they canceled the entire thing, it would have made more sense. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how all this is panning out. A description of lessons learned, a detailed comparison of the estimated savings associated with terminating Viper and flying Griffin with a mass demonstration payload versus completing Viper and landing it with Griffin. See, that's what I'm saying. You've already contracted Griffin out. If Viper doesn't fly, then you're sending a mass demonstrator on Griffin, and that's a $433 million mass demonstrator. You know, that's an aluminum box. It's an aluminum cube that you're sending up in its place that does absolutely nothing. I hope something comes out of this, chat. So for anybody who's interested in reading the full letter, by all means, here is the link. But I wanted to cover that because it's kind of shocking, right? And I'm glad to see the Space Committee at least saying, hey, NASA, this isn't right, okay? So that's good. But anyways, chat, what do we say we check on the... Oops, sorry about that. Let's say we check on the SpaceX stuff here. What do we got?
SpaceX to NASA, that training during that
Let's see
very
what
difficult
happens.
time.
Hopefully it'll be more stable now.
Training that we went through, you've got the emergency situation. So you've got the depress scenarios, you've got the fire in the capsule scenarios. And so we had situations where as a crew of 4, we would...
Is it still stuttering? Seriously?
Shirt sleeves like this. And
glad this isn't a drinking game, truly. Drink every time it buffers.
Have a fire scenario. So you have to then get your emergency...
It's totally unwatchable. I hope they can do something here.
And then you have to get into your suits.
This is on the lowest quality too, so I don't feel like it's my internet service provider.
A fire scenario. So you have to then get your emergency...
Like, if
and
anyone
at the same
else
time, you're working
is watching this, can
on
confirm
the
it's also
screens and all
stuttering,
that.
like,
And so
I would
those-
appreciate it just
those
to make sure it's
activities,
not me.
trying to get all of that, like,
But yeah, it's crazy.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, Mike, out of the 4 of this mission,
So this is astronaut Mike. He was actually on crew
to
1.
700 kilometers
Oh,
above
and it just
the
skipped
Earth.
ahead.
The
All
Polaris
right. For once, I can't blame Comcast. Yeah, exactly. At the same points in the broadcast. Yeah, just making sure, Panda. I appreciate that, yeah. Dial-up modem. Yeah, it's SpaceX is streaming this through the Dragon comms, through the S-band antenna that they're using. S-band, so for those of you who don't know, S-band operates at like 250 kilobits per second. The primary spacecraft communication channels on a lot of spacecraft. Yeah, 250 kilobits per second. And it's gone again, chat. This is actually really bad. I can't believe this. Like, I thought in the last 20 minutes that we were talking about Viper, Twitter, or X, I should say, would have fixed this by now. It's got 224,000 viewers right now. 256K is better than your old modem. Yeah, that's true. Hey, we're back, maybe? Oh, and we're frozen, chat. I can't do anything. No menu. Can I exit? Okay, I can exit. Alrighty then, chat. I guess we'll just wait for it to come back. Yeah, cool. So anyways, with that then, I guess we'll get back to it. So I saw this today, chat, which is pretty cool. This is from Don Pettit, who's actually going up on the International Space Station as part of the next Soyuz mission. Check this out. How awesome is this? Kilobits. Yeah, no, kilobits, not bytes. How crazy is that? Orbiting droplets. This is a Teflon needle that they had on the International Space Station. And so it's electrostatically charged. And then he takes a spray bottle and pumps some droplets of water around it, and they orbit the electrostatically charged Teflon needle. How crazy is that? Isn't that weird? Like, look at that thing. Just going back and forth and back and forth. That's crazy. You want to see one that's even crazier, chat? Also from Don Pettit. How about this one? How about that, though? Look at that. Actually orbiting the statically charged ball there. You see those? Look at that. They're flying around. How awesome is that? I think that's super cool. Yeah, so this is happening on the International Space Station. I think this was on Don Pettit's last mission back in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this just came across my Twitter feed. He posted it not too long ago. Yeah, the other one was orbiting around a needle and not a sphere. Exactly, yeah. But pretty awesome nonetheless. But yeah, this is the one that's around the needle. Super weird. Super weird dynamics, chat. Look at that. Look at that one. Just going around and around and around and around. And that one making basically a sine wave as it rotates around. Like actual orbital dynamics, you know? Like this one here going really highly elliptical, coming around. It's pretty cool. Do we finally have visual proof of gravity being not just down? No, it's not gravity, unfortunately. This is static charge, but you know, the static charge equation does look very similar to the gravity equation, right? Gravity equation, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm doing this off of memory, right? But the gravity equation for the force of gravity is like G M over R squared, something like that, right? This is M1, M2, and then of course the force of static electricity is something, again, doing this off the top of my head, is like C times Q1 Q2 over R squared. So definitely looks very similar. Like the overall behavior can be very similar indeed. Gravity is in all directions, just dominated by one direction. That's true. Yep. But yeah, very, very similar overall in terms of their equations, if you will, their governing equations. But yeah, thought that was cool. Thought that this demonstration was pretty cool. But anyways, chat, moving right along, we have more Go news here from some flight systems, some flight hardware being developed by Rocket Lab. Look at this, coming from Peter Bick. Peter Bick over at Rocket Labs had this great shot here of a new 680,000 liter LOX tank that's being set here. I believe this is at Wallops, basically in Virginia, for the Neutron rocket that they are looking to develop and launch here. So yeah, look at that big piece of actual flight hardware being set into the new pad. Isn't it R-cubed for electrostatic forces? It might be R-cubed. I don't remember off the top of my head, indeed. But what we want is something to show the flurfers. Ah, yes, the flurfers, the flat earthers, indeed, of course. But don't some of them actually think of they don't believe in gravity, they believe in electrostatic universe or whatever it's called. They think gravity isn't real, but it's all electrostatics, which is just, so every time a lightning storm strikes, it should reverse the polarity of gravity. Just silly stuff. Silly stuff. I wonder if Peter Bick would stream exclusively on X. Yeah, I hope not, ever. But anyways, chat, so that was pretty cool. Just seeing some more flight hardware from some rocket systems. The Electric Universe, is that actually what it's called? I kind of pulled that out of somewhere, but yeah. But anyways, chat, moving right along, we have more flight systems to talk about. Technically, this would actually be a no-go. This next piece here is a no-go news. So if you didn't see this, Blue Origin's Escapade mission, its first demonstration mission, which was actually designed to carry two 180-kilogram spacecraft built by NASA, sending it to Mars, has been postponed until 2025. So Blue Origin reposted this NASA post here and said, "We're supportive of NASA's decision to target the Escapade mission for no earlier than spring 2025 and look forward to the flight. For more information on New Glen's first flight this year, go here." NASA's Escapade, this is coming from NASA, or the Escape and Plasma Acceleration and Dynamics Explorers, is now targeting a launch in 2025. Escapade's two satellites will investigate how solar winds interact with the magnetic environment of Mars. Did they actually say in their press conference the exact reason? It will not fuel the two spacecraft this time, foregoing the mission's upcoming October launch window. While future launch opportunities are under review, the next possible launch date is spring 2025. The agency's decision to stand down was based on a review of launch prep discussions with Blue Origin, the FAA, and Space Launch Delta 45 Range Safety Organization. This is out of KSC. Space Launch Delta 45 is the United States Space Force supervisor, if you will, for Kennedy Space Center, or well, what's next to Kennedy Space Center, which is part of Blue Origin's pad systems. The decision was made to avoid significant cost, schedule, and technical challenges associated with potentially removing fuel from the spacecraft in the event of a launch delay. This would be caused by a number of factors. The mission can help us study the atmosphere at Mars, key information as we explore farther and farther into our solar system. The alignment of Earth and Mars constrains Escapade's windows of launch opportunities to the Red Planet. This means that small schedule changes can result in month-long delays in the launch. This mission team is analyzing larger planetary window opportunities. NASA and Blue Origin are discussing no earlier than 2025. Yeah, so as you guys know, a launch window for Mars happens every so often. Because if this is going to be the sun, and this is going to be Earth, obviously not to scale. And if this is going to be Mars, again, obviously not to scale, then we have a launch window that comes up every, I believe it's 22 months. So every 22 months, Mars comes in phase with Earth to actually make it to where it's very easy in terms of the amount of fuel, also known as the delta V required in order to actually reach Mars with a space system. And typically that's somewhere, you know, we have to wait for Mars to basically, we launch at this point in order to, you know, rendezvous with Mars when Mars is right here, right? That's the kind of trajectory that happens. And this happens every 22 months because the Earth and Mars orbit cycle lines up every so often, right? Every 22 months. So by extending this flight here from 2024 to 2025 that they're talking about, it's to basically wait for optimal positions again. Now remember, New Glenn, right? Blue Origin's New Glenn launch vehicle is actually capable of launching 45 metric tons to low Earth orbit, right? That's the low Earth orbit mass capability. And so this mission is only sending 360 kilograms or 0.36 metric tons, but it's sending it to Mars, right? So they definitely have plenty of Delta V, although I do have to say that New Glenn is not actually currently designed for long duration missions. So they're pretty much using New Glenn to just sling it out to Mars and not actually use the upper stage like we can in Kerbal Space Program to do all of the in-flight maneuvers, even like Mars insertion orbit. So what they are going to have to do, chat, is actually probably trade. So when you're looking at different flight windows, you can trade your time of flight, also known as TOF. You can trade it with Delta V requirements. Delta V being basically the amount of fuel you need in order to go from point A to point B in space. So if you increase your time of flight, you typically decrease your Delta V. Or if you want to, of course, decrease your time of flight, you typically have to increase your Delta V, how much you burn in order to do that. So you still have options doing some tricky trajectory changes and things like that. There's still definitely plenty of options, as well as them being able to, they have such a small amount of payload mass for such a large launch vehicle that they have some flexibility to do this. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting that the Escapade mission from NASA did in fact decide to scrub until next year. And we get a free ride for a CubeSat. I know, right? I mean, possibly. You just gotta call and talk to the right people, right? The prevailing theory I heard is that the disk is just moving up, and that's why we experience gravity. Though that means we're infinitely accelerating, even their best argument falls flat. Yeah, fair enough, Panda. If they're talking about flat earthers. That flat earth crowd doesn't understand the difference between velocity and acceleration, therefore their argument that we can't be moving any direction because we can't feel it. Yeah, I know it. But anyways, so that's NASA Escapade mission. Unfortunately, it is a no-go. All right, so let's take another break here and check in on our broadcast and see what's what.
Dragon
maybe
was
it's
always
stable.
Designed to
hey, look at
vacuum,
Dragon chat.
But we've
Heck
never
yes.
taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
Yeah, this is a technology demonstrator.
Into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn.
No, it's only increased. It's now at 300,
The suspension
300,000.
system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our
So I believe one of the first things the crew is actually going to do when they're on orbit for like the first 2 days is actually perform breathing exercises to try and get rid of as much nitrogen out of their body as possible. So that way, when they decompress the entire crew module, they will avoid or try to avoid any sort of decompression sickness. So it's kind of interesting, right? For like 2 days, they're going to be doing breathing exercises and preparing their bodies for this potential
effect on their body. To apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. that is going to be a
I was about to talk about that, Panda. Yeah, Blue Origin did in fact move up what their second mission was going to be to basically be their first demonstration. They moved it up in schedule.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We had them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development.
How awesome is this testing that they're doing, chat?
And the industry as
How
a whole.
crazy is that?
So
All the
this is a great
test
example of
infrastructure
where
that's
Polaris
required.
Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems.
How
that we have to go
decompressed are we
figure out.
talking? They're going to vacuum. Well, near vacuum. They're completely opening the hatch to the crew module, and it's going to be completely void of any atmosphere.
Humans inside of Starship, which is right on the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the moon and Mars.
It's just so cool to see how the EVA is coming together with the EVA suits. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Mike participated in 5 EVAs during his career with NASA. Now we know you had to go through a lot of training and preparation.
I believe,
what was
Uncle
your
Bill,
first EVA like?
they're using pure oxygen at a lower
was not
PSI.
planned. It was one of those scenarios where we had a part
Yeah,
on the
Stealthy.
outside
It's like
of
5
station that
PSI, I
failed,
think, but
and
something. Yeah, it's
it
a
turns out
low
this was in December
amount of
2013,
pure oxygen, a
so
low
it was
pressure
right
of
before
pure
Christmas
oxygen.
on the 21st when we went out the door for the first time to repair
Oh,
this
nice
pump
cabin
module.
failure.
And
I
there
didn't know
is
that.
nothing quite like it when you look out that hatch for the first time at the Earth, 250 miles.
So that's actually
below you,
astronaut
going
Mike who's
by at
talking right now.
17,500 miles
He went
an
up on the
hour.
ISS on Crew
There is
1
a ton
and
of emotions that
shuttle
you're
missions and
going
things.
through that you have to process. So it is an experience like none other.
Yeah, Mike, you talked about doing a repair for your first EVA.
Oh, for sure,
what
Terminator.
other kinds of activities did you typically perform during your EVAs on the International Space Station?
Yeah, during the course
Hey, what's
of the
up, Society?
the 5 spacewalks that I've done,
Yeah, it was
ran
super
the
flat.
gamut.
I
So
agree.
The pump module that we had to repair on that first one, that was one of those what we call contingency EVAs, and we have a series of those where
I think this is
we've
the
trained
truss
for 'em,
segment,
but we
right?
just don't know
He's
if we're gonna have
doing
to do 'em.
work
It
on the
depends
truss
what
segment on the
happens. And then
ISS.
some of the other ones we are repairing.
Hey,
with
Dragon.
replace. That's actually Ike
That's
right
Crew
there
1
on the
Dragon
screen.
right there.
That's one of my, I guess that was probably our my fourth spacewalk right there. But anyway,
Here's the
there we're
Canadarm.
actually adding a new antenna.
He's actually
to the
attached
outside
to
of
the
space
Canadarm.
station.
That's
And
a platform.
We
Allows him to
really ran
reach
the gamut, prepping for
the
adding
truss
new
segment.
things,
Actually,
doing
this wouldn't be the truss
repairs,
segment. Actually, it might be.
And then also just doing some normal maintenance outside.
So what we're hearing is that in a lot of ways, you had to be a jack of all trades out there. An astronaut, a mechanic, a scientist, handyman, all wrapped into one. Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, yeah, sure. A jack of all trades with a heck of a view.
It's got to
Yeah,
be a
that
great
must
job.
be pretty incredible, Mike. But changing gears a bit here, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt to fly higher than any Dragon mission to date. At 1,400 kilometers, this would be the highest altitude orbit for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 and a half a century ago.
Now, looking down
Highest
on
in
Earth
low
from
Earth orbit.
above, from any altitude,
Or
is
highest in Earth
a
orbit.
sight that few have experienced, and there's even a term for the effect that it can have on someone. The author, Frank.
Yeah, pretty much, Uncle Bill. So as you saw there on the screen, they were talking about the sort of mission profile of this Polaris Dawn mission. So first, on launch, they're actually going to be launching into a pretty highly elliptical orbit. It's going to be, I don't know, I'm just throwing numbers out there, but it's going to be like 300 kilometers by like 1,400 kilometers in orbital altitudes at the highest and lowest points respectively. And then they're going to stay there for 2 days, and then they're going to lower that highest point in their orbit to around 700 kilometers. And from there, once they get to that orbit on day 3, or roughly around there, they're going to do their EVA. So it should be a pretty cool mission. A lot of dynamics, a lot of maneuvers happening, and all that sort of stuff.
Kind of like what's going on with my body and trying to figure all of that out. But fortunately, I had some time to be up in space to experience that. And you know, a lot of times the overview effect, people think of it in terms of it gives you answers. You see how we're all connected on Earth, and that is certainly true.
Yeah, go ahead,
But it
Cam
also,
Failure.
for me,
Let me just
left
give
me
you a
with lot of
permit just in
questions.
case.
When you look down at the Earth and you realize there's so many places around this Earth that you don't know about, you don't
It won't
understand
let me
the people,
permit
the
you?
culture, the
Or
language.
is it just
And
Oh,
so
there you go.
sometimes
Oh, I
it
just
gives
permitted you a lot. It
questions
didn't.
as much as it gives
First,
you
didn't give me the
answers.
confirmation that it permitted you.
Yeah, Mike, that must be a feeling.
Just
you
spamming
know,
chat.
the feeling of falling for your first EVA, but you've done.
Twitch
5
didn't show me
EVAs,
that it was
so did that
permitting you, and then
feeling
all of
ever
a sudden,
change? Did you feel more comfortable, or did it ever get routine? You know, after the 4th or 5th time.
Well, yeah, I would never say that it got routine, but you certainly get
look at that shot, chat.
more comfortable with it. It's always, you still always have those emotions, that intensity. I will tell you that on my last
They all appeared at the
spacewalk,
same
as I
time.
was
Interesting.
getting
That's
ready
funny.
to come back into the airlock. I just grabbed onto the rail that's around the airlock there, and I just kind of tried to take it all in. And knowing that this was probably the last time that I was going to go outside in space.
So I don't know if you could
it
see
is
this
certainly-
chat, but this is his helmet visor. So we're looking in the, he's taking a selfie. So this is not like a GoPro looking forward. This is, he's taking a selfie looking in his helmet visor.
A special moment.
Did I break X, chat?
You miss that
There we go.
experience, you miss the floating. But I would tell you that there's one of the things that it did for me of coming back to Earth was it made me appreciate
Yes,
all of the
society,
little
100%.
things. For example, the first weekend I was back, I was standing outside in my backyard and it was raining, and I was just experiencing the rain, because when you're up in
Panda.
space, there's no weather. It never rains. There's no wind. There's no snow. It's just always the same. And so all of those little
Yep,
things,
they reduced the
when
video
you
quality.
don't
It used to
have
be
them,
1080.
that makes up
Now
what
it's
life
720.
is like down here on Earth. It makes you appreciate it that much more.
Wow, Mike, thank you for sharing that.
Got
very
another hour
intimate
and 20 minutes, chat.
experience that you had
Don't you
when
do
you
it.
came back to
Don't you
Earth.
do it, X.
It has been such an honor to have you with us today, but we will see you back here again for our live EVA coverage in just a few days.
Live EVA coverage in like
I'm
3
looking
days,
forward
chat.
to it.
On
Thank
day
you
3, on
for,
Wednesday, I
letting me
think.
be a part of this, and go Polaris Dawn.
Very good.
Awesome, Mike. See you in just a couple
I guess
of
so,
days.
Panda.
Now,
Or
for
Pander.
those of us
I
who
guess so.
have not experienced the
Because it used to be
overview effect
1080, and now
firsthand,
that's not an option.
here's a little more on the phenomenon itself.
The overview effect is that
It really is,
sensation
Houston.
or that
It really
feeling that
is.
you get when you see our whole world from
Inspiration
the perspective
4.
of being
Or no,
outside of
that's
it.
not Inspiration 4. I saw her
It ranges
patch,
the
and
whole
it looked like the
spectrum
Inspiration
from,
4
like, how
patch.
delicate
That was
the Earth may
Anna.
appear, because you know it's only this thin blue line that separates this
Anna's the
habitable
medical officer.
atmosphere of our home planet to, you know, the vacuum of space.
How long are they staying up there? 5 days.
It's hard to
Up to
comprehend
5 days.
what the impact is going to be.
Scott
when I
Poteet
first see
is the
Earth
pilot?
from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can, so we can bring it back.
That's the
and share it
Inspiration
with the
4
world.
cupola module.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you were, you know, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth, and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own
There it
solar
is.
system and try
Look at
and
that, chat.
figure out what this is
Flight
all about.
4.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission, is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is.
What a shot.
But I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
In addition to the science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, the crew is also taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around planet Earth. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
my dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
I don't know, you know, it's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping. You brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, we went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book. All of our vows were taped in the book.
So we're still about 30 minutes
And then it got
away
passed
from
around,
propellant
all the
load.
speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm gonna bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something for everyone who's made a difference in this
Hey, look at
program.
Dragon in the back.
I will, in particular, get to read this story from space to my kids here on Earth, as well as some of the brave kids of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I think that connection moment while I'm up there floating in space is something I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to have.
And we actually have something super cool here with us, a copy of Kisses from Space, just like the one that the Polaris Dawn crew will have flying with them. Anna actually penned this book as a love letter to her kids. And you can actually get one for yourself from major publishers, as well as from penguinrandomhouse.com. The proceeds from this book will benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And it's just a gorgeous illustration and just such a lovely story.
Yeah, so far,
Yeah, my niece is literally...
as I said earlier, this mission with all of the PR they've done and things like the book that they're showing here and everything, they've been able to raise $200 million for St. Jude, which is phenomenal. That's so cool.
So awesome.
Yeah. So with that, let's get a status update from John Innsbrucker, who's been listening in
John!
on the countdown.
John's the man.
Well, the clock is just inside T-minus 1 hour and 16 minutes, and we're continuing to count down
All
to
systems
the first
nominal.
launch opportunity. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew, they are sealed in the Dragon spacecraft. We've done the comp checks, suit leak checks. They were successful. The side hatch is closed. It passed its leak check. And at T-minus 90 minutes, the ground support team has left the pad. So it's just the 4 crew members on top of Falcon 9 inside of 39A. Now, currently, the
Crew
launch
access arm will
teams
have
are
to
not
retract.
working any significant issues on Falcon or Dragon. The biggest thing we're watching right
Weather.
now is the weather. We're
Weather
expecting
chat,
another
always
update
weather.
in about 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, we are red for cumulus clouds. The good news is the boundary layer is dissipating, and we are fingers crossed that the weather will stay more than 10 nautical miles away and give us a chance to launch right on time. Other weather, everything else is looking good. The ground winds are good. The upper altitude winds, we're releasing balloons that go up to 90,000 feet. That gives us structural information, wind speed, wind shear information. Nothing
John is
unusual that
definitely
we're
ready.
seeing there.
John's always ready for a
So
cast
pretty
like
much just
this.
fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-minus 1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just
So we're still 15 minutes away, 14 minutes away, for our next major update on weather, on the go-no-go for the weather update. It doesn't necessarily mean that if weather's bad at that point, they're going to scrub, but it's basically updating if we are go and within launch parameters at the T-minus 1 hour mark. But they'll do another one, I think, at like T-minus 30 minutes and then probably T-minus 10 minutes and things like that. So they'll have several more updates. But not only that, chat, we're also, what are we, like 30 minutes or so, a little bit less than 30 minutes, like 28 minutes away from the propellant load start. So that should be happening here, I believe, at T-minus 45, and then the crew access arm retract should happen shortly after that as well.
30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those require data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of our.
This is Anna Manon. She actually worked for SpaceX in the mission ops team, and then she's also biomedical engineer by trade, if I remember correctly, and she's actually the medical officer for this flight.
improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords, I mean, that is not something easy to perform, you know, in a hospital environment.
That sounds horrible.
Let alone in space. They
Up
certainly
the nose
stand
and
to learn
down.
a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. And but you got two really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid.
Hey, what's up, Harry? How are you?
Understand what that inflammation looks like, and once we have a better understanding, we can.
Where are the primary and backup crew landing locations? I'm not exactly sure about all the different landing locations. I believe there's some in the Pacific. They're all across the basically the coast going up through North America for the east side. But where exactly all of them are, I'm not sure. We do have some backup dates if this one gets scrubbed tonight for tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? Yeah, for tomorrow. But we'll have to see.
Our missions, they're 3
There's
to 5
60%
days
chance
length.
probability
You maybe
of
can't study the
violations, so
super
no
long
go for
duration
tonight.
Things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronauts' eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So
Because of
they
the
will be
pressure
wearing a
buildup and things like that.
that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the
Oh, wow.
intraocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
Does look like a cyborg.
We are doing an experiment called GVS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to
How
be
crazy is that?
collecting imagery
This is a
of
super
our veins
tech savvy
and
mission
identifying
here.
whether there's actually bubbles forming
Oh.
when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and
Yeah, lots of tech demonstration.
okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary,
Man,
we've got to
the
overcome some
stream
of
for X is just
the
horrible.
challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
There's a Dragon capsule behind him.
As the
Nice.
countdown continues to lift off, we'd like to introduce Dr. Samantha Weeks, Science and Research Director for the Polaris program. Dr. Weeks, call sign Combo.
Your
is a
eyes are getting
retired
worse over
United
time, like
States
the
Air
bandwidth
Force
for X.
colonel
Yeah,
with over
understood.
2,200
Understood.
hours flying fighter jets, including 105 combat hours.
Nice
Welcome.
F-16.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
Now, she spent the last 2.5 decades focusing on human performance in aviation, and now she's overseeing science and research for the entire Polaris program, starting
Nice.
with the Polaris Dawn mission. Super cool. Now, how did you get involved with the Polaris program?
Well, I worked for Jared, and Jared actually worked for me when I was still in the Air Force, and he had Draken International. And he came to me in
Draken
2021
International
and
is
told me about the
Jared's
Polaris program
private
and asked me to be part
flight
of it as a mission
director school
for science and research.
for
And
actual
I
military
was an
grade
aerospace
jets, which is
physiology
pretty cool.
major at the Air Force Academy. Wanted to
Basically a
go fly
pilot
first,
training
but always loved medicine,
company.
and so this was a natural fit. And I jumped at the opportunity when he asked me to be a part of this great, amazing mission.
Look at that.
That's so cool to see how you guys connected the dots. I'm sure there was a lot of things that went
Sukhoi.
into, the research portfolio that you guys put together. Can you explain how the scientific research portfolio all came together?
Absolutely. Initially, when the mission was announced in February
I know, right, Cam, tell you?
2022, we had some experiments that were
That was a
ready
MiG?
to go,
Oh,
but we
my bad.
wanted to pack as much
stand corrected.
science and research into the 5 days that the crew will be up as humanly possible. So we did a call for research proposal and projects and worked very closely with SpaceX.
Look at that, zero G flight chat.
And the most feasible that were out there.
How cool is it
And
to
we
train
have a
like this?
complement of 36 different experiments with
Yeah, my
31
bad,
partner
Snackless, my bad.
institutions from across the globe going up with the Polaris Dawn.
It was
crew tonight.
Wow.
misspoke.
It sounds like
It's been a long
there
day.
was a lot of opportunity to participate. A lot of work went into that. Can you maybe share a little bit about some of the planned experiments?
Yeah, you bet. You saw the crew and Marissa
Vomit
talk
comment,
about
that's
a
right.
few of the experiments that they'll be doing while they're up in space. But another one is from the University of Dartmouth, and will focus on bone loss. We know that without gravity on our skeleton, our bones don't need as much calcium.
They are
to
doing
begin
exciting
to
things,
leach
no
calcium
doubt.
into our bloodstream, which poses a risk to develop kidney stones. And from what I hear, nobody wants one of those, especially in space. So this will help us understand
Nobody wants one of those,
how early
period.
onset begins and maybe mitigate that risk of.
How are they deorbiting? So the thrusters on the actual capsule will be able to bring them back and deorbit them. Yeah, so there's tons of thrusters on the actual vehicle. They have their primary thrusters actually in the nose as well. There's actually 4 primary thrusters in the nose behind this nose cone. So the nose cone actually is on a hinge and will actually open and deploy when on orbit. And that has 4 main thrusters in the nose as like their primary maneuvering system. Yep.
Holding an astronaut.
Yeah, that sounds like very important research for spaceflight. And you talked about 36 different research experiments, but I really want to
36
know,
research
I'm gonna put you on the
experiments.
spot, what is like the 1 or 2 experiments that's like very
36, that's a lot to do in 5 days, chat. 36.
Air
And
Force
the
Academy,
EVA suits,
and
or
Air
and
Force
the
Academy has an
EVA
experiment
mission.
going up, and it's called Sophia, which is space-optimized plant habitat in array. And it focuses on the growth response of plant physiology in microgravity as well as in different orbital environments and exposure to different and varying magnetic fields. And that will help us understand potentially root growth and crop production in space.
How can you
And
do
it's
that in
kinda
5
funny 'cause
days?
I hated botany at the Air Force Academy, but that's
Botany,
what's
but
going on.
if you're on Mars and you're stranded, you have to know botany,
Well,
chat.
thank you so much for joining us. It's been an honor.
Yeah, they're being very
to have
productive
you
on this
part
mission.
Of our broadcast, and we look forward to seeing all of these research opportunities come together throughout the mission.
Thanks for having me here tonight.
Yeah, thank you. To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive
that.
experiments from the International Space
What a great
Station
shot.
or bringing back science performed inside the Dragon spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns it home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can
What a
also
clean-looking
act
capsule.
as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when needed.
Actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Yep, didn't have enough room.
Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth, as I mentioned. In fact, the Inspiration 4 mission.
Yeah, clean
in
looking, but not
2021,
ideally shaped, yeah.
During that mission, the crew conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour. You can see a photo of the crew there on your screen while they were on orbit. And what you see there is also what the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days in their
Ultrasound?
mission. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yes, in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be
Nice.
research to understand mental and physical impacts
Dragon
while on
SpaceX,
orbit.
we will be cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
So it sounds like they're opening valves within the system to equalize pressure on both sides of that valve. Of course. Hence, now the stream shall buffer.
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew, letting them know that they will be cycling.
Is Sarah
to their,
napping,
to
or is she looking
equalize
down at
inside
her
the cabin. So this
her
could
iPad?
be research to understand mental and physical
Got
impacts while
got
on
the
orbit,
head on the
exploring
back of her
how
head.
to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the
She
exploration
looks like she's taking a little nap,
time training and tools.
or at least closing
Now, the
her eyes.
selected research study groups will have
They're already in there.
access to
Yeah, they got in
SpaceX's
there
crewed
like an
Dragon
hour ago.
missions,
Mhm.
opening up opportunities for researchers that
research program. Visit
okay.
spacex.com/human spaceflight/research. Now, as we
Jump forward
mentioned
again.
at the start of the
Looking
show,
down, yeah, maybe.
there are a number
Hard
of
to see
firsts that are
with the
going to occur on
720p
this mission. The first commercial spacewalk and
standard definition.
possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which will break the altitude record set by Gemini 11, which happened half a century
Over
ago,
400,000,
which is
yeah,
wild.
416,000
Yeah,
views
the
right now,
Polaris
chat.
Dawn crew will also
Live
be the
on
first
X
to
here.
attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit.
Are these the new
Dragon is
suits?
carrying what
So
we
they
are
are
calling
all
a
technically
Starlink
new
plug-in
suits,
placer. Inside
custom
Dragon
fit
is a
for
router
these
connected
astronauts.
to a
But
user
yeah, two
terminal
of
in
them.
Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to the new plug-in placer device that is mounted on board.
All of this will be responsible for
Yeah, they're testing. They're doing a tech demonstrator
laser communications link with Starlink
for having laser
satellites,
communications
which
with
will be in
Starlink,
orbit
which is
about 200 kilometers
awesome.
below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves, with lasers. No one has ever
very good,
flown
Panda.
a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there is a lot to be learned here. If this works, plug-in placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Yep.
This technology
No
will
Tidris
also
anymore,
help
chat.
here on Earth by facilitating health.
But anyways, to answer your question, Terminator, yeah, two of them, if they actually showed the inside of the capsule, I'll point them out again. But two of the 4 crew members have the new EVA suits. They're actually wearing them as part of their flight suits here now. So Jared Isaacman, who's the commander of this mission, and then also Sarah Gillis, who's a mission specialist, has the new EVA suits.
We'll be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines,
This is that St.
Brazil,
Jude?
Chile,
No, this is
Peru,
not St. Jude.
and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating
that's so
Starlink
cute.
to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase
Awesome.
internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine
Your Starlink
efforts
delivery.
for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew had a chance to hear from students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
Chile.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
Starlink wasn't banned in Brazil, true.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
That's cool.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry
Starship
and
chat.
live
T-minus
high-def
1
video
hour.
throughout every
So
phase.
T-minus 1 hour, we're at that point where they should be giving us a weather update here very shortly.
Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing
Within,
to
like, the
build,
next
test,
10
and
minutes.
fly the world's most powerful
If not
launch
sooner than
vehicle
that.
ever developed.
Look at that.
SpaceX's
Starship,
ultimate
what a
goal
monster.
is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that
There's
will
Boca
get us
Chica
there.
Factory.
Starship is a
All the high
fully
bays.
reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount
So
of cargo
many
and
super
large
heavy
numbers
stages.
of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
That's right, Perry.
Now, we're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit
This
refilling
is
are key
in-orbit
priorities.
refueling.
We're
What's
also
happening
building
here?
a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to
It's
make
gonna
a
be so
trip to
cool
the
to see
moon
two
possible, such as
side-by-side
propulsion,
Starship
life
launches.
support, and
Can you
even the
imagine,
elevator
chat?
that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship
We're
hatch
getting two
opening
launch
down to the
towers.
lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon.
SpaceX for a weather update.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 50-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good read back, Dragon.
All right, so
They
quick
have a couple,
update there
Perry.
for our
And I think they're
Polaris
also,
crew,
they probably
just
have
continuing to monitor the
other
weather, as we've been saying all evening.
contracted
Unfortunately, just one of those
or asked
things
for
that
help, you know?
we can't control. Now, thinking
50.
back to the crew that will be
Yeah, they're taking it down to the 50-minute mark, so another 7 minutes. The reason why 50 and not lower, not 15, is because a lot of things have to happen between now and then. First, at T-minus 45, they are going to be doing the go, no-go for propellant load. And then from there, the crew arm retracts, and then they start propellant filling. So pretty much they have to make sure that weather is going to be looking good here very soon, at least, you know, good enough to continue forward to like terminal count, like even lower count, because they also have to arm the abort system. So yeah, they're going to be doing another weather update here in 7 minutes.
And great news there, crew just confirming that they are go for launch while we monitor weather for T0 tonight. When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission.
Hey,
Building bases
Starship,
or even
there's the
cities
plug,
will
chat.
require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew. And
I was wondering where
that's
they're going to talk
Starship comes
about
in.
Starship.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one
I
for
hope so,
Starship.
Society.
As we mentioned, we recently completed the flight test 4 for Starship. That was
Look
in
at the
June
pressure
6th,
waves.
On June 6th, from
Look at the
Starbase,
pressure
as
going
you can
through
see
the,
there on your screen. Super heavy
Oh,
booster
that's so
lifting
cool.
off successfully
That's literally
there
the
and
pressure
completed
from
a
the
full duration
engines
ascent burn.
creating oscillations in the
Starship
atmosphere as it
executed another
undulates
successful
outward,
hot stage
as it
separation,
propagates.
powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before
What a
separating
mission,
the
chat.
vehicles. Following separation,
What a
the
mission.
Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it towards the splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn, so exciting,
That
and soft
flipper,
splashdown
chat, the
in the Gulf
flipper.
of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds into the flight.
This is Starship.
The landing was caught by both the onboard camera, as you can see there, as well as one of SpaceX's marine buoys.
Starship landed in the water, safe and sound, and then sank.
Second stage Raptor engine successfully
I
powered
know,
the
right?
vehicle
Iceman?
to
Truly.
space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast.
How much
Starship
breathing
made
did
a
you manage to do
control
when the
entry,
flap did that?
successfully making it through the
Honestly,
phases of
I was
peak
cool with
heating
that
and
part
maximum
because like
aerodynamic
it was
pressure,
already vertical and they're not
demonstrating
using the
ability to
flaps
control
for
the
that
vehicle
anymore, you know?
using its flaps while descending
Now this
through
part,
the atmosphere at
this
hypersonic
part I did
speeds.
not breathe for 3
Speaking
minutes,
of
but
the
you know.
flaps, those incredible flaps. Starship provided live video of those flaps during that re-entry phase via SpaceX's Starlink satellites, and it provided, as you saw, the most spectacular views as we all cheered on the
Unforgettable,
little
one
flap
might
that
say.
could, as it clung on for dear, dear life. Now those Starlink-enabled views really just keep on giving.
Flight 4 ended with the Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first
And maniacally
maneuver
laughing, I
and
know,
landing burn
right?
since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes
The
after
power
launch.
of steel.
Now, the fourth flight
That's right.
of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive
Did they reduce the
improvements as
size
we
of the
continue to
wing since
rapidly
the
develop Starship
last
into a
launch?
fully
Yes, that
reusable
is correct.
transportation system.
As far as
Now,
I am
coming up
aware, I'm pretty
on
sure that was a
Flight
design
5, which is
change.
the next flight, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster.
Have y'all seen
Which
the
you can see that
catch
tower
arm
there on the
tests?
screen. Returning the booster after a launch is a
This,
core
I'm pretty sure,
capability to
is
Starship,
all animated. Yeah, it's an
rapidly
animation.
and reliably reusable.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting. And as of
But
August
NASA
21st,
spaceflight,
both
NSF,
towers were
was showing
fully
the catch
staffed,
arm
which is
testing.
pretty exciting to see. So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Should have done face cams, yeah.
Now, for those that recently joined us, as you can see on the clock, we're about T-minus 53
Yeah,
minutes,
they have
53
misadventures.
minutes away from
They've done the
we
catch
did
arm
hear
tests.
from the crew operations and resource
They did a
engineer
lot of
that
them, actually.
We are awaiting a final weather update at T-minus 50. That's 50 minutes, so in just 3 minutes from now.
Yeah, 3 minutes is another weather update.
Has been a watch item all evening, in fact, for like the last 2 weeks. And we are hoping that some unfortunate weather close to the pad will dissipate.
Yeah, it's from
in time.
IFT6 onwards that has the adjusted flaps. I think that's correct, yeah. Because they already had IFT5 flaps integrated by IFT4 flight, essentially.
So we are standing by for that
as far as my
final
understanding,
update
if I
from
remember
the
that
launch
correctly.
Weather officer, but as you can see on your screen, Polaris Dawn crew is pretty comfy in their suits and in their seats.
They are chilling,
They are
chat.
patiently waiting. They did give the go that they are ready for launch if we do proceed to T0. And again, we do have a couple opportunities for T0 if weather does not look good for the initial T0 that we're planning for right now.
Yeah, that's right. But we are standing by, like we said before, just a couple minutes for that final update.
So essentially what they're doing here is they're loading the TE with locks. They're not loading the vehicle with locks yet.
You know, these inky black
Locks
skies,
load starts in like 20 minutes.
Really tell what the weather is or isn't around the pad. Of course, pad 39A here on your camera. And if I were Jared in the capsule, right, hearing that, you know, you're in the capsule, you've done a successful suit leak check, you've done a successful side hatch leak check and closure, and he has
I think those
flown
arms
in
need to
this
be
capsule once
round
before.
in
This
shape
is
to
Dragon
fit the rocket.
Resilience.
Seems very narrow.
This is, of course, the
What do you
capsule
know?
that took the Inspiration
If you've seen them do the
mission
catch arm
on its,
tests,
couple
there are two mechanically strong attachment points, or I should say, you know, rigid hold down points for at the very top of booster, and they fit perfectly within the track of those catch arms, which is really cool. But yeah, those catch arms are definitely not meant to like grab, so to speak. You know, grab like this. They're meant to kind of pinch it.
Clouds, everything away more than 10 nautical miles from the pad, or should we go to the second T0, which is at 9 hours 23 minutes universal time, just under 100-minute delay. If we
So in probably about 2 minutes from now, we should get the weather update from them. They're going to perform the weather update at 50, and then a little delay before we get it.
Propellant load
Before it's
and
communicated,
launch
rather.
GoPro coming up at 50 minutes, or at 45 minutes. So everything's coming together right now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit.
Trying to land on the
more and
pins.
see
That's
whether or
right.
not
Instead of landing on landing
ice
legs, they're
and
landing on pins at the top of the rocket.
hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide we're going to delay a bit.
If you have
Yeah,
that,
we knew going into the countdown
side,
today
if you have
that
booster
the
like this, right?
probability of violation
you have your
of the
grid
launch,
fins,
weather rules
right?
was 60%, i.e.
And then they
only
have the
40%
hold down points, or the
So we knew
pins
that there was
right
a
here.
chance here,
And then the catch
but
arms
in the event
basically
that,
go right here,
you know,
around the rocket.
clouds parted,
That's kind of
or
how
weather
it fits
just
into
stayed away
everything.
out of those 10 nautical miles.
Paint! That's right.
We wanted to try and take advantage of the
Oh,
opportunity.
you know, I don't
if
have
it
a paint
presents
counter.
itself. So,
As
we're
often as
keeping
we
our
use
fingers
it,
crossed,
I don't have a paint counter
and really
command.
hoping for that opportunity. And of course, you know, we're talking about launch weather, but something that we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also
What part of the rocket do the
booster
arms grab? They're
downrange
quite literally
recovery weather,
pins on the
as
very
well
top of
as
the rocket.
The ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon for some reason has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear, and the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So It's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior to propellant loading starting on the vehicles. That will be important for us to be able to hold if we decide to go to the additional T0 opportunities.
Yeah, we'll see,
that we
chat. We'll
have.
see.
We'd like to make that call before we start loading propellant.
Exactly. So we're now under T-minus 48 minutes.
Should be getting that weather update.
By for the final update from the launch weather officer. We're hoping that we
Yeah, this is a Falcon 9, regular Falcon 9.
Into,
Falcon 9, full thrust,
propellant
Block
load.
5.
This is such a great view. It reminds me of Tron, really.
Some company is doing the
This
same
view
with the catch tower with
crew
2
access
heavy-duty
arm
cranes and
illuminated from
some
the interior.
really
I love daytime
heavy
launches,
bungee
but
cords.
There is something even more futuristic about
I haven't seen
nighttime
that.
launches.
Operators proceed with 18.85, propellant load, go, no go, full.
Yeah, T-minus 45, we should have propellant, go, no go,
Just a
pole
quick note.
completed.
Launch director telling the team to proceed with the go, no go poll. Car's going to talk to crew now.
Oh, it's going to be very hard, Uncle Bill.
Weather update.
Weather update, here we go.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load, go, no go poll.
So they're saying the earliest chance, I think? The current T0 is going to have the best chance for them to launch?
Copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no-go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load poll.
And stand by, Dragon, we're just confirming.
Oh yeah, the chopsticks are beefy, chat. Those massive pulleys that they're attached to, and the counterweight that they're attached to, yeah, they can handle the super heavy. Remember, super heavy when it comes back is almost completely empty of propellant when it's landing. Yeah, and also don't forget that the super heavy actually can hover. Unlike Falcon 9, which cannot hover during its landing burn, that's why they have to time it and do the hover slam.
Coming up on
Super heavy can hover, chat, so yeah, it's fine.
They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be
And
go
Rocket Lab was
in
not catching
46
fairings.
minutes
They were
from
trying to
now.
helicopter catch
We
the
heard
stage,
Core bring it up
the
with
stage
crew
itself.
Briefly. We're waiting
The first
now
stage.
for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pole. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, it's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears.
Okay. Well, here we go, chat.
Now, right now, the launch director should be polling
And
electronically.
Dragon, SpaceX for awareness. We got one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7
We'll
members.
get back here.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
So they're still saying standing by on the weather update on whether or not they are no-go right now.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the WeatherNet about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints.
Yep, ULA is working on what's called smart reuse. Basically, their engine section is the only thing that separates, right?
Electronic poll has been completed if we do continue with the countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
Oh, okay. Move it to second T0. So pausing, they're not scrubbing.
Copy that, SpaceX. And we are standing by for the second T0.
Second T0. So 100 minutes from now. So like an hour and 40 minutes.
Okay, we're T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have paused the clock for the moment.
So not scrubbed.
We got a last-minute update one cell right at around the 10 nautical mile border had popped up on the radar returns. We have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather
LD
was
on countdown
iffy.
one.
If it would
Please
clear
set the
in
T-clock
time
to
for the original T0.
092349 UTC.
49 UTC. So.
And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC.
That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time.
100 minutes.
That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
Yeah, Eastern.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49.
No, more than.
UTC.
Yeah, okay.
As
Yeah,
you can
2 hours.
see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 09:23:49 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Rip, you can't do that, I know, right?
Copy that, SpaceX, new T0 092349, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation.
Yep, they have to sit in there for another 2 hours, that's right.
We just heard the core.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Yeah, better strap in, chat, get comfy.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
Yeah, there you go, Pander. Yes, indeed. Okay, so we just heard the update there for due to weather. They are going to push back to a secondary T0 time. Unfortunately, that T0 is in like 2 hours. So strap in, chat.
With the delay, you see on the screen we're T-minus 2
Yeah, I was thinking about doing the
hours,
same, Perry.
27 minutes.
To be honest with you.
There's a view inside the capsule. They're working on their tablets, getting their updated
True Polaris Dawn,
clock.
indeed. Yeah, I plan on staying live, Pander. We'll see. Oh, honestly, I'm kind of like, I kind of hope it gets scrubbed before that, because I got up at 6 a.m. today, and I have work tomorrow at, probably got to be up at 6 a.m. again tomorrow, so, well, today,
for those
actually.
who are watching right now,
I get 3 hours.
down to
SpaceX is initiating seat rotation.
So they're going to rotate them back?
a lot
Because right
going
now
on
they're,
here.
you know,
Seat rotation
reclined
being
back
initiated.
essentially,
We
and they're going to
obviously
rotate
have the
them
screen coming up,
back into like a normal sitting position.
and seat movement begins.
I wonder if that was relief to them or added more
That'll make
dread.
it a little easier on the crew.
Probably neither.
wait
If
for
anything, it was probably more like, oh my god, we have to sit here for another 2 hours. You know, it's kind of like that. Not necessarily dread, but also not really relief.
More regular seated posture.
Oh, look at Anna.
And then we'll
She's
get
got
back
that
to
smile
seat
of like,
rotation a little bit
man,
later on.
this
But
sucks.
Right now it's like 2.5 hours now to the planned T0. As we mentioned, as we started the
Cat is
webcast, we had
soft.
3 opportunities. We've had
Time to work on Kerbal stuff. There you go.
Copy that, SpaceX, we show the same.
We had to wave off the first opportunity just as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. The weather forecast
that a
was
picture of?
iffy at best. And we
You guys
have
see that?
elected
What
to
was
go for
that
the second
on
of the 3
Scott's
T0 opportunities.
home screen?
Next launch opportunity at 9:23:49 Universal Time. We'll have a third opportunity if need be at 11
Yeah, it does look
hours,
like
50
food.
minutes Universal
But
Time.
why?
We don't know what the weather forecast
Is that just his
It's
picture? He
very
wants to-
dynamic as a tropical boundary layer has come ashore in Florida.
All right, chat. Well, for the Twitch side, it's come that time again. We're going to do another
Just before we had the
quick ad break here in order to get rid of all of the pre-roll ads and injected mid-roll ads, especially now that we know that the launch isn't happening for another 2 hours. So it's going to be a little downtime until then. So see you guys in about 3 minutes.
and recycle back to the T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes that you see on the screen now.
So Perry, I don't think they do it like that, but they do, you know, many months beforehand, they're like constantly together, like all day, stuff like that, doing training and doing team building exercises and doing extraneous activities together. Yeah, all to build rapport.
Everything is good for Dragon, as well as
yeah, Mechanical Jeb, they do use Windows tablets, that's correct, on Starliner.
Propellant into the Falcon 9, and so we were able to hold the clock and wait till we get closer, and then we can resume the final checks and the propellant load of Falcon 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly, Kabil, on Instagram.
2 hours and 24 minutes. And of course, we'll be continuing to watch the weather throughout the early morning in Florida. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it is dynamic conditions. The concerns we had were not winds. It was twofold. A shower was passing over the launch pad that was just had rain in the ascent trajectory, but we expected the rain shower to dissipate. The bigger problem is there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub.
How about that, chat? We got some time to kill. So on that note, I am probably going to take a very quick breather. I'll leave you all with the stream up. I'm probably going to go make a cup of coffee so we can buckle in for the long haul, because we got like 2 more hours of this. Well, actually, probably more like 3 hours. I'm going to be covering, it's just 2 hours until launch, and then probably at least, 30 minutes or so after that, we're going to be having the stream up and whatnot. So definitely going to get some coffee, and I will be back here in just a little bit, chat. Just going to get some coffee and come back.
Yeah, SpaceX, just wondering when we should expect a reset on our T0 clock.
That's in work, Dragon. I'll let you know when we have that update in.
Yeah, Core just working through some housekeeping
And cut that, SpaceX.
with the Dragon displays.
Yeah, so we're obviously sad we don't get to go to space in 50 minutes like we were hoping, but I'm sure there's nobody more disappointed than the crew on board. But let's take this opportunity to learn a bit more about them. The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program, of course, chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake the challenges of this mission. So we've seen him before on Inspiration 4, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman. As I mentioned, he was the commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed-around-the-world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet Team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours. Here's a little bit more about Jared.
I think like a lot of kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. And I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think you just build on it with like just awesome movies like The Right Stuff and Top Gun the original and Space Camp the movie for sure. All you had to do is go to space camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. If you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, it is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like SpaceX and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm, because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so, because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit, and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4. Let's hear from our mission pilot himself, Scott Kid Poteet.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve. Based on my academic background, you know, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. You know, I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are plenty smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat, but I've been blessed to have this opportunity. I'm going to take advantage of it. My name is Scott Kid Poteet. I'm the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn.
Mission Specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as
We're
a
in it for the
crew
long haul, chat.
communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions.
But I got off for a little
In
bit, just came back
2015,
assuming
while
they pushed it
studying
again.
at
They did.
the
They
University
pushed
of
it again.
Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX and then
Hey,
moved
understand,
into the
Alec. Have a good
astronaut
night.
training program full-time after graduation. Here's a bit more about Sarah.
Yep, let's go Boulder. Right in the backyard here.
So I cannot technically claim
Look at
that
that,
I am
550,000
a Boulder, Colorado
viewers,
native
just
as much as
about.
I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder, and then eventually
Heck yeah.
started as an intern at SpaceX.
Nice.
I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school, and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I
Shuttle
heard
era,
of
baby.
the concept of
The shuttle, man.
this
Gives you the
future
space
job
bug.
of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that could be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, you know, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today. One of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug. Was
Hey,
so
Bob and
massive.
Doug.
Like, that's the first time
Nice.
we returned launch capability to the U.S.
There's Bob
Like,
and
this
Doug right
is
there.
So big.
DM2,
and it's
Demonstration
such
2 mission.
An immense team effort to get
Back
Dragon
in
to the
what,
point of flight for the
2018,
first time.
chat? That's
and then for
crazy.
me personally, then taking that
So
and
long ago.
transforming that and growing our training program
Was DMT
to
in
support the
2018?
first all
Am
civilian
I
crew
misremembering that?
with Inspiration 4. Those two missions certainly stand out for
No, it's
me.
2020. Okay, okay. It was May 30th, 2020.
When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind
I was about to say, like,
is
no
just
way.
seeing all of the components that came together
too
to
far
make
back.
this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are
I
making
watched all
this
the
possible
early shuttle launches.
and dedicating
Space
their
shuttle,
lives to safely
fantastic
flying
piece of
people to
machinery.
space and back. My name is
2020,
Sarah
the
Gillis,
2020s have
and
been
I
a
am
long
mission
decade. You're not
specialist on the
wrong.
Polaris Dawn mission.
And rounding out the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of crew operations and works in
All right,
mission
so we've
control as
already
both a
seen all
mission
of this,
director
or
and
at least
crew
we saw part
communicator.
of it because they had their early issues, let's say, with the stream, right?
Developed critical operational responses.
I think I'm going to leave this on very low volume, chat, and then we're going to switch over. Well, actually, let's leave that up. Well, actually, can I bring this down? Yes, yes, I can. Oh god, I broke a chat. Oh no. I've actually broken. I've broken the stream. Okay, there we go. It didn't want to go on this middle screen here for a second. Okay, so we're gonna leave that up, and then let's get back into our go no go news, shall we, chat? And then from here, I can add another source, a window capture somehow. Where is it? Come on. Window capture. There we go. Browser. Okay. This one needs to be Polaris Dawn. And then we can move this in here. And then we can get Pip. There we go. And ba-blam. There we go, chat. Oh, but why are you not working? Wait, really? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Transitioned over to SpaceX,
Oh.
and I have been here ever since.
Really?
On launch day,
Okay, stand by, chat.
I think
Take you out here, go over here, make you full screen.
Peace will be
Does that work? Yeah, it does. Okay. There you guys. You guys can still see the Pip, right? Picture in picture.
thanks to SpaceX.
We ain't even halfway through. I know, right? Isn't that just horrible?
To the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took.
All right, chat. So we're gonna leave that on in the background here,
And then thirdly, I think
just so that way we can keep it up and see if there's going to be any updates from them. But in the meantime, we can get into our go no go news once again, chat. So if we look at our go no go news, we've already covered things like the NASA Viper mission. We've already covered things like the Rocket Lab hardware and the Blue Origin hardware. Next thing we got to cover here, chat, is this. Check this out. If you haven't seen this, Gruyere space program, if you're not following them on X, highly recommend that you do, because they're awesome. So if you aren't familiar with Gruyere, they are a fully student-led organization, or at least they were originally conceived by students that originally went to high school together, and then they all went the aerospace engineering track, and now they started this organization to develop a vertical a vertical hopper, essentially, for rockets. So check this out. This is their newest milestone here of their vertical takeoff, and not even paying attention to what you guys could and could not see. Just a dancing me, yeah. So again, this is the Gruyere space program. If you are not following them on X, highly recommend it. They just finished their Colibri Flight 33. This was a tethered flight. You can see it's actually tethered by the way that it is. Basically, it's strapped down to some sort of crane or grader system up here. But check that out. This is a student-led organization. But yeah, that's Gruyere space program. So that was their 64-second 8-meter hover test. From 99 kilograms to 63 kilograms mid-flight. Our hopper handled it all. Pretty awesome. And then we got this fantastic shot as well. Look at the startup of that engine, chat. I don't want to get DMCA'd if that's DMCA. Look at that. What a cool startup program. Yep, so that was an ignition test here, basically spooling up under pressure and then doing an ignition and then shutting down. Needs some minifigures indeed. Indeed it does. But super cool. So yeah, like I said, Gruyere space program, highly recommend giving them a look-see here on X, because they are a student-led team doing some pretty cool vertical takeoff and vertical landing rocket tests. All right, chat, we are just about done with our go no go poll news. The last thing that I wanted to cover, let me actually hear what they're saying on the live stream real quick.
Exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will
Okay,
adapt.
they're just reiterating what they talked about earlier with the Dragon capsule in terms of its missions flown and all that sort of stuff. Good mood to all. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. All right, so the last thing that I want to talk about, chat, is this. I think it was you, Captain Failure, that brought this tweet up to my attention. This coming from Dekai Aerospace, talking about and calling out Lumen Orbit for a white paper that they posted to posted to their website. And this white paper and what Lumen Orbit is attempting to do is basically massive data centers in space. So as you imagine, as we have here on Earth, we have massive server farms, right? On Earth that are all designed to just, be bought out by different companies to host their, like Amazon Web Services, right? Just massive server farms hosting nothing but data for different companies, different people, different entities. So what Lumen Orbit wants to do, who's a Y Combinator 24 alumni, Y Combinator is like an early sort of accelerator or incubator for startup companies. Basically, you get invited to this program. If you make it into the program, right, there's a whole pitch competition and whatnot. And then Y Combinator can give you some startup funding. And then also you are then part of the Y Combinator network. And there's massive, networking opportunities for investment and other programs and all that sort of other stuff. So it's really, really cool, Y Combinator. Yep, the ones that are, so I don't think they're planning a lunar data center. I think they're just planning data centers, massive megawatt scale data centers in space. But they recently came up with a white paper, apparently, that somebody called out on the X feed talking about this table right here. So this table, cost comparison of a single 40 megawatt data center cluster operated for 10 years in space versus on land. So first and foremost, energy is $140 million for the terrestrial application or $2 million for solar array applications. So this one, honestly, I think it's definitely more than 2 million, but it's definitely not 140 million. The reason being, right, is $2 million, probably not $2 million. But the solar array cost is essentially a one-time purchase. You integrate it into your spacecraft and then you launch it and you never have to upkeep it because it's in orbit. So it's definitely not $140 million, but it's definitely not 2 million. Just my first thought there. Launch, of course, there's none there. $5 million for a single compute module and solar radiators. Probably, yeah, with what Falcon 9 is doing, and if this is big enough to then take hold of what Starship is capable of doing, $5 million for something like that seems doable. Cooling, $7 million at 5% overall power usage. So these are active coolers, basically, radiator systems that are carrying heat throughout the entire radiator system, active fans if you're terrestrial, right? Like all these massive server farms can have huge air conditioning systems and fan systems to take the heat away from the server farm. And then for the space system, more efficient cooling architecture, taking advantage of higher delta T's in space. So I think that's delta thermals, like different in thermal temperatures in space, right? Because on the shade side, if you're facing away from the sun, especially if you're eclipsed by the sun, or eclipsed by Earth, you can be like negative 150 degrees centigrade in the shade, right? But also on the flip side of that, that's not, I don't think, taken into account here, is when you're in the sun, right? Worst case scenario, your thermal range in the sun is actually going to be probably worse than the terrestrial application. So I'm not sure how they took that into account there. Water usage, 1.7 metric tons at 0.5 liters per kilowatt hour. Not required. Yeah, for the space, water usage is not required at all. You're not hooked up to any sort of water system. If you have water on board, you're probably not using that in your radiators, because typically for radiators, you're using like an alcohol system or something like that, because you don't want it to freeze in space with the massive thermal temperatures, and you don't want it to boil with the massive thermal temperatures. So you're not using water. Let's see what else here. Backup power supply, not required. So anyways, what I wanted to cover here is Lumen Orbit was called out on the X's for, I think, being too, how do I want to say this? Being too optimistic, chat. But what's really, really cool, chat, is that this is actually a viable, I think arguably a viable commercial program or commercial technology that can be hugely disruptive, but it's going to take so much to develop. It's going to be absolutely, it's probably going to be 20 years at least before we get anywhere with the technology required to make this economically feasible. Now, Lumen, of course, says that they can do it like within the next 10 years. I don't think that that's possible with the current track. Some things get easier, like launch, right? When we have SpaceX with Starship in the next 10 years, that gets easier. But there's so many other things to think about when it comes to data centers in space, that I just think that this is not going to be something that happens for like the next 30 years, if not longer. The Polaris stream was hiding the center right of your screen. Y'all need to see the center right of my screen? What you talking about? There's nothing I'm showing on the right of my screen. Oh, if you're talking about this, I see. You're talking about for the table. I understand. But no worries. I was just going through this table. I'll link this up in chat if you want to actually look at the table itself. But it wasn't really. I was reading it, so I think it's all fine. But they're comparing the difference between the energy costs, the launch cost between terrestrial data centers and space data centers. The other big one was this one regarding the water usage. Of course, there's not going to be any water usage in the space applications, things like that. All good. Yeah, rad shielding is huge. So let's talk about the actual problems with doing data centers in space, chat. So one of the, I guess, nice things about thinking about doing data centers in space as we all know, AI, right? AI is huge. It's exploding right now, right? We have everything from OpenAI, we have X with Grok, we have OpenAI with ChatGPT, we have Claude with their different AI models, we have different AI model support systems like Perplexity and all these other platforms, right? Huge amounts of data. We have Meta with their Llama model that's like 400 billion parameters and things like that. Massive AI. Those all require massive amounts of data, right, for training. And then only as the whole AI industry explodes further, as the trend kind of keeps showing, the data is going to be required. More data is going to be required, which means we're going to need more data farms. These things are stupidly power hungry, right? Because you have to have massive server racks all connected into the grid, right, for access via internet, and it's just, it explodes really quickly, right? So one of the great things, or one of the highly sought after potential use cases for having data centers in space is that, technically speaking, once you get it up there, it's kind of free real estate. It's free real estate, Jim. You know that, chat? Because if you can deploy data centers in space with massive solar arrays, then you don't have to worry about them taking up any sort of grid energy here on Earth. So that's a positive, right? Let's talk about the negative on that same topic. The negative is, if you don't know, solar power systems, solar arrays in general, degrade by like 1 to like 3% every year on orbit, which means that if you start off with your satellite data center with, like, let's say 40 megawatts, which would actually be not even possible with current standards on having a solar array capable of that. But let's say you start off with 40 watts, right? 40 megawatts. Then by year 2, you've lost 3%. And by year 3, you've lost another 3%. And by year 4, right, you've lost another 8% and all that sort of stuff, right? It scales. And not linearly, might I add. Like, after several years, it starts scaling harsher. It starts actually dropping off even faster. Because the materials inside of a solar array get eaten up by radiation, by the extreme thermal loads on the vehicle, on the solar array materials, by the actual UV, ultraviolet radiation and things like that. They all start to degrade, which means that your system has to be repaired. So what does that mean? We have to have intelligent, autonomous systems capable of swapping out solar arrays or repairing them in some way, and we don't have that right now. Like, we're super far away from having that sort of like intelligent, what's known as ISAM, or in-space servicing assembly and manufacturing. We're very far away from having that capability. As quickly as the industry is actually moving in that direction, we're still very far away from having that sort of autonomy. So the whole like benefit side, right, which is like getting rid of the energy requirement of the data centers on Earth and moving it to space where it can be more free, if you will, is completely, I think, negated by the fact that it would only be good for several years before you're now having reduced power and you're going to need all of these like servicing missions. And then what happens in the event that a data center goes offline? You can't just drop by the massive data center with your IT guy and, flip a switch or, remove a server node out of the server rack and replace it when it goes faulty. No, once it's up there, there's no doing that, right? So then you got to start talking about redundancy. And if you're talking about redundancy and just having more server data space, if you will, to just counteract the possibility of having, faulty nodes happen due to radiation and thermal loads and just the natural material degradation that happens in space, like, wow, right? So now we need ISAM again. You need redundancy. You're losing return on investment. By the way, none of these problems are necessarily, hindrances of this technology taking off forever, right? Like, these are not insurmountable problems. But regardless, they are, in fact, problems that are going to push this out as I think, a economically feasible technology for, I don't know how long, probably until like 2050, right? In a rad-heavy area like space, not long, yeah. What's the effective lifespan of a CPU rack? Well, yeah, that's the other thing, is that it would actually probably require, unless it's getting into low Earth orbit, or like low Earth orbit, right? You need to have checks and balances on your CPUs, right? You need to have like watchdog processors, or just move into full radiation hardened CPUs. And you know what the problem is with that, chat? Is radiation hardened CPUs are like 4 generations behind current terrestrial CPU technology. Why? Because it's radiation hardened. And radiation hardening requires a lot of testing, development, and a lot of certification flights and a lot of flight heritage. So that means that in order to get anything, quote unquote, radiation hardened, it requires special materials, it requires this very specific design. Like, getting a rad hard system is not just like, you can't just buy those off the shelf in large quantities, right? Like, they're very special, so to say. Now, again, not an insurmountable problem, but again, having CPU rad hard systems is going to take a while to get to something of this scale. That's probably going to need a lot of memory. That's the other thing, chat. Memory. If this is a data center, you have to have a lot of storage space, because that's basically all it is, right? It's basically a server rack with nothing but massive amounts of data space, memory space, storage space for all of your data, right? Well, guess what is like one of the hardest things to get done in space? It's memory. Why? Because memory can be volatile, and you can't necessarily use solid state systems, because if one single alpha or gamma particle, I can't remember which one it is, hits your solid state system, that entire block of memory is gone. So you have to have a special, not special, but it's a certain type of memory in order to try and mitigate those effects for like single event upsets and just outright, degradation of your memory system. Like, memory is super hard. Again, not an insurmountable problem, but a problem nonetheless. So, I mean, I really like this technology. I think it could be very good. But I don't know how long it's going to take them to actually execute on this, especially when they have something that looks like this. So if you look at some of their renders and whatnot, like right here is one single data center, like one single server rack for all of this solar array area. Like, absolutely. It's a 4 by 4 kilometer solar array with radiators. That's the other thing, heating. Guess what, like, is the #1 output of data centers? Heat. You're in space. Where's it going to go? You're going to need massive radiators. So, I don't know, chat. I'm definitely all for it. All very hopeful. Like I said, it's not an insurmountable problem, right? And if you can develop a system like this that is modular, right, to where you can keep adding these server racks or whatever you want to call them into this overall system with the massive solar array, that's great. But I still, again, don't see this as being a viable technology, so to speak, for quite some time. But anyways, like I said, definitely give the overall white paper a read. It's actually pretty interesting. ESA actually really recently came out with a white paper as well, or not a white paper, but like a study results or something like that for basically data centers in space. And they say, I think they say 2050. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I wouldn't just directly dismiss them like Dekai did, but yeah, it's not going to be anytime soon, unfortunately. But anyways, chat, let's see where we are now. We are at T-minus 1 hour and 47 minutes. They're just replaying all of the things that they had been playing earlier. We've already seen all of this video before, I believe. They're talking about the suits and the design of the suits and the testing they did with the suits. So yeah. But anyways, chat, I hope that went through a lot of what at least I thought of somebody like Lumen Orbit. Well, we saw some of it, right? Lots of buffers, that's true. It's a nice pipe dream, but yeah, I don't see it happening soon. Yeah, definitely not soon. Like, I don't know how soon Lumen Orbit actually wants to do it. It probably says in their white paper. I don't know if they actually have a specific set timeline for them. Availability, speed of deployment. So yeah, again, they're talking about AI being able to, you know, offload a bunch of the carbon footprint, a lot of the power requirements that data centers are going to require because of the AI explosion. Like I said, I mean, it is smart. It is smart. I just don't see it happening anytime soon, to be honest with you. But that's just one man's take. Again, like, the thing I can't get over is like, okay, so what happens if a data center goes down? One of these data center modules goes down. Like, you're not repairing it. You're not sending somebody next door. You're not sending your IT guy to go and fix it. So what is their response to something like that? That would be my biggest question. We're building a network of megawatt scale data centers. Let's see, lumenorbit.com. I volunteer. Great graphics on their website, though, I have to say. NVIDIA Inception Program. All launch costs will leverage 24/7 solar energy. That is true. They could leverage 24/7 solar energy. Right? Like, putting it into sun synchronous orbit, putting all of these in sun synchronous orbit could be a way to mitigate some of their power requirements, like their battery storage and whatnot. So that's true. Let's see, they have the white paper, meet the founders. Wonder, where did he start? We're going to satellite projects for national space agencies at McKinsey & Co. Nice. Philip has an MPA. Okay. Ezra has a decade of experience with satellite design, specializing in deployable solar arrays from Airbus. Okay, very good. CTO, and this is chief engineer, principal software engineer at SpaceX, of course. I was wondering if there was going to be a SpaceX person. Does it actually say necessarily a timeline? That's what I'm interested in. Hey, what's up, RG? How are you? Krita? What about Krita? Timeline, when it gets founded with other people's money, yeah. Speed. They don't actually have like a list of like what they hope to get through. Because see, that's the thing, right? On their Twitter, maybe they have it on their Twitter account somewhere, but on their Twitter, they say things, oh, here you go. ESA Space Agency confirming what a Lumen orbit has known for a while. It won't take us till 2050 to execute, though. See, that's the thing. Now, granted, this is ESA, and ESA, being a government-run entity, of course, is going to be slower to deploy than a commercial entity. But I do wonder, like, when they say something like this, like, what do they mean? Like, are we talking they're going to do a demonstrator next year? Or are they talking, like, there's a big difference, right, between a demonstrator, a subscale demonstrator, and, like, what their actual vision is. So I'm wondering How's that going to work? Also, did I just see? Have you folks modeled out an all solid state system with the compute directly on the back faces of the solar arrays? But the modular systems to connect compute to those is a bridge too far to me. Thousands of coolant disconnect valves. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's complicated no matter sort of like what direction you look at it. We're highlighting Lumen. Lumen orbit emerges from stealth and raises 2.4 million. They got funding. Is that all through Y Combinator? No, it's not through Y Combinator. I don't think Y Combinator does investments that big. But they were in Y Combinator, so there you go. Very excited to announce the launch. We are building a massive cloud compute and relay satellite constellation with our first launch in May next year. Okay, there you go. So they're going for May of next year, 2025, for their launch of their subscale demonstrator. But again, like, I have questions, chat. I have questions. But again, no matter what, it's not going to take, you know, it might not take them till 2050. But I am curious with a lot of the questions that they are planning on fixing, let's say, chat, right? Anyways, chat, let's get back to the live stream and chill out.
Close or helping them open that hatch mechanism. It's new development for Dragon. It's new development for
Go ahead here, go ahead here, go ahead here, and boop.
SpaceX.
2049, yeah, exactly. Next year sounds massively ambitious, but see, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about like tech demonstrators, is that literally they could just use like a NVIDIA Jetson, put it on a spacecraft and say, hey, look, we have a data center in space. Right? But it's very different from having the full scale system. Right? It's very different from having like the first operational system. But this is just a demonstration flight, and I don't know exactly what they're going to be testing. Now, if they're testing like their full like server rack in space, then that's one thing. But like I said, if it's just a data center and they're already getting funding from NVIDIA, it could just be using a NVIDIA Jetson, which have flown in space before, by the way, as a edge computing system with a lot of memory, and you know, doing that sort of thing. But yeah, like it's a demonstration mission. I'd be curious to know exactly what their objectives are and what is in that design. But hey, right? Like we'll see.
Has been done in a swimming pool in their suits,
Van Allen radiation
right?
belt ain't no joke. That is true.
Saw the crew, the training team got very creative and found
Did I disappear on
different ways
purpose?
Not have to submerge.
Yep, there we go.
Each crew member in their suits.
I
into
wanted
water
to
and
get
deal
rid
with
of that
but,
one.
like,
There we
be
go.
able to do this simulation
I turned off the wrong
training
one.
in a different way that made it a lot easier to make
Turned off the wrong one.
training,
Thank you, cutie.
and you know, keep the suits clean and be able to manage that.
Turned off the wrong source.
Yeah, I think we really just kind of.
All right, we got another hour and 40 minutes, chat.
The mission, from the
They,
hardware to the training itself,
if you are just tuning into the stream, they were supposed to launch 8 minutes ago. They were supposed to launch 8 minutes ago, and they pushed it back to another hour and a half. So we'll see how it goes.
Get to the moon,
Waiting for another weather
beyond.
update, but they're
And so we
doing
really
this all
incorporate
because of
that
weather.
into all
So
of these
that's a
sort of
bummer.
stepping stone missions, right? Like
Yeah,
we're
Asian Glow,
pushing the boundaries,
weather.
we're doing this first EVA, we're
Unfortunately,
developing these
they've
suits,
been
but
having weather
maybe
issues this entire time.
in a few years, who knows?
Not necessarily. So they knew weather was going to be bad. It was a 60% chance of weather violations, of them not being able to go. It was a 60% chance. And basically, when they were 50 minutes out from their original launch time, they did a weather update, and the radar showed within 10 miles of the pad more rain and high altitude clouds and wind, which is not great for launch. So they decided to go ahead and push it back to their secondary time, T0 time, but that was like 2.5 hours pushed. So now we're down to 1.5 hours down.
In the near future, my question is, Halloween's coming up in the United States. Anybody want to make a mock-up suit and go around trick-or-treat? Maybe your kids, you know, it's like, hey, do you want to dress up in an EVA suit?
That'd be a great Halloween costume, chat. It's a great Halloween costume.
With the white and the gray, you know, you could use some colors, you know, a little bit like on Apollo lunar suits, where they would use different colored stripes to distinguish the commander, because in the photos you're always going, who are we looking at? Oh, that's so and so and that's so and so.
Yeah. I love that. you guys were mentioning, you know, the future.
They're trying to
and
fill
how we're
time,
trying
chat.
to work towards
They're trying to
that
fill time.
now. And they mentioned.
So how are you, chat?
They were
How
making
are y'all
the
doing?
spacesuit that they're thinking about the
All
manufacturing.
ready for the launch? I really hope it launches
I've
tonight.
been
That'd be really nice.
manufacturing
But
for almost my
yeah,
entire
definitely
engineering
kind of
career, so I
sucks that
love
it got pushed this far back.
I love that we think about that in the beginning stages of the design. I think that's so important because
Tired? Yeah,
design for
definitely.
manufacturability
I
will
second
make
that.
things a lot easier if you start with that versus,
754,000 viewers
you
here
know,
on
designing
X for
something
this
that may be
event
functional,
here,
but is
chat.
really hard to manufacture and having to go back and make those updates and changes. So I think that's so cool that the spacesuit team really, really focused on that with this suit.
Yeah. It's been so incredible to see the progression from
Look at that suit,
EVA
chat. That's the
suit
EVA
to
suit
the
right there.
Early versions of the EVA.
So yeah, if you just saw that, you'll notice that there are 2 crew members with the new EVA suit. They're actually going to be the ones going outside the spacecraft. You'll have Jared Isaacman and you'll have Sarah Gillis doing the EVA suits. You can tell that they're the EVA suits because in the right side of their spacecraft, they have a camera for like a first-person view. And there's only 2. So there's 4 crew members, but only 2 of them have that camera, and those are the ones that have the EVA package, if you will.
Outside, depending, you know, if they're looking toward the sun or away from it, it helps to keep them cool.
You can see the
or
manufacturer.
warm,
Interesting, nice.
respectively. I think that's just, it looks awesome, but it has an important functionality to it as well.
Yeah.
Kate, you mentioned the moment that Jared and Sarah are going to exit the capsule, and we heard a little bit about that experience from Mike on his multiple EVAs. And
All right, Cap Failure, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by.
You know, traditionally, the public hasn't really had, you know, a live view into these events. So it's truly a very unique, very historical and special event that we're also going to be live streaming for the public. You know, we're going to see their first overview effect. We're going to see them have that experience and kind of get to be along for the ride with them. So pretty exciting.
That is so
we will
cool.
have our own overview effect.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, they are going to be streaming the EVA live, or at least that's the goal. So one of the technologies that they are testing on this mission is actually having Dragon Capsule communicate via Starlink. Oh, here's a great render of it.
There's also a camera located on the Skywalker structure.
So with it being able to do that, we can actually get high quality live streaming video.
Earth/space with Jared/Sarah somewhere in that photo or video, which will be so cool.
Another one I'm interested, you know, we've heard, for example, the Inspiration 4 crew talk about their thoughts. Jared comes back. He flew the first time.
So yeah, that's how they're going to be able to EVA. They're going to literally be outside the capsule.
The Earth that close kind of fills up everything. Now he's going to be 1,400 kilometers up. Yeah, not doing the EVA right there, but he's going to look out through the windows. And Pete Conrad, when they went up on Gemini 11,
I would not. Don't worry, you're tethered in.
Jared and team
it's fine.
Pete was, you know, he was out loud.
Extreme vertigo, yeah. Yeah, Earth is that way. To look at Earth, you gotta go like this. Isn't that weird? There's no up in space, okay? There's no down in space.
Could you tell you are 1,400 kilometers up versus being, you know, 250 kilometers or so the first time around on Inspiration 4?
Yeah, and even just the different viewpoint of having the cupola versus not, and you know,
being outside the capsule is gonna be super weird.
And not hit
gonna be crazy.
The,
yeah, no, I'm good on Earth. Yeah, fair enough.
Would certainly be an experience, although.
When the door opens, will the other 2 astronauts see them step out? Yeah, I can only imagine. So the Dragon capsule, right, has no airlock, meaning that when they open the hatch, the entire inside volume of the crew capsule will depressurize. So all of them are going to be in the vacuum of space, but only 2 of them get to step outside, if you will.
Some incredible views.
But yeah, so everyone's going to be in there just hanging out, and 2 of them will be able to go out on the they actually called those rails the Skywalker because Star Wars, which by the way, right, rest in peace Space Pirates. Yeah, they could be Space Pirates. Yeah, rest in peace Earl Jones.
But we do have some margin in there, so they might
just speaking of Star Wars stuff,
they're able to complete their test, they might just
93 today
to themselves to be
passed
able
away.
to enjoy that view.
Now, we are excited to watch that with them live.
But yeah, they actually call those handrails the Skywalker module.
But for those of us who haven't experienced the overview effect personally, firsthand with our own eyes, here's a little bit more info on that phenomenon.
Can you imagine stepping out and seeing that? Oh, that'd be so cool.
That feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being
So Anna Manon works for SpaceX in the mission operations team, and she's actually the medical officer for this flight. Jared Isaacman is the CEO and I think founder of Shift4, the massive like payment platform, like automated digital payment platform. So he's a like billionaire. He's fitting the bill for this flight. Scott Poteet is a pilot of this mission, and he's a test pilot, or at least a long-term flight pilot for the F-16s in the Air Force. He actually worked for SpaceX as well, as part of the Inspiration 4 mission director, the previous mission that flew. And then you'll see here soon as well, Sarah Gillis also works for SpaceX. She's also part of the mission operations team. So got a team of very highly intellectual and pretty all-around cool crew.
When you see it that way.
We have barely begun.
Nice Terminator.
The worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system.
There's Flight 4, chat.
Figure out what this
Flight 4 Starship.
About.
Nerds, that's right. All of them are nerds. Nerds are cool, man.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have
there's
taken
Sarah
from
Gillis,
space
mission
and that you see
specialist.
from
She works for
satellites.
SpaceX in the mission operations department.
Forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
As you might imagine, the Polaris Dawn crew has spent a lot
Is that
of time
Leota?
together through all of the training and preparation for this mission, and naturally,
no,
that
it's
fostered
Picard.
some great camaraderie.
I thought that
So
was
let's hear what the crew had to say about their team
Ray
bonding.
Liotta laugh from Goodfellas.
I have so many wonderful memories working with this crew. One of the memories that
Yeah, it's
stands
Picard, I
out to
gotcha.
me is back
I just
at
had
the
to look
beginning
at
of
it for a
our
second.
relationship formation, and that was when we were climbing Cotopaxi together. The highs and lows of that experience and the mental toughness required really
I think they went to
helped
Chile.
break down barriers and create a platform to form a trust.
I mean, you want to talk highs and lows. We were literally jumping out of airplanes. I think it just taught us an awful lot about each other and moments of like unbelievable happiness and super lows where.
So somebody was
things weren't
asking me
going.
earlier, I think, about like, oh, that was Cotopaxi, Ecuador? Wow, that's crazy. They were talking earlier that they had gone to Chile and to a bunch of different places in South America. They were actually delivering Starlinks, which is kind of cool, or like the Starlink terminals. But yeah, someone was asking me earlier about like, when they gather the team, do they just like put them all into like a small capsule for like days to like, you know, have everyone get used to each other? No, quite literally, as you saw, they spend months and months and months training together, doing different like mission opportunities and doing different traveling and just being together as like a crew member to make sure you are compatible and that you can bond and learn, you know, everyone's personality and whatnot. Literally, they do this for, you know, like the full year before the actual mission even starts, right? But yeah, you can see they're good friends. They're definitely good friends. They've also probably known each other for a long time because, like I said, Jared Isaacman flew on Inspiration 4. Scott Poteet was the mission director of that mission. So Jared Isaacman and Scott already knew each other. And then Anna Manon and Sarah Gillis, the two women, also work for SpaceX in the mission operations department, and I'm sure was all part of that Inspiration 4 mission. So like all of them know each other, like even before these missions.
That ends up training and flying to space.
My dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife.
They are a special force, yeah.
I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school
So they're
watch.
talking about all of the different memorabilia that they're bringing up to space.
Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping. You brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, he went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so It's
That's
just
cute.
a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm gonna bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher.
Everybody has an iPad. That is correct. Oh, look at that chat. They are verticating their chairs again.
Sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus space.
If you didn't see that, their chairs were originally kind of like this, like in a normal sitting position. And then the chairs actually rotate this way, so that way blood doesn't flow from your head and your spine doesn't get compressed. So then the chairs kind of go like this. So they rotate where you can sit back.
Is something I'm just really excited.
That's what we just saw.
To have.
They got doodle jump on those? I don't know.
Here on your screen, the Polaris Dawn crew, the seats have rotated back into the launch position.
There we go.
So that is a good sign. Everyone remains comfortable, buckled into their seats.
Can a dragon dock nose to nose with another dragon? That's a good question. And the answer, to my knowledge, is
and we
no.
are keeping our fingers crossed that the weather cooperates better this time than it did.
Not saying like they physically couldn't,
so
but that their systems aren't set up to do so.
These 4 individuals are taking.
So the blood all goes to their butts? No, no, it doesn't do that.
I think Jared's advice was kind of interesting. Take less. I kind of agree with that. I personally would probably just take my wedding ring, some flower seeds to plant, and my favorite book. Speaking of which, we already mentioned it earlier, but it's just such like
Kisses from Space.
Such a beautiful.
This book was written, I believe, by
is,
Anna.
A book that Anna actually co-authored.
Anna Manon.
And it is basically just like a story for her children, and she's taking a copy with her to space, and it
is a cute book.
I'm going to order one for myself, and.
So she co-authored the book, Anna Manon, this woman right here. She's the medical officer of this flight. And so she's actually, while she's up there in space, going to have a phone call with her kids here on the ground, is going to read them the story, I believe, for the first time, which is pretty cute. And then she's also going to read them to, I don't remember where they said, but she's going to also have a story time with like students in, I think, Chile, because they talked earlier that they had visited Chile. And I think she's going to do that there as well, or she's going to read the book to them from space as well.
Oh, I would definitely have to bring a basketball.
Of course.
Basketball has made me who I am today, but what I really want to do is bring
I didn't know
Space
that
Jam
about
to real
Jesse.
life. That's my plan.
Amazing.
Yeah,
John,
your basketball will be your zero-G indicator.
Your zero-G indicator. That's right.
Hey, or a Nerf ball. Yeah, a Nerf basketball.
There we go. Not for a mission with an EVA operation, though.
Oh, yeah.
A little space debris, it's no problem.
I'll be more of a sentimentalist. When I was in the Air Force, working Titan launch vehicles, not the ICBMs, but the above-ground launch vehicles, the Air Force only had one way to distinguish, and that was to give you a rocket badge that you would pin on to your uniform shirt. And so it said, yes, you're working launch vehicles. Well, I've had that since 1980 when I started working launch vehicles, and it's actually been to space and back on a Falcon 9 first stage. So I would take that well-worn and well-traveled badge, and I'd take it with me again, and away it would go.
Yep.
And then come back down. So it'd have 2 flights on it.
Yeah.
And it would be a rocket badge.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
I also thought of
So somebody asked, what is a zero-G indicator? A zero-G indicator is a space flight rite of passage, if you will. Most missions, whether they're Soyuz, I think actually Soyuz may have started the tradition, if you will. But they're quite literally plushies or some sort of object or whatever that becomes the mascot of that mission, so to speak. And quite literally, they are just meant to, as a tradition, to basically strap somewhere inside of the module, like on a lanyard, and have them float when they actually enter zero-G. So here is Crew 8. This is the Crew 8 mission, the Dragon mission for Crew 8. And here is the stuffed plushie that they used as their zero-G indicator. So quite literally, it's just meant to be on a lanyard, and it's like a plushie or something, and then when they're in zero-G, it just floats around the cabin and lets you know that you're in zero-G, right? So Sorry if this is a silly question, but are they going to the ISS or just orbit? They are going to just orbit. They are going into a highly elliptical orbit, which is going to be like 1,400 kilometers at the highest point and then like 300 kilometers at the lowest point. They're going to start there. It's a 5-day mission. On day 3, they are lowering their highest point to 700 kilometers. And then they are going to do their EVA. And by EVA, I quite literally mean, oop, that is not what I wanted to do. They are going to go outside of the capsule. If I can find this, yes. This is what they're going to do as part of their mission. The very first commercial crew mission stepping outside of the capsule. This is what they're going to be doing at 700 kilometers altitude. So yeah, they're just going to orbit. They're not going to the ISS, but they're doing a lot of technology demonstrations, testing new suits that SpaceX made for like future missions to go to Moon and Mars and things like that. So they're doing a lot of technology demonstrations for SpaceX as well.
1 hour and 20 minutes. So far, everything with Falcon 9 and Dragon are being reported as healthy. But in the meantime, John, can we get a further status update?
Well, thanks, Atticus. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, as you're just saying. Everything is kind of in abeyance for the moment. We're waiting to get more information on weather. You can see a view of
they look like
Dragon
aliens, yeah.
on top of Falcon 9 at Launch Complex 39A on Kennedy Space Center. Lights are on in the crew access arm, but it doesn't mean anybody is in the arm. And you can see there on the screen the crew. We rotated their seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes, just about 7 minutes ago. Currently, we're slowly moving up on T-minus 1 hour where things start to pick up.
Weather update. Here we go.
And here comes the weather update.
All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
So if you didn't catch that, weather is green.
That's great to hear, and stay by.
So we're looking good. Weather is green. They could be launching tonight then.
And Dragon SpaceX weather officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The Elbow is tracking a 35% chance of violation.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time ever that they're going to be stepping out of Dragon.
For another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
Cool. So we're looking good right now. Hopefully it'll launch tonight.
And copy that, weather officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good.
POV stands for probability of violation. So it's basically a 30% chance of no-go tonight. But that's better than the 60% chance of no-go.
Okay, so they've told the crew
that was earlier.
What we're just getting from the launch weather officer. The first launch attempt.
Lady on the left gave side eye.
We got inside T-minus 45 minutes. A cell had popped up, and it looked like we were going to be no-go at T0.
Good old Florida chat. If you don't like the weather, just wait an hour.
So instead, we held off before we began.
Username is now lurking. Streamlabs, did you update your API? All right, Misadventures, you're lurking now.
That T0 is planned for 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds universal time.
They did not, Asian Glow. Nope. Starliner came back successfully, but without any crew members.
AM Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Just about an hour or so before.
So it's only been like 96 days, so about 3 months. But their overall mission, they're not coming back until February of next year. It'll be 8 months for them.
As I mentioned, we had the crew rotate seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes. On the SpaceX Falcon 9 side, the launch chief engineer is going through a technical readiness poll, making sure that the Falcon team is ready to pick up the count as we get inside T-minus 1 hour. Also, amplify a little bit on the launch weather officer.
Anna's struggling with the stylus.
Interesting. A probability of violation, or POV as they call it, of 35%. So that means essentially 1 chance in 3 of violating the weather constraints that we would have for a launch. It's interesting. An optimist would say it's a 60% probability of good weather. You know, I don't know why we do the probability of violation, but that's the history. It's been that for as long as I have known it.
Since like definitely since the shuttle
big thing
days.
that is changing is that the weather was fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict as the boundary layer was coming ashore. What they're seeing right now in the weather radar is the boundary looks like it's dissipating. And as the Corps told the crew and the weather officer amplified, we ought to know more in about 20 minutes as we get down close to T-minus 1 hour, in which case the probability of violation may actually decrease, give us an even better chance. Still looking at a variety of things. The rain showers that we saw earlier on the camera
they're
lens,
launching from what's known as Launch Complex 39A.
We also
out
want to
of
make
Kennedy
sure
Space
the big
Center
one is cumulus
down in
cloud
Florida.
rules. We don't want any thick, high altitude clouds in the flight trajectory. And then, of course, continuing to watch the winds, but that looks to be pretty good. And if the rain dissipates,
A week trip turned nearly to a year. Yeah, it's true.
Intensity, which is currently green, and go for launch should also stay that way. So fingers crossed that the weather will continue to improve, and we get a
Fingers crossed, chat.
to continue through T-minus 1 hour, and then prop load and take it the rest of the way on down.
Yeah. So the next event's in flight.
Things are looking a little more optimistic than
Oh, I thought that was the comms coming back. So things to look back at. So right around T-minus 50, they'll probably do another weather update. And then at T-minus 45, they'll do the go, no-go poll for propellant load. And at T-minus 43, roughly speaking, they should retract this crew access arm. It'll swing out this way. And then finally, they'll start loading the propellants. And then, yeah, they'll load the propellants all the way up until like T-minus 5 minutes or something like that.
This research is also intended to improve our lives down here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that...
So we already heard this earlier. But yeah, if you don't know, this mission is 5 days, but they're doing like, I think they said 32 different experiments in those 5 days, which is pretty crazy. They're looking at astronaut health during the first days of a mission. We'll listen to the experiments again.
Required data collection pretty close to launch date, and so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure.
So they're getting a baseline here on Earth, so that way they can figure out things in flight as well, compare.
For each one of these science experiments, they're beneficial for not only improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords.
They go up through the nose, all the way back.
Easy to perform.
To look at the vocal
in a
cords.
Hospital environment, let alone in space. They certainly stand to learn a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. But you got two really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid. So we need to better understand what that inflammation looks like. And once we have a better understanding, we can develop the procedures and the equipment necessary to handle any type of triage situation.
When we stepped into this virtual reality scenario, I think Kid and I liked it a lot because they're flying a spacecraft on Mars to kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem.
Looks like he was playing Ace Combat. Yeah, no kidding.
And it's where the astronauts' eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time.
Who paid for this launch?
Be wearing a contact that actually makes him look like a cyborg. It has little
the
coils that can
guy
measure
that was
the
talking a second ago.
pressure, and then we can start testing.
He was the CEO and founder of Shift4, the massive online.
We are doing
paid for
an
this.
experiment called GDS disorientation.
Shift4 is like that really massive back-end digital payment platform that like every credit card company uses. He's a billionaire.
And stimulate a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become
Can you imagine your blood
we've
being
got to overcome
fizzy?
some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on
All the
orbit
nitrogen bubbles
in a
coming out of
zero-G
it.
environment in a vacuum will help us continue this cause in further in space exploration.
So is he the one that wanted to do all those tests, or SpaceX said, hey, do these tests while you're there? That's a good question. Probably a little bit of both. Probably like, hey, I want to do this mission, I want to do this and do that, and then SpaceX was like, okay, awesome, well, we also want to do this. You know, let's work out a deal. Probably both.
While in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space
look at that.
Station,
What a great
Dragon
looking
can
spacecraft,
also act
chat.
as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when necessary.
Yeah, exactly, Kate. And actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins,
Deja vu,
who joined
chat.
us earlier in the show,
We heard all of
slept
this
inside
exact
Dragon
commentary
during his
earlier.
entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Now, Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth. During the Inspiration 4 mission back in 2021,
Yep, this is Inspiration
the crew,
4.
as you see
That's the
there,
same guy
conducted
right there, Jared Isaacman. He also paid for the Inspiration 4 mission, which was the first like fully privately funded mission that went into low Earth orbit as well. And now he's back, paying for more and doing more cool things. So Jared Isaacman is the man.
dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yeah, and in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. The selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do so.
For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/human
All right, chat, real
spaceflight.
quick. It is that time again. I'm going to run another short little ad block break to get rid of all the pre-roll ads and mid-roll ads, especially during this downtime. So going to do it now, so that way it should run out in like an hour. And so then that way, right before launch, when we get to the terminal count, we can do another short ad block, ad break block. And we don't have any more ads throughout the rest of the launch. So I'll be right back, chat. See you guys here soon on the Twitch side.
Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer.
And Dragon, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves again to equalize the low-flow pressure system.
So we heard this call out as well around the 1 hour mark before. I decided I'm going to resubmit my proposal for Crift with more jokes and lore. Realized it was rather dry. All good. Sounds good.
Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer, and inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. Now, this terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
And all of this will be responsible for
Plug and placer
establishing
because
and
it's a laser.
maintaining a laser communications link.
It's a
with
laser
Starlink
communication
satellites,
system.
which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned. If this works, the plug-and-placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Somebody's
this
moving a
technology will
rack of
also
some
help
sort.
Here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to
Maybe they're moving
underserved
the
communities around the
Raptor
world.
engine.
Polaris program is
Down the
donating
assembly line.
Starlink to St. Jude global partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew actually had a chance to hear from the students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it, and we know so
It's pretty
little
cool.
about
They're
it.
bringing
How many of you would like to be an
Starlink internet
astronaut someday?
provision
There we go.
to a bunch of different schools. How many did they
of you
say?
want to go with
Hundreds?
us on our mission?
That's pretty awesome.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again
chat.
enabled
What a
real-time telemetry and
beast
live
of a spacecraft.
high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
Yep.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship
Look at
is
that.
a fully reusable
So many.
transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the moon,
What did they
Mars,
say earlier?
and beyond.
200 metric tons?
Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
And we're still in the testing
Still
phase,
waiting to see
but
that.
major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full reuse.
So here's a
and
picture
on-orbit
of
refilling
the crew variant being refueled by one of the dedicated refueling tankers of Starship. So they're going to have multiple versions of Starship, right? Like a crew-capable one and then just like a refueling depot one.
Now, also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems
Can't wait to
necessary
see
make a trip to
2
the moon
launches
possible,
happening
such
off
as
of 2
propulsion,
pads.
life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed
There's HLS,
demonstration
Human
flight
Landing
before
System.
the Artemis 3 mission.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100.
So this is all deja vu, chat. We heard all of these call-outs before they paused the countdown at T-minus 45 minutes.
SpaceX, we're stepping into section 5, 4.1.
Yeah, it does look very futuristic. They did a demonstration of that sort of thing on the what was it, IFT3? Was it IFT3, chat, that they did the in-space refueling demo? It wasn't 2 vehicles docking, but they basically had they basically proved that you can take fuel from like one tank and push it to another within Starship, which was cool, but it was kind of just a demonstration. But yeah, having multiple spacecraft this huge doing that in orbit is going to be crazy.
With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, will
SpaceX, section 5, 4.100. Cruise go for launch.
Crew is go for launch, chat.
All right, that is
Copy crew is go for launch.
music to our ears. Crew
There are
is once again, still ready,
940,000
for
people viewing
so
this
with
on
the
X
ability
right
to
now.
deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a
940,000.
sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
I'm glad X
If that
figured out
comes for
their
humans to explore the moon
streaming
and beyond,
problems.
They'll have to take everything with them for a surface expedition. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we
Starship
mentioned,
Flight
we
4.
completed the
Flight 4.
4th flight test of Starship on June 6th down in Starbase, Texas.
Love seeing
as you see
the
there.
wave propagations
Super Heavy
going
booster
through the
lifted off
atmosphere
successfully and
from
completed
the
a
engines.
full
See them
duration
being pulsed
ascent
out.
burn.
Ah, that's crazy.
Starship executed
All the power,
another
chat.
successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following
What
separation,
a mission that
the
was.
Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it back towards its splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds in.
The fin almost gets ripped
The landing
off.
was caught by both the onboard camera as well as one of our marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of
What a
peak
shot
heating
that
and
was.
maximum aerodynamic pressure.
And then this one coming up with the fin. Oh, that's not good.
Flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic
You know, just your
speeds.
fin melting
and
off.
speaking of those flaps, Starship provided live video throughout re-entry via SpaceX's
you hate to see
Starlink
it.
satellites, providing most spectacular views. And we all cheered on the little flap that could as it hung on with the last strings for dear life. Now, these Starlink-enabled views they were
I
incredible.
swear, are they
and,
replaying
we're
the
looking
cast from
forward to
earlier?
having similar incredible views on Polaris Dawn.
Yeah.
This is all the
Flight
same
4
talking
ended
points.
with Starship
Same talking
igniting
points.
its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high altitude
Definitely
test
scripted.
campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. The 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future.
Don't
Its
you start
accomplishments
X.
will provide data
Don't
to
you start.
drive improvements as we continue rapidly
960,000
developing
views right
Starship
now.
into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, looking forward to Flight 5, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever
Yeah, it didn't
tower
really need
catch
the
of a
parts. It's
booster.
fine.
Now, returning the
Streamlining it,
booster
right?
after launch is a core capability to Starship, becoming rapidly and reliably
So the next flight,
reusable.
flight test 5.
And speaking
Should-
of rapidly, as of August
Where did they go?
21st, we had both
Should
towers
test the,
fully
catch
stacked,
arms.
which is so incredible to see.
Being able to actually,
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
actually being able to
stay
catch the
tuned for
booster from
exciting
entry.
updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement
Coming up
is
on T-minus 1
guaranteed.
hour, chat.
Now, for those that have just recently joined us, you picked a great time because we are exactly 1 hour and 1 minute and 13 seconds away from launch. Welcome back
Soon,
to the
chat.
coverage for the
Soon.
Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight capabilities while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The program's goal is to demonstrate
You'd improve the
important
design, I'd
operational
agree.
capabilities
Matt,
that will
I'd
serve
agree.
as building blocks to help
It's more
further human
structurally
exploration
rigid
to
now.
the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in the first flight of SpaceX's Starship with
Can't
humans on
believe
board.
that.
The Polaris Dawn crew will be performing some incredible firsts in
So here's
space,
a
including
walkthrough
the
of their
first
mission.
ever commercial spacewalk.
Basically the tech
And this
demonstrations.
mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 a half a century ago. The crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space. They will orbit the Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida. And over the course of their mission in orbit, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration space flights.
Now, liftoff time is still holding for 5:23 a.m. Eastern, and we're currently tracking no technical issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather at the moment is cooperating, but the last POV that we had was 35%, and we heard that it was going to improve as we get closer to T0, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Now, over the last more than 3 hours, I think more like 5 hours at this point, the Polaris Dawn crew donned their SpaceX.
Yeah, the crew have been inside that capsule for like 3 hours, 3.5 hours now, chat. Just to put that into perspective. They've been in their suits for like 5 hours. They got into the capsule at like T-minus 2 hours, and then all the way down to T-minus 45 minutes. And then we recycled the clock for like 2 hours. So it's been a hot minute that they have been not only inside their suits, but inside of that Dragon capsule. So we should be...
who they will be speaking to directly throughout the mission.
Keep it low volume, because I think we should be hearing a weather update here shortly. And then the next events in the flight here will be the go, no go poll for propellant load. Once the propellant load is go, they will retract the crew access arm that we're seeing right here. That's the actual crew hatch on the Dragon capsule. That's where they entered the spacecraft. And then they should start propellant loading and do that all the way up until like T-minus 5 minutes. So still looking good. That's right.
Before we get to that final go no go,
how are they going to be? How long are they going to be in space? 5 days.
Are right with Falcon 9,
or I guess I think it's appropriate to say no more than 5 days. Because it could come back early if things aren't looking good, right? But like even for like landing, like the landing zone,
the launch time,
it's not going to be a long duration
and
mission.
With everything so far on track,
but yeah, it's going to be 5 days.
To meet the crew
that is the goal.
Flying today.
The Polaris Dawn mission has many time objectives, so the Polaris program chose
5 hours on the ground is nothing true.
Know each other well
Definitely true.
And have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake challenges of this mission. Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds
for a weather update.
Oh, here we go. Weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
T02 is, I believe, the current timeline. So T-minus 56 minutes, we only have a 20% chance of violation, which means we have an 80% chance of go to space. Anna has some excitement. She's very animated.
Our opportunity for launching is sounding better and better. The probability of violation for weather rules has decreased from 35% probability to 20%. So that is excellent news. Now, let's talk a little bit about our mission commander, Jared Rook Isaacman. He served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes.
Nice.
In 2011,
Jared
co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 32
like I said, it's quite the crew, chat, quite the accomplished crew.
Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4.
Mission specialist
How do they choose the call sign? Believe it or not, your colleagues, your other pilots in your
astronaut training program,
in your group,
she helped prepare NASA
make it for you.
The Demo 2 and Crew
You don't get to
missions,
say
and most
really what your call
recently
sign is.
trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts.
It is
an
bestowed
experienced
upon
mission
you by
control
your peers.
operator who has supported real-time ops for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder,
That's at least how it is in
started
like
an
the
internship at
military, like
SpaceX
the Air
before
Force.
moving
I don't know
into
how
the
they got their
astronaut
call
training
sign per
program
se,
full-time.
but I would assume it's similar. I would assume
and to
it's...
cap off the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of the crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operations.
Yeah, I find it really cool that SpaceX is actually sending 2 of their own employees who actually work as part of like the astronaut training program inside SpaceX to space as astronauts, which is actually kind of brilliant if you think about it, right? Because now they can take all of the knowledge that they have firsthand of actually taking the training course that they have developed and prepared and put on into others, right? They can take that, they can use it firsthand in actual space on a mission, and then come back with feedback on like, oh, you know what, this wasn't actually quite right, or you know what, we should actually explain this better, or you know, who knows what. So it's pretty cool that they can do that.
Launch from the other side of the mission. Now, as the Polaris Dawn crew prepared for this mission, they had
Andy, maybe
to sit down with a legend of spaceflight, Apollo astronaut Charlie Duke, one of only 4 surviving moonwalkers from the Apollo program. He flew on the
some of
Apollo
these people got new call signs they could use on television, as the old ones were probably not safe for work. Maybe.
He had some great advice for our crew in advance of the first ever commercial spacewalk.
Now that's an EVA chat on the moon.
Welcome to our mission control.
Thank you very much.
We copy you down, Eagle. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
What emotions run through your head as you watch that?
For Apollo 11, it was really
good old
tense.
Charlie Duke
the
chat.
Tension and mission control was through the roof. You know, I was more tense in that landing when I actually did it. Because, you know, in the spacecraft, you're seeing all the systems, whereas in mission control, you're just looking at a little screen, you know, and I was never worried.
Could they use SpaceX EV on the moon? It's a good question. Probably not how they are now.
First off, I want to say thank you for inviting me to come out and get a briefing from y'all and maybe throw a little
because the suits currently are designed to be plugged into the environmental control system of Dragon, and if you're going to be walking outside on the moon, you have to have those large packs that take all of your oxygen and stuff with you. So not how it is right now, no.
Space exploration.
Well, I'm excited about the privatization of space. When it first came about, I was a little dubious, but then it was quickly obvious that SpaceX knew what they were doing. And I've been a big supporter of what SpaceX is doing in space and man.
Oh, look at that! That was Merlin Vac.
I'm impressed with this facility.
Merlin vacuum engine.
First time I've been here.
Well, sir, it is a real honor. It is a real honor to have you here and have this conversation. Polaris Dawn, sir, is the first of up to 3 missions that are contemplated. So we're going to vent down the vehicle and conduct a spacewalk. And we're going to test out a new spacesuit that the engineers at SpaceX here have been developing. It's to learn really as much about this new generation suit that SpaceX has built and then the entire operation associated with it. I'll be one of the crew members that goes outside the vehicle. Sarah will be as well. And then Kit and Anna are going to be inside the vehicle in kind of supporting capacity and be the eyes and ears of while we're outside.
Is that visor assembly separate from your... It's all integrated.
Yeah, it's a spiral waste zipper that we don and doff the suit.
It's important to have a suit that works.
It's a cool suit, chat. It's very streamlined.
Sir, based on your training experiences, what was the most memorable thing you went through?
Let me cover something.
And the lunar regolith is very abrasive, yeah.
The trans-Earth.
Yes, definitely a very hard part, right? The dust particles are extremely sharp. Almost like sandpaper, but even worse. And it just gets everywhere, especially statically charged.
No problems with the trans-Earth EVAs. They're very spectacular. I mean, the view, that was my most impressive memory, really, is to float out. And there was the Earth down here about 180,000 miles away. And My job basically was
350,000
put myself
kilometers.
in so I don't float off and hold on. How long are you depressurized?
So for the spacewalk, based on the vehicle design and what we can support, we have about 2 hours end to end for both depressurizing external operations and then repressurizing the spacecraft. But we'll all get suited up, depressurize the spacecraft, and then 2 people, one at a time, will go outside.
Do all the suits have the same level of protection for radiation? That's a good question. I don't know. Because these suits are new, and they are specifically designed to be improved versions of what they call the IVA suits, or intravehicular, basically space suits. So I don't know. I don't know what sort of improvements they made other than like structural rigidity and things like that.
Accelerate those efforts by developing and testing technologies that will enable humans to live and work in space, while also improving life for us here and now.
I'm a total believer in the SpaceX mission and vision. I think the world is a more interesting place.
We're finally under
stars. I believe
T-minus 50 minutes. It was around this point that we got the
human beings
pause in the time
since the beginning of time
and the
probably
pushback
out there, and we've barely scratched the surface. And SpaceX is trying to change that.
Polaris Dawn has some really ambitious objectives, and the missions that follow it will also as well. And the hopes for all of these is that we
the NASA suits are a personal spaceship. You're not wrong.
And test technologies.
It's a good way to put it, for sure.
SpaceX ultimately achieve its long-term ambitions of making human life interplanetary.
What's really unique about the Polaris Dawn mission is it's a development mission. So not only are we taking the basic fundamentals of how to live in Dragon and operate the spacecraft, but we're now adding whole new operations for new suits, new systems, a new repressurization system in the capsule. There are whole new procedures.
It's a lot of tech demonstration here.
Incredible things, and we are changing the world, and we are making
all
history.
Stuff that's needed for future SpaceX missions too, like going to the moon and Mars.
Level of intelligence,
that sort of technology.
And that's why we're so passionate about our mission and about what SpaceX is continuing to do with their vision to further space exploration.
There's a lot of things that you can be on either side of debate on, but for sure, it's like it's okay to put a small percentage of our resources in advancing our species, and along the way, completely change the trajectory for humans on this planet.
I like that mentality, Shaq.
And
it's the same mentality that Elon has, right?
Day-to-day problems too. It doesn't have
you hear all these people talk about, like, you know, why invest in space when we have so many problems here on Earth? It's like, well, because if you didn't know, there's a lot of innovation that comes to Earth from the aerospace industry and from space travel in general. So
the launch director has also checked with the Dragon mission director for their readiness.
Besides, the whole space or the whole human endeavor is to expand our horizons, right?
He'll be making announcements on the control room lockdown and protocols for hold or launch escapes. And he'll also be reminding the team that inside of T-minus 10 seconds, only the computer can abort the launch. Now, once the LD, the launch director, gives these instructions, they will clear the team to proceed with moving the crew arm away from the launch vehicle. You can see the arm is in the access position right now, but once we get...
Pull is complete and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, breathe the C or LD, and they'll approve during the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will board
That's true, Naps, yeah.
Immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules.
Yeah.
Launch control.
That's good.
Proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Or other technologies to put it into that place, right? Because there are ways to mitigate certain aspects of long-term spaceflight through technology versus changing us, but yeah.
Has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm waiting for it to begin into motion.
There it goes. Crew access arm is starting to move.
Once we get through this,
There it
then we will
goes.
be arming the launch escape system, and
Crew
there's a view.
access arm retraction has started.
That moves
Crew access
faster than I
arm
remember.
retraction started.
That thing moves
Once that's
faster
all the
than
way
I
back
remember.
in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to.
Oh, what a great
propellant
shot,
mode,
though.
starting
Look
in
at that.
T-35 minutes. One other update: weather probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes.
So crew access arm is now retracted. They should now next arm the abort system. The abort system are the very large Draco thrusters at the integrated into the capsule. Basically, those fire if anything goes wrong below the capsule. If anything goes wrong below the capsule fires its engines in these pods here, and it takes it and the entire crew away for safety. So they do that before they start arming, before they start filling propellants, because anytime that you enter a dynamic state, that's potentially unsafe. Right now, the vehicle is inert. There's no fuel, there's no oxidizer. But as soon as you start filling fuel and oxidizer, now you have ways for things to go wrong. The structural rigidity of the rocket is changing as it's getting colder. You're putting mass into the vehicle. There's a lot of stuff that can happen during this transient phase. So they arm the abort system. They get ready in case the abort sequence activates for whatever reason, as you can see with their visors and everything down, and they hunker in for propellant load.
Beginning.
Yeah, we can see their tablets there on their legs, strapped on top of their
SpaceX
suits.
Dragon, section 6.2, our visors are closed, and we are proceeding with arming LES.
Yep, there they go. Going to arm LES,
Copies.
launch escape system.
So those tablets that they have provide all the information that they need for the mission. The crew, as you can see,
T-minus 42 minutes,
reporting that
chat.
They are ready for the next steps, reporting that all their visors are closed. Arming of the launch escape
So they
system,
should
now coming up.
enter the launch escape system activation at like T-minus 40 minutes. So another 2 minutes, it should be armed completely. And then from there, around T-minus 35 minutes, they start loading RP1.
Verified armed.
Oh, there we go. So already armed it.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same.
Very nice, very nice. Now a few minutes to
We're
go.
closing out 4.100.
It should be a few minutes before they start the RP1 load, unless they just start doing it now.
Copies closing 4.
But I think on the timeline they had it at T-minus 35 or 36 minutes. 42 is always the answer. That's true. That's true. How many Gs do they pull for such an abort? I think it's 4 for Dragon capsule.
Emergency escape.
It's a lot, but it's not like
if something were to happen
a lot.
or the pad right now, system is ready to go.
I might just be pulling that number out of thin air, Naps, but I thought I remembered during the pad abort test them saying that it was roughly like a 4 to 5 G separation, a 4 to 5 G launch.
Leave, but
So it's not like the 9 Gs that Orion and Apollo
that arm
pull.
took a minute or so to retract. It can actually come back into the support position much faster than that. So there's a high-speed mode, but that high-speed mode requires
Talking about the crew access arm.
configuration so that it'll be enabled.
Hmm.
So if that was needed, the crew could then leave the hatch, go down the arm, and depending upon the direction, they can take the elevators. The elevators are currently at level 255. When the ground team left the pad, they send the elevators back up. So if the crew needs them, they're right there. And of course, we have the slide wire basket system on 39A.
That's cool.
Is another way.
Talking about all the
crew had to leave. But the good news is, coming up 40 minutes
paths
before
that the crew
launch,
can take to get away from the tower and Dragon if they have to.
technically on Falcon 9 and Dragon, and it looks like the weather has begun to cooperate now.
T-minus 40 minutes. Should start RP1 propellant load. That's the fuel.
Now, next major event coming up at T-minus 35 minutes.
35, what'd I say?
will be
There we
the
go.
Start of propellant loading on Falcon 9.
The
Once we
35
get into
minutes
that,
is
then we're
RP1, and then a few minutes after that should be
even though there's
locks.
still more time in the
Actually, no, I
window,
think they do
the third
locks
launch opportunity
at the
of
same
the
time as RP1 for the first
we
stage.
would not be able to take advantage of that if we get propellant going into the
And then the second stage, I think they start at like
Again, the views from 39A.
The second stage should start at like 18 minutes or something like that. So we got some time for all the propellant loading that has to happen. And now we wait, chat. We continue waiting. Hurry up and wait, chat. We continue waiting to see what's going to happen here. We are sitting right now. Last weather update
Quiet right now on the nets. Team
was 20% chance of violation.
35.
Oh, chat, look at that. You can see one of the rainbirds.
You know, we were very close to this
One of the
point
rainbirds
about
is
an hour and a half,
having water
ago.
funnel out.
And again, we did make that call due to weather to move the T0, and we did that prior to propellant loading, because once we start propellant loading, we're basically committed to that T0, which was a great call again from the team on monitoring the weather and going for the second T0, which has a much better probability.
What they mean by committed to that T0 is once they start propellant loading, if they had to scrub or, you know, to like pause to go to another one, they kind of can't just keep filling up the rocket with LOX, right? Because there's a lot of boil off that occurs and whatnot. And for any sort of reset, you can't just like detank the vehicle and then fill it back up that quickly. So they would basically scrub for the entire day if they filled it, if they started filling it and then had to push back to another T0. So that's what they meant. It's not that, oh, if, you know, we are filled with propellants and we're at T0, if the weather's not good, we're still going. It's not like that. That's not what she meant by commit.
And as you said, stepping into prop load is a pretty strong vote of confidence that we're going to be able to make it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there is always that 20%. But we are optimistic that we're going to see our Polaris Dawn crew in orbit sooner than later.
Yep.
And it
Pretty
shows,
good.
You know, this is a perfect example.
Again,
of,
we hurry up
why
and
we
wait,
have
chat.
all these
We hurry up and
procedures
wait.
And these milestones where we're checking in throughout the countdown to make sure that, you know, we have opportunities to make the right decision, again, for safety being the number one thing that we're always looking out for, especially with crew on board, but just for any
So we should
mission.
see the RP1 propellant load happening in 2 minutes.
Propellant load in 5 seconds.
Oh, they're starting it in 5 seconds. There we go. So a little bit early, 1 minute early, it seems.
Yeah, we'll be hearing call-outs throughout the countdown up to the crew to let them know what's happening, both Falcon 9 and Dragon. And then we'll also hear call-outs on SM.
Yeah, and the Corps is keeping them updated so that they, you know, there's going to be new sounds coming inside of the vehicle, and the Corps can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening, but they might be able to hear it. So they'll be able to monitor, you know, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the Corps is updating.
I wish they'd
them
give
with
us
these
this camera view. They have a camera in the back in between Scott Patot, or Petite, and Jared Isaacman. That camera, you can see it right there. And we've seen that camera angle before, and it actually looks forward between their heads and into the large monitor that's right in front of them. It'd be really cool if they switched to that, but...
Mention, hear the launch director call out to the crew that propellant loading has begun. Propellant loading sequence on the Falcon 9 begins with loading fuel onto both the first and the second stages. That's the RP1 kerosene fuel that we use.
Yep.
We'll also begin with
So all the on-orbit activities should be pushed back 100 minutes. Yeah, pretty much.
Now, the second stage
Yep.
fuel loading will finish up fairly quickly.
Roughly
about
speaking.
T-minus 20 and a half minutes. And then 4 minutes after that, we'll begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage. But right now, T-minus 35 minutes, 30 seconds. Everything continues to go well. We're waiting for
Nice.
the handover from the countdown master sequence to the launch automatic sequence to begin propellant loading. Once that begins, that'll commit us to a
ITAR with that screen showing, perhaps? I mean,
pad 39A and 4.
I wouldn't think so, just because they've shown it before on like several missions. I don't think so, but unless they changed something, maybe, or maybe it was requested, or you know, I mean, it could be a bunch of different reasons, but
auto sequence has started.
And great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means
Yep.
that propellant loading has begun on
There we
Falcon
go.
9.
Very good.
And we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff. Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. In order to fly
Dragon Land.
Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer, and for the fuel,
Extremely hazardous stuff.
Monomethylhydrazine, or MMH.
Monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide.
Oxidizer. Now, together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that
I wouldn't
power
think
the
that to be a
launch escape
problem, but
system
maybe.
in an abort scenario.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Dragon are ready, if needed.
Inside these pods, Draco engines for abort. There's one here, one here, one here, one here, and then 2 on the other side, or 2 similar pods on the other side for 8 engines total.
Now, some of you are very familiar with the vehicles on the launch pad today, but for those of you who aren't, no worries. We're about to make you instant experts.
Instant experts, chat. Listen up.
Now, on the left side of the screen is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together, they stand about 229 feet tall. Falcon 9, of course, is a reusable 2-stage rocket, which means it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle. You can see soot from the previous 3 missions that this booster has flown, and those missions include NASA Crew 8 as well as 2 Starlink missions. The first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through Earth's atmosphere and into space.
So if you didn't catch that, this is the 4th flight of this particular first stage. It has flown 3 other missions before. It flew Crew 8, which took astronauts for NASA up to the International Space Station, and then it's flown 2 Starlink missions for SpaceX, right? So this is going to be the 4th mission of this booster, also landing on Just Read the Instructions, the drone ship out in the middle of the Atlantic. So that way it will hopefully have a 5th flight, and hopefully more than that even. So not only that, the Dragon capsule at the top is also being reused. This Dragon capsule, to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, flew Inspiration 4. And is now being outfitted and flown for this mission as well, Polaris Dawn. So yeah, definitely having some reusability stuff going on. Yep, it is loading fuel.
Autonomous powered spaceports, and they allow our rocket to land offshore.
There's the Just Read the Instructions drone ship.
The size of a football field. So
yep,
while they
resilience.
May look small on screen, they're actually pretty big in real life. Reusability is a critical part of our goal of making life multiplanetary. And to that end, we're working toward qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support up to 40 missions each. As mentioned
pretty
previously,
crazy.
Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket, and above the first stage is the second stage.
So they want the boosters, the first stages, to be capable of 40 missions in their lifetime. I think the longest they've had is like 23 chat before it exploded. It exploded on landing, after landing. It had problems on landing, but that was the life lead, I think. So, yeah.
Dragon today to their target drop-off orbit.
So they're halfway there, chat,
and of course,
on the
we have
life,
a great team here at
life
SpaceX that will be
qualification.
monitoring both Falcon 9 and Dragon after liftoff.
23, yeah. 30, coming up on 30 minutes, chat.
And like Atticus said, we have teams here in Mission Control, Hawthorne, and that team is responsible for close monitoring of the crew and Dragon every step of the way.
I think that's the mission director right there that we saw earlier.
Flight path. On console or headset are a number of positions.
We are getting there, that's right.
The health of the vehicle and crew. The mission director, responsible for mission success, is in charge of that room. And the person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts, and the person we have been hearing speaking to the astronauts, is the crew.
Stage 1 cryohelium load has started.
Cryohelium load. So they super chill the helium.
Operations and resources engineer, or core. The other positions are focused
that's
on
core.
things like
I thought he's saying that was MD.
of the vehicle, avionics, software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments.
Nice.
Different
They call
members
that
of the SpaceX
core.
team will rotate through these positions throughout the mission to ensure 24/7 coverage of the crew and Dragon through splashdown.
Yeah, so right
which will
now
be
they
about
are
5 days away.
filling up the pressurant systems inside of the Falcon 9. So basically they use helium as an inert gas to basically push into the tanks of Falcon 9, both in the first and second stage, and that keeps them at the same pressure to help push those propellants down into the engines, or the turbo machinery for the engines. So as you basically empty fuel, right, you start to have gas, right, at lower pressures. You're actually you have more empty space now. So in order to fill up that empty space and keep that pressure the same, for all flight conditions, they pump in helium. And what SpaceX has done is actually super cool that helium and then fill up the bottles with that, gets it densified, able to pack more helium in for the same volume because it's super cooled.
Vehicle activity.
We had an opportunity to talk to Anna, Jared, Kid, and Sarah about their training experiences, and here's what they had to say.
28 minutes, chat.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up.
That's pretty cool.
You can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush.
It's very
of emotions
nerve-wracking.
That comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind.
Does the green screen look good? Yeah.
And then you just let go and you fall.
Oh yeah, nice.
It was incredible training. Some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry, as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain. It's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit.
Nice.
You're dehydrated. You're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques.
The Vomitron, yeah, not wrong.
Exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the
2 years they've been together working on this, yeah. Like I said, they've been together for a while, training for this.
I called it an extracurricular activity. My brain is clearly tired. It's extravehicular activity. And as we mentioned earlier, much of the training that the crew went through was to prepare them to perform that extravehicular activity, or an EVA. Because Dragon does not have an airlock, the entire cabin will be depressurized. So essentially, all 4 astronauts will be performing the EVA. Jared and Sarah will exit the spacecraft to perform
their
their
tasks. So this is what I was talking about earlier, chat, is when you start looking at your risk profile, right? When you start looking at your risk profile for this mission, right? In order to basically go outside the capsule, they have to completely decompress the actual crew compartment and get rid of all atmosphere that's in there, right? So when you start looking at your risk assessment, or the probability of success, if you will, however you want to call it, not only do you have to worry about the each astronaut's suits, right, that are actually going to be going outside, right? Like 2 suits are actually going to be doing the EVA, but because they have to decompress the entire space capsule, you also have to worry about these astronaut suits as well. And so how you do risk assessment in terms of something like this is like, let's say each suit has a probability of success, like a success rating or a safety rating of 99.7. 0.997. So that means that 3 times out of 1,000 it's going to have some kind of failure. It doesn't mean a catastrophic failure, but some kind of failure that might mean that you cannot achieve your objective. You can't actually go through with the EVA. This is, by the way, I think, if my memory serves, the same success rating that current Falcon 9 has for reusability, just kind of to put that into perspective. And so once you have your suit's success rating or safety rating, you then have to raise that to the power of each of the suits. So you have 0.997 raised to the 4th power, and that equals something like 98.8%. So you have a 98.8% of successfully completing this mission. But see, that's just from the suit's perspective. Then you have to worry about the actual repress system, right? Because you have to repressurize the actual crew cabin again. So this is a brand new technology that SpaceX is testing for the first time. So what kind of success rating does this have? And so then you have to, bring this into the fold as well. So it's a lot. It's a complex mission, definitely very risky. But it's really interesting to kind of see this from like that sort of probability of success with all the safety ratings and how it all plays into actually doing the mission planning and actually seeing if this is a feasible mission. So just for what it's worth, I don't doubt that the suits are rated for much higher than 0.997, right? They're probably more like 0.9997 or something like that. So they probably have a higher safety rating than even just that. But it's interesting to think about, right? That's what I was talking about earlier.
For them to touch as well.
The EVA suit
I
is
volunteer.
built and designed here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
We need more passengers, more of a challenge. That's true. That's true.
That we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
Interesting. Talking about the updates to the spacesuit.
The EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space.
Interesting.
Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA.
Awesome.
But it also provides critical telemetry to the
Look
crew.
at that.
So
How cool is that, chat?
Temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal
I would
is
think that
you
would
can
be
put on a
the
spacesuit
contingency
and go
pair,
out
yeah.
and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Between 190 to 700 kilometers
20
above
minutes,
Earth,
chat.
the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt the first ever commercial spacewalk. Here's how it
All right.
all came together.
So during this, we'll watch this video.
Activity.
Gemini
And
chat.
any sort of operation in space where a human
There's
is
the
getting
MMU,
out of the spacecraft.
or the man
in the case of
manipulator
Polaris
unit.
Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the
Or
suit.
man maneuvering
We're
unit.
gonna
Man
see if
maneuvering
the
unit.
Space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
EVA, super
We wanna
complex
see
chat, like I was
if we
talking about,
can
that risk.
train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
IVA suits, not EVA.
Designed to vent to full vacuum.
Look at that Dragon, chat.
Never taken full Dragon capsule down
What a
to vacuum.
beast.
And
Thing
this
is
will be the first time
huge,
we
isn't
do
it?
In space.
It's so
We
large.
actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced
How long would
decompression
it take,
sickness.
considering they are higher than typical orbit? Not much longer.
We have a couple new
Because they're not circular, right? They're elliptical. So it'd be 700 by like 300, which if you kind of like average it out is almost the same as a 400 circular orbit or something like that. So
drop through the
500
hatch.
circular.
They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule.
It'd
We
probably
can
still be like
pick
an
them
hour,
up
hour and a half.
and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule
Maybe 2.
and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me
Skywalker's
is
the
a lot
name of the
people
module
think
for them
it's
to
metallic
the
structure
handrails
just to the top of
for them
Dragon,
to
but a lot of
EVA.
development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That
Oh,
is
nice.
going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
Cool.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on
Yeah, I
its
don't know. I
side.
don't know what their
In the event
contingency
the
is
hatch
for that,
fails to
Perry.
close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a
By the
sideways suspension
way,
system, so
Joel, if you
gravity
didn't know,
isn't
they're
helping them
live streaming
close
the
or
EVA,
helping them open
or they're
that
going to
hatch
try.
mechanism.
That's the idea.
It's new development for Dragon. It's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right on the SpaceX development path that we have.
This is
towards
all
getting to the
testing
moon
a
and
whole
Mars.
bunch of technologies that is planned to be used for the first crew mission of Starship, which is crazy.
T-minus 17 and
All right, chat. So it is T-minus 17 out. I am going to run another 3-minute ad block on Twitch. If you're new to the stream, I do these basically during down times of stream and right before big events like what we're about to see. So that way we don't get any mid-roll and pre-roll ads. So on Twitch side, I will see you in a short time. All right, that should be going.
the vehicle is actually being loaded with propellants as we speak. That began at T-minus 35 minutes. The launch system is armed, and we have gotten the okay to go from the crew. They are ready to go to space.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We've got their new EVA suits on board with the crew. This will be the first time that we've ever flown these EVA spacesuits, which I think is...
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
There we go. Stage
which I think is
2
one of the
LOX
most
load has
exciting
started.
parts about
T-minus
this mission,
16
and
minutes.
We did get a good call that stage 2 LOX liquid oxygen loading is now beginning on the vehicle.
Now, this mission will orbit Earth for about 5 days, and in addition to the first commercial spacewalk, it'll be the first time that we will be utilizing our newly designed Skywalker hardware, which
So
I love
next
the
events
name.
here, chat,
And
should be
it
Falcon
is
9
a
begins
mobility
engine
aid
chill
that,
prior to launch at
Sarah
T-minus
and
7
Jared will
minutes.
use, in their EVA
Then internal power,
suit testing
switchover.
during
Command
their
flight, computer,
EVA.
switchover. Propellant
So
tech,
we are
tank
very much
pressurization to
looking
flight
forward to the launch
pressurization.
in just over 15 and a half minutes.
And that's at
now.
T-minus 1 minute.
And everything so far looking good. We had much improved weather conditions when our first T0 occurred was 12:38. Wasn't so great. Here we are sometime later, and we're looking at a 20% favorability. So, as you can see on your screen,
All of this for like
I
6
said,
minutes,
about
8
15
minutes, but yeah.
from the liftoff of Polaris Dawn. Lots of excitement building here in the building in Hawthorne.
Pizza
just
ad.
outside
All right,
of
there you
Mission
go.
Control. Now, I can only imagine what the crew is feeling as the clock
Scotia
counts down.
Bank.
Now, as we all wait together, let's hear from some of the crew of the Inspiration 4 mission as they reflect on what they were feeling just before their mission liftoff.
I gotta say, right now, launching People always ask me if I was afraid as soon as the engines lit and started taking off. And I was like, no, I was ready. But for me, you know, liftoff was really about concentrating on my job as the mission pilot. And I was wondering, because you guys, you know, were able to kind of sit there and enjoy it and sense it. How was it for you?
Launch was the most fun I've ever had. I was just so excited, and people had been asking me like, are you going to be nervous? And I thought I would be, but I just...
You're just in the moment, you know? Adrenaline rush, all that jazz.
From 10, and I remember saying, let's do this. And I might have had an expletive in there too. But then, you know, we're hearing the 10 count, and it's delayed because of the delay from mission control. And so we're hearing... like they're on maybe 2 whenever we're actually lifting
on the Twitch
off.
side.
But Jared was giving us his own count.
So this is the Inspiration 4 crew recounting on their launch or Inspiration 4.
Jolt, and then of course a lot of G-forces that came on really quickly, but it was just so smooth. And I remember I had the biggest smile on my face. Like I was having so much fun.
And for me, it wasn't just sitting there idly going for a ride. It was thinking about, okay, what am I hearing? What's that pressure I'm feeling through my chest? Because this is happening probably just once, right? And so how do you share this? How do you tell someone what you're going through in this moment if you're not paying attention to everything? And so that's what I was really trying to do was, you know, look between my toes at the window or look over at your screen, Cyan, and see, you know, where we are.
I was wondering if you could see how much you could see.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Just in time. How are you doing?
Focused on listening to Jared and watching the monitor, and I was surprised at how smooth it was because I was expecting for it to be a little bit more, you know, where the monitors are going like this, but it wasn't at all.
Interesting.
But I always wondered, did you look between your toes and see? Could you see out? Were you able to?
I did. I remember right before we launched, just seeing it was very dark. But I don't think we could really see anything except darkness.
Yeah, I don't think we really could see anything except, and it wasn't until we got into space that we made our first orbit around where the sun was, you know, rising from the other side of the Earth, that we actually got our first light from the sun enter the capsule.
Yes, and I
So we're
remember
T-minus
saying out loud,
12
"Is that
minutes,
the Earth?"
chat.
And like, obviously, what else would it have been? But it was just so unbelievable.
All 4 crew members are just chilling. They're hurrying up to wait.
Yeah, interesting comment about first light. We'll be launching about an hour before sunrise at Cocoa Beach.
Oh, chat. This might be possible to have the reverse of the Twilight perspective, like the big jellyfish plume. We won't be, actually, we'll be launching into it. So I wonder what we're going to see from the ground.
Some pretty amazing views on ascent. You know, we just heard from the Inspiration 4 crew about some of their experience with their launch. I absolutely love hearing them describe just how smooth the ride is. You know, that's always so surprising to me. We have 9 M1Ds, 1.7 million pounds of thrust, but yet somehow the ride is still smooth. That's just amazing.
And that's interesting to think because I think Doug and Bob, who worked on or who flew the Demonstration 2 mission back in 2020, the first crew mission of the Dragon capsule, I think they said that the Falcon 9 launch was actually one of the more lively launches. I think those were like their exact words, was a very lively launch in comparison to the other vehicles that Bob and Doug flew.
Approach the last few minutes before liftoff. We have some well wishes.
So I don't know what that means in comparison.
Anna, Sarah, Kid, Jared, from the Dragonflight software team.
On behalf of the Dragon Propulsion Build team,
Dragon Avionics here.
The materials team.
For the Build Reliability team,
The Draco team. The Dragon Propulsion Engineering team.
Falcon Flight Reliability.
From the Falcon Build Reliability Engineering team to Polaris Dawn.
We're so excited for you on this Polaris Dawn mission. We're wishing you the best of luck from McGregor.
Thanks for allowing us the opportunity to do a lot of testing.
Thank you for flying Dragon.
Please remember to keep your hands, arms, legs, and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
May Falcon and Dragon propel you to unimaginable heights.
We know our engines will get you there safe.
Go fly higher than Dragon's ever flown before. And hope you enjoy your internet in space.
Good luck. Safe travels and
go Polaris Dawn.
Go Polaris Dawn.
Godspeed, Polaris Dawn.
Earlier launch time would have been better for a chance to see the coming over on first orbit. Yep, that's true. That's true. To infinity and beyond. Yes, indeed. We're within 10 minutes, chat. Next event in the countdown should be Falcon 9 begins engine chill. So the engine chill, which should happen around T-minus 7 minutes, is where they actually take some of the propellants, such as the liquid oxidizer and RP1, and actually start filling, basically starting to push those through the engine plumbing. They do this to make sure that there's no air gaps in any of the engine plumbing, so that way when they actually go to ignite and they start to flow propellants, there's no air gap and delay in that process. And then it also helps to cool the engine as well, because you don't want air gaps, because if you have air gaps in your plumbing, then you can have hot spots, especially within the bell nozzle, right? Because this system uses what's known as regenerative cooling in their Merlin engine. So definitely have a lot to go through here, but that's what the engine chill is all about. They're actually going to be flowing propellants through the engine, getting them cold, getting them thermally conditioned, so to speak, and then also making sure there's no air in the lines.
Rollouts, possibly stage 1A or
Hard starts are
mode
not
1
your friend.
alpha.
No, they are not.
These are abort modes that just let the crew know as we're flying what they
I
should
didn't
be
know that
prepared
Dragon
for
Capsule
in
had
case
landing
they had
legs
to
for
execute
emergencies.
an
I
emergency
don't think it
escape from the
does.
Falcon 9.
Landing
Don't
legs?
expect
What kind of
that,
landing
but they
legs?
are
I don't
trained
believe that
in
it does,
this.
Perry.
When you hear 1A, that means they've lifted off.
Infinity
1B,
and
you
Beyond, the
might hear
SLS
that'll come
timeline.
late
Oof,
in the
man.
ascent as we're throttling down the Merlins
It's
on the
too
first
late,
stage.
or too
Then when we're
early
on second
for
stage, you'll
such
hear
SLS
2A, and
hot takes
eventually Shannon,
or
which is the
insults.
call out for Ireland that tells the crew that they
Just
can call
Googled
us from
it? Do you have a
North Atlantic.
picture?
And then
I've never
finally,
heard
we
that.
get
I've
into
never
orbit,
heard or
and
seen
everything
that.
is disabled, and Dragon will separate. But right now, coming up on T-minus 8 minutes,
Landing legs.
everything continues to go well.
The Dragon Capsule has landing legs. Yeah, I'll give you a link. Show me what you're looking at. I just haven't heard of that before.
That stage 1 engine chill has started.
Didn't they come from the heat shield?
When
I
we
don't
hear that, we'll know
think
that
that's an actual
we're beginning
thing.
to flow a
This thing
little
is
bit of the super
meant for
chilled
water
liquid
landing and stuff.
oxygen through the,
If you're talking about like
first
the
stage
old
engines, this
Mars
helps to
concepts and
basically
Dragon
pre-chill the
propulsive
engine
landing concepts,
hardware
then yeah, those
prior
had landing
to
legs,
the
but
full flow
not
of
on
that
the real
super
thing, not on the
chilled liquid
current
oxygen.
design.
This helps the ignition
As far as I'm
sequence
aware.
and helps to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware.
Like I said, thermal shock. Don't want to have
At this
any
point in time,
hot
Falcon
spots
continuing
during
to
startup and
undergo
whatnot.
its propellant
Hey,
loading
what's up, Thran? How are you?
operations. Standing by for
Dragon
the
2 no
call
longer
out
has them yet.
for that engine chill ignition or initiation.
Yeah, I don't think they ever actually had them. It was all just concepts for propulsive landing of Dragon. But Dragon never
Engine
got
chill
the
has
go-ahead
started.
from NASA to do propulsive landings, so.
And great news there, as Kate mentioned, engine chill has
Hope the suits are
begun.
comfortable. Yeah, me too.
And we are loading propellants on Falcon 9's first and second stage. Second stage propellant loading for RP1 has completed. We're getting close to
6
wrapping
minutes,
up
chat.
propellant loading on stage 1. And while RP1 will be completed around the T-minus 6 minute mark, liquid oxygen loading will continue.
So what you're
on
seeing
both
here, all this vapor, right, is they're filling up the first and second stage with liquid cryogenic oxygen, right? Oxygen, typically a gas, gets super chilled to like negative 200 centigrade. I don't know what the exact number is off the top of my head, but that makes it liquid. And so that's what they're pumping in. And because it's so cold and Florida is so hot and has a lot of moisture in the air, a lot of humidity, you get these massive clouds of vapor. Not only that, something you should see here soon is what they call the closeout for the transporter erector, and from there you'll see a massive purge coming off the side of the vehicle here off this vent. That is basically them pushing all of the liquid oxygen out of the transporter erector to make sure that the engines from Falcon 9 do not ignite those liquid oxygens that are going to still be in the pipes, because then the pipes can rupture, and that's just bad for your ground support equipment. So got a lot of things coming up here in rapid succession.
Screen and our 4 crew members on the right. We are now approaching the final minutes of the countdown here.
Exactly, Space. There you go. Well said. T-minus 5 minutes. Should be seeing Dragon transfer to internal power.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
So strong back retract.
Figure for terminal count.
So this strong back right here is going to go from vertical to slightly off away from the vehicle.
We're also pressurizing the second stage propellant tanks, first stage tanks. The strong back retract will be coming.
No, I did not mention the strong back retract per se. No, they're still going to do the closeout of the LOX load, which basically means they are going to stop filling up the propellant tanks on the rocket and then purge the rest of the LOX that are in the lines in the strong back. And that should happen a few minutes, just a couple minutes before launch.
LOX load continues on both first and
No,
second
transporter
stage.
rector, strong back, it's the
Fuel
same
loading
thing.
is complete on first and second stage.
I think SpaceX always calls it the strong back, and then
Expect the LOX
somebody else
load
calls
to
it the
complete
transporter
on
rector,
first stage at T-minus
or
3
maybe it's the
minutes
same thing. I'm
and
not sure.
complete on second stage around T-minus 2 minutes.
It is the same thing. I just don't know if SpaceX calls it one over the other
Try and
versus
load
another
liquid
company.
Oxygen as close to T0 as possible. This keeps the liquid oxygen is at cryo temperature, so keeps it as cold
Yeah,
as
I know.
possible.
He indeed
Allows
needs
it to
Lego
be
Dragon
as
space
dense as
set.
we
Yeah.
possibly can keep it
So you
while
can
we're
see
loading
the
tanks. That
clamp
allows us to get a
arms
little bit
released
more liquid
from the top
oxygen
of the
into
second
those
stage.
tanks.
And now
And
the
as Dave
transporter
mentioned,
rector, or the strong
at
back,
T-minus 3
is
minutes,
tilting
we
back
should see stage
like
1
15
liquid
degrees, maybe not
oxygen
even
loading
quite that much,
completing,
just to get
and
away
at
from the
T-minus 2
vehicle.
minutes, that will be
And
stage
then
2
after launch, it'll
liquid
throw itself the
oxygen
rest of the
loading
way back.
completion. And once we hit that T-minus 2 minute mark, that will conclude propellant loading for Falcon 9. We are coming up here just about 10 seconds or so for that call out of stage 1 liquid oxygen loading.
Go Polaris Dawn, that's right. What's up, NASA man? How are you? All right, chat. T-minus 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Final check here to make sure no ads are going to roll. No ads should roll. All right.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
So pay attention right here. You should see the
Dragons on
large
internal
purge.
power, first stage.
Dragon internal power. That's what I called out.
Next major event, approximately T-minus 2 minutes. Liquid oxygen load completes on the second stage.
Very good.
After that, at about T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds or so, we will tell the crew to expect loud venting as we depressurize and drain the lines up the side of the strong back.
That's what I was saying. All right. So at T-minus 1 minute, we should see that big purge.
Inside the last minute 45, and then
Remember, the engines are already chilled at this point. The strong back is retracted.
computers will go to start up.
Dragon is already in internal power, so separate from the ground support equipment power. Vehicle is on its own internal
Stage
clock.
2 LOX load is complete.
And there we go, LOX loading complete.
All right, we should
on
see a
second
big purge
stage.
coming up right here.
All major propellant activities are complete.
Hey, what's up, Thran? There it
Dragon
is.
is an auto idle.
There's the big
It's
purge.
gone to auto idle, one of the states in its flight computer.
So this purge is draining all of the lines in this tower here.
Closeouts are starting. Expect loud venting.
There's the vent
we go.
call.
So the plume you see coming off of the strong back here, that's
There
normal.
it goes. It's a slight delay here.
As we come up on T-minus 1 minute, we'll hear Dragon computers in the countdown, Falcon 9 computers in the countdown.
Here we go, chat.
Flight termination system armed. And then we'll hear the goes.
We are go so far.
So let's listen
We
in
are
to the
80%
last
chance of go for launch here.
66 seconds of the countdown.
All the way through the flight window here. T-minus 1 minute. Vehicle's in startup.
Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
So startup basically means that the Falcon 9 flight computers have complete control over what happens from here on out. Of course, the mission control can still
Dragon,
abort
SpaceX.
manually.
Go for launch.
We're go for launch, chat. Awesome, here we go.
Send us, SpaceX.
Send us, SpaceX, hell yeah.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Pretty sure that was Commander Jared Isaacman saying send us. T-minus 20. 15.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Green flash. There's the green flash. Engine ignition.
Ignition.
Ramp up, and they are away, Chad. They're going to space. They're doing it. Polaris Dawn.
Vehicles pitching down
Cleared the
range.
tower, pitching down range.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
All systems looking good. Through the clouds. Through the clouds at 3,000 feet. Not 3,000. It's a low cloud layer. Vehicle is now rolling to the proper flight azimuth. See, the vehicle is actually turning.
35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
All looking good. Oh, you hear the rumble, chat.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Awesome, you hear the rumble.
Throttling down in preparation for max Q.
Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. It is the point in the ascent profile where the loads on the vehicle are the highest. The compressive loads.
Supersonic. And there on the left side, we got the Polaris Dawn crew.
Supersonic.
Crew is looking very smooth in there. Getting a thumbs up. That's Scott Petit.
Thumbs up from the pilot
Petit.
on the left side there.
No, Petit. I always get it mixed. Scott Petit, the pilot of this mission. There's Commander Jared Isaacman.
1 Bravo.
Pass Max Q, 1 Bravo.
Call out 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That just tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything.
Yep. 1
But
Bravo
right
is
now,
a abort
everybody
sequence.
making nominal callouts on Falcon 9.
What's the zero-G indicator? Indeed, I am
Nice
curious of
views
that
from
as
the
well.
ground camera, and nice view from inside.
Ah, what a
Dragon.
great shot.
MVAC
Now we
chill is underway.
MVAC chill. That's the upper stage engine
Announcement
is
lets
now
us know
chilling.
We've begun the final chill of the
Being
second
chilling?
stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes. and
Looking
40
most
seconds.
excellent. I wonder if we're going to get the twilight effect here, chat. Because we're only 1 hour before dawn. So once it gets higher, we might be able to start to see the jelly
2
plume.
minutes into flight.
It's a doggo
Everything
plushie.
continues
Could
to
be.
look good. We'll have in half a minute 3 major
Should
activities.
have Miko
Shutdown
here
of the 9
in
Merlin
about
1D
10
engines,
seconds.
Stage
Stage 1
separation.
throttle down.
and
Throttling
then
down to
ignition of the
maintain
second
G
stage
loads
engine.
on the crew.
Throttle down. We're holding
Oh, look at
constant
that.
acceleration now for the crew, just below 4 Gs. See, we're
Should be at
coming up
232.
70 kilometers.
Past that mark. They're switching over. Oh, come on,
for
go back to
Miko.
that view, please. What are you doing? There's Miko.
Main engine cut off.
Come on, show the
Zero
second
Alpha.
stage. There we go.
Stage separation confirmed.
Yes. Oh, what a shot. So what you're seeing here is the Space Coast. Seeing Orlando, probably Daytona up this way. It could also be
As you can
flipped.
tell
Could be
by
Miami,
the chairs
Orlando.
behind us and the views on your screen.
Oh, look at that.
The first stage booster now on its
Amazing.
way to attempt landing on just read the instructions. Second stage there
First
on the
stage,
right-hand
second
side of your
stage.
screen. You can see that the first stage has not yet reached its apogee. You can see the altitude there.
Yeah, this one went way higher, chat,
Lots of thumbs
than your
up there.
typical like Starlink
Excuse me,
mission.
from pilot Scott
First stage is
Kipotit.
at 137 kilometers and
Now
climbing.
3.5 minutes into
That's crazy.
the Polaris Dawn mission.
Stage 1 went super high. It went
First
super
stage
high because this
continuing
vehicle is
to
going super
make
high.
its way
Dragon is going to a 1,400
to its
kilometer
apogee. We'll see that altitude begin to slow
apogee.
down.
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Great
Good
news
call
there,
out.
indicating
Dragon copy.
that the second stage trajectory is looking good. Now the grid
It kinda
fins have
sucks you can't see their
deployed on the
faces,
first
but
stage.
They're
If
looking
we get first
cool as a
stage views,
cucumber,
we
chat.
might be able to see the Florida coast in the background. Oh, they're right there. Yeah,
With a
we sure
Falcon
can.
mod? Maybe, Andy. Will
Once
Jacksonville
again,
see it? Yeah,
our
Jacksonville
drone
will
ship
definitely
is
see it.
attempting to land on,
I think
excuse me,
it's
our
launching northeast. I
booster
think
is
it's launching more
attempting to
north.
land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
I think that should be Orlando in the background. Why is it going that high?
Now, the
That's
next
just
event
the
coming up will
they
be
want
the entry
to
burn taking
get
place
into the
around
Van
T
Allen
plus
belts and just
7.5
skirt the
minutes.
edge of them for some radiation
This burn will utilize
research that they
3
want to
of the
conduct.
engines on the first stage. That helps to slow the booster down as it re-enters the Earth's
Wow, look at
atmosphere.
that, chat. 174 kilometers on the
trajectory
first
nominal.
stage. And still climbing. That's wild. I don't think I've seen a Falcon 9 regular launch vehicle, not like the
Following the
Falcon
entry
Heavy,
burn,
but a Falcon 9
We'll
go
see
that
the
high.
landing burn, and that'll be around T plus 9 minutes. That one will be just a single engine burn. And that will bring
Yeah,
the booster down for a
176
soft
kilometers
landing on our
altitude.
drone ship.
Now it's coming back
Around
down.
the same time as that, we expect to see Dragon be injected into orbit.
Yeah, Thran, there you go.
Everything continuing to look good for second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen.
So we're
Beautiful glow
almost
with
halfway
that
to orbital
MVAC
velocity
engine
here.
nozzle.
Should be looking for, I think it's like 26,000, right? 26,000 kilometers.
We can see the crew settling
Dragon
quite
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Good call out. Trajectory nominal.
Crew seems pretty comfortable there at T plus 6 minutes.
Normally
They're at about
65 to
4 Gs.
75. I think it's a little, I was thinking it
And
was more like
everything looks
115,
good.
120, but regardless, it's going much higher at this flight.
First stage
For sure.
continuing its descent back down to planet
Yep,
Earth.
exactly, Joel. The first stage is really pushing them up, and then the second stage will push them out, essentially, yeah. More or less, anyways. Starlinks are heavy, that is true. Starlinks are very heavy.
We can see the crew
15
remain
tons,
with
and I think
their
Dragon is like
visors
10,
down in the
11.
locked position.
Dragon's pretty heavy by itself, too.
Remain that way until they are in orbit.
It's Mika? Yeah, no worries, no
Everything
worries.
continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Nice. Still on par.
Dragon copies.
Still looking good. They're 200
we're about
kilometers
30
altitude.
seconds away from the first stage entry burn.
30 seconds from entry burn
This
on
is
the first stage.
of 2 burns that the first stage will perform.
The entry burn, also known as supersonic retropropulsion, it will be burning the single engine and then the 2 outboard
Designed to
engines
help
and then back
reduce
to the single engine
amount of drag
in order
experienced
to
by the
basically
first
save it
stage.
from the re-entry heat that it will be about to witness or about to see.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
Stage 2 FTF is saved. Nice.
All right, standing by for entry burn.
Oh,
begin
look
on
at that,
the
chat.
first
You can
stage
see a
there
little
on
bit
the
here.
left-hand side of your screen.
The plasma, there it goes. That's startup. There's single engine burn. Then watch for the change. And there's 3 engine burn.
And
You see how
right
the
on
plume
time,
changed?
You can see on your left-hand screen
So it
that the
goes
engine burn
1,
has begun.
3,
There's
1.
3 engines lit.
And then
on
it'll go
that
back
first
to
stage
1 engine
vehicle.
burn. Hey, look, we're in
This is
daylight,
about
by
a
the way, on the second
29-second
stage.
burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering.
And there's
the
single
Earth's
engine
atmosphere.
burn and then shut down. And now to see all of the
There you can see
plasma,
that the engines
there's the
have now
plasma
shut down on
chat.
that first stage. That concludes the
Crazy.
entry burn. And the cool
Oh,
part
look at
about
the plasma
this,
chat
with
on the grid
stage
fins.
1 vehicle returning back to Earth
Wild.
is we get to fully utilize the atmosphere. The
What's
atmosphere
up,
actually,
Doctor?
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Look at that.
the atmosphere actually scrubs
I
about.
can't believe we're still getting
70% of
camera
the
footage. Sometimes it
velocity,
blacks out.
on the vehicle. So we use that entry burn to help slow the vehicle down. Then we utilize the atmosphere.
Second stage is
and
zooming.
the
Should be
drag from the
another
atmosphere
couple
to slow the vehicle down. And
thousand
then we
kilometers
do have one
an hour.
single burn for the landing burn.
Copy, Shannon.
Shannon's another call out for abort.
And next up will be Seco 1, and that is second stage engine cutoff.
Okay, we're 5
1, and that'll be
kilometers.
On the second stage, that MVAC
Looking for the
engine on
drone
right-hand
ship.
screen
It's hard to see because
will
it's so
shut
grainy, but
down
it might be
and
that right
allow
there.
The vehicle with Dragon attached to coast.
MVAC shutdown.
Might
There's
be
that
that
shutdown.
right there. The little bit of light in the middle of all
Landing
this
burn on the
darkness.
first stage should be starting up here.
First stage
momentarily.
landing burn.
And there it is.
Be on the lookout for the drone ship.
Landing burn has begun for
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
There we go. We have shut down on second stage.
Launch escape system disarmed.
Where is it? There it is.
And we show the scene.
Oh, money, chat.
And a lot of
Absolutely.
events happening right there. You
Money.
can see that the stage 1 vehicle has
Good
touched
orbital
down
insertion
on
for
just
Polaris
the
Dawn.
instructions.
Fourth flight of that booster, 1083. It's going for a 5th reuse,
Here in
chat.
Hawthorne, we've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown.
Now we should have
and
Dragon Sep.
orbital
Well, I
insertion
don't know. Are
at
they
the
going to have
second
Dragon
stage with
Sep? Yeah, they're going to have Dragon deploy
crew
here
on
in
board.
a minute or so.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty impressive crowd.
Crazy
for
chat.
2:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, dragons should be separating at 12
the
minutes.
Crew enjoying their first taste of microgravity.
I can sleep easy.
There
Exactly,
on the left-hand
exactly.
Side of your screen.
Oh, there it is, the little puppy
Now that
dog.
the MVAC engine has shut
There's
down,
the zero-G indicator.
they are able
Little
to
astro
just kind of
dog.
float free. We might catch a glimpse of the zero-G indicator. Can't quite tell if they've.
Let's see if I can.
Looks like it's in the upper right-hand corner. It'll come back into view here.
Let's celebrate with a sub. Slub been
Once
coming
again,
in
they
with
will
87
keep its visors
curvable
on until
years of
given
support.
okay by,
Much love to you, my
Core
friend.
here
Thank
on
you.
the ground.
But yep, there's the zero-G indicator. Just a little astro dog.
At this point in time, the Dragon and the Dragon trunk remain attached to the second stage.
Here he is, right in the
Second stage
corner,
is
just floating
basically
around.
Safing itself in preparation for
1.6 million views for SpaceX right now
the separation
on X.
from the Dragon trunk. Of course, the trunk will remain attached to the Dragon capsule all the way up until the point in which we begin re-entry operations. The trunk is what will help provide power to the Dragon capsule while it is on orbit using its solar arrays.
Is Anna okay? just like.
Looks like our first clear
What's wild is
view
they
of planet
never
Earth there, our
landed
first of
from this
many
kind of trajectory, right? So it's all brain
this
power and
mission.
computation. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I don't know what would be the most comparable flight that they've done similar.
And the next event coming up.
Look at all that
will
carbon
be,
fiber wrapping, chat.
The separation of.
Yo, and
the
another one
Dragon
coming
the
from
second stage.
Joel, gifting a tier 1 sub to Misadventures. Welcome, Misadventures. Thank you so much, Joel. I appreciate it. You guys are too kind, too kind. Could this first stage be a record for the highest altitude? I have no idea. Possibly. I'd have to. I don't know. It's definitely the highest that I remember ever seeing. So.
I believe this view here is. Yep.
Oh, there it goes. Separation, chat.
You can see it separating from the second stage.
Oh. Look at that.
Gorgeous
What a
view.
shot, though. Look at the Earth, chat. Absolutely
You can see that
insane.
Polaris
Dragon
Dawn.
separation confirmed.
Look at that. That's crazy. Wow. That camera angle, though. Yep, got the early morning sun
Polaris
off in the
Dawn
horizon.
Flying free into the sunrise.
It's so flat. I know, right? It's crazy. Still chugging away at work. I understand. I
We're
understand.
now at T plus 13 minutes and 5 seconds into the mission.
It's definitely
Next
the highest
major event
altitude
will
that
be
I know
nose
of,
cone
that I
deploy.
Dragon,
remember.
SpaceX. Today you embark on a journey not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity. Each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
Cool. Andy, so I believe it's on Wednesday is the EVA.
CE, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
Hell yeah. This view is way less than that far. Yeah, it is. To see the curvature needs to be
Some
halfway
really
to the
nice
moon.
words there
Oh no.
from our
I mean, this
nice
is, I
launch
think,
director,
a
Frank
wide-angle
Messina. The
lens.
fun fact was also the
But
launch
no,
director
you
on
can see
Inspiration 4,
curvature
as
even from
well
like the
as,
ISS
Chief
altitude at
Engineer
300
for this
kilometers,
mission,
and this is going
Jared
up to
Meta.
1,400
Really nice to
kilometers,
see
right?
Some endearing, or hear some endearing words up to the crew.
Well, and with that, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're now in orbit.
Crazy.
T plus 15
Oh,
minutes.
look at Dragon,
and they are
chat.
scheduled to spend up to the next
Look at
5
Dragon.
days in space.
Look at that little guy. Look at that little guy.
We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew, but they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the Polaris Dawn mission is the first
Well,
mission
remember,
in the Polaris
the
program
original
that
blue
will
marble
demonstrate new
shot from
technologies,
Apollo
conduct
was taken at like
extensive
halfway to the
research,
moon.
and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's
And yeah, you can see
Starship
a lot of
with
it. You can
humans
see like
on
the whole
board.
Earth, or the whole
All of this while continuing to
Earth.
raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program.
Yeah, if you guys didn't catch that in the beginning of the stream, Polaris Dawn has raised over $200 million for St. Jude.
Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago.
There's the nose cone,
And
chat.
there
Nose
looks
cone
like
is
we
opening.
Can see some nose cone.
There's the
separation
Skywalker
action
module,
happening.
the Skywalker rails.
Now, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test the Starlink laser-based communications
How
in
wide in
space.
thery can we see 500 kilometers up? I'm not
Over
sure.
the course of the mission, we'll be checking in periodically
Good
with the
question.
crew.
I'm not sure, Joel.
Next up, Dragon will initiate a 2-day pre-breathe
Not a
process
lot,
to
but you can
prepare
definitely see the
crew for their
curvature.
upcoming spacewalk, and that'll be this Thursday, September 12th.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk.
Blue
so
gray shot,
please
is
be
that
sure
from
to
the
tune in
angle
for
of
our
sun
live
hitting the
coverage
Earth?
of this historic
And they're
milestone.
also over the water
And
right
of
now, if that's what you're talking
we
about.
will also be back to bring you
They're over the
live
Atlantic.
coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
Yeah, no stars because of
And
exposure,
keep
and there's
tabs
this
on the
big,
mission
huge,
with the
bright
Dragon
thing right
tracker
here.
at
Yeah, the sun
SpaceX.com.
just completely drowns
With that,
out
it's
all
been a
of the
great early
starlight.
morning. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
Well, chat. Wow. What a flight. Finally, after weeks of being scrubbed, after hours of being paused, we had a fantastic flight. Polaris Dawn is in orbit, and it's currently tracking a 5-day mission. It should do the EVA, and the EVA, mind you, chat, the EVA is expected to be live streamed from first person, as I understand it. So that's going to be pretty crazy. That's going to be pretty crazy. But yeah, a lot of firsts for this mission, chat, and we are just now starting. So the whole Polaris chain of missions, right? There's supposed to be 3. Polaris is supposed to do this mission. They're going to do another mission after that, and then they're going to do the first crew mission for Starship. That's what the whole sequence of Polaris Dawn is all about. It's getting to crew Starship. Oh man, what a time, chat. What a time. Those are some sick views. Yeah, some sick views indeed. Anyways, chat, it's 3:42 a.m. for me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We are going to have to end it there because I have work in the morning. And by the morning, I mean I need to get up in like 2.5 hours for work. But anyways, so I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. That's going to do it for me tonight, chat. Yeah, Polaris Dawn, we're going to be tracking that progress throughout the week. Like I said, Wednesday should, I think, be the EVA. It's either Wednesday or Thursday. I think it's Wednesday, but they'll be doing the EVA. So definitely keep track of that. We'll be tracking it here on stream. If they're live streaming it, I'm going to try to stream it. All that jazz, chat. Much love to you. Next stream should be on Wednesday, depending on what's happening with Polaris Dawn. Like if they are streaming something earlier, maybe I'll get on and stream that. We'll see. But the next scheduled stream is 7 p.m. Mountain Time Wednesday. Hope to see you guys here. And if I don't see you, have a wonderful week wherever you may be. And I'll check in on y'all later.